Hey everyone. Um, I'm just now tuning in. It looks like just now black smoke is coming out. It is 4:52 over here in Central Standard Time. Black smoke. The Cardinals just voted in a morning conclave, and
Hi, and welcome to the Associated Press live stream of the Conclave to elect the next Pope. I'm Giovanna Dell'Orto. I'm standing just outside the Vatican, and we have just seen black smoke again come out of the chimney of the Sistine Chapel. That means that, again, not enough votes were secured by any particular person to be elected the next Pope. So this is exactly what we saw last night when there was the first round of voting. The cardinal electors had two more rounds this morning, and they have failed to agree, hence the black smoke. So let me tell you a little bit more about what you might be seeing around on our live coverage, what my AP team is reporting on the ground, as well as what we might expect coming up next. So yesterday afternoon, the 133 cardinal electors finally gathered in conclave, that literally means under lock and key, inside the Sistine Chapel to begin rounds of voting for the next pope, the pope that will succeed Pope Francis, who passed away on April 21st. How long it will take is an open question. It has been standard over the past century for several rounds of balloting, 4, 5, 8, 12, to take place before they agree on a name. The very oldest conclave in history was actually 3 years long, almost, but that was about 800 years ago. In modern times, it's been about 2 to 3 days. As I said, for the last papacies, that's been the average. Now, here's the process that you can expect again this afternoon. The cardinals, it's now noon in Rome. They will take a break, they will have lunch, and then they will reconvene again for 2 more rounds of balloting. So what you can expect is, if there is a winner, so to speak, if somebody is elected, if somebody reaches the necessary 2/3 majority in the first round of voting, we will see white smoke come out around 5:30. If nobody's elected on that round, they will do another round of ballots, and then we can expect that result to appear around 7 p.m. Again, that's in Rome local time. So there will be either black smoke again around 7 p.m. or the possibility, of course, of white smoke if the first ballot produces that majority, and that will come around 5:30. In the meanwhile, the excitement has been really building up in St. Peter's Square right behind me. Cheers went up as soon as the smoke started billowing out. It was a much faster smoke, if you will, than what we saw last night, when it was an unusually long delay, and that gave rise to all sorts of speculations as to why it took so long. We simply don't know, but it was around 9 p.m., and yet there were thousands of people in the square. Of course, it's also a holy year for the Catholic Church, so a lot of pilgrims and a lot of tourists, frankly, have been coming to Rome. It is a lovely day today after some uneven weather, so the crowds are out there, the excitement is building. They're seeing some of the same giant live screens that you might be seeing, the same images that you might be seeing on our live feeds. And our plan is, of course, to continue to bring you live coverage from multiple cameras, from our team of reporters, of videographers, of photographers on the ground. We have a live blog with all of the latest. I will be back a little bit later on this afternoon. And again, we can expect the cardinals to gather again this afternoon for what will be the 3rd session of voting that will either produce black smoke, like we just saw, or perhaps white smoke, which would indicate a new pope. So I'm going to leave you again with some of the cameras that we have set up around the Vatican for more live video coverage, and I will be back with you in a little bit this afternoon.
All right, y'all. So what's effectively going on is that we just saw about 15 minutes ago black smoke, which means the morning round where they had two ballots, two votes, was unsuccessful. Which, again, I think most people still kind of expected, right? Um, you know, that would have been the third vote, second and third vote. It would be incredibly unusual for them to have come to an agreement on the second and third round. So what we're going to have is another two votes, two ballots this afternoon. Well, actually, it won't be afternoon for us. Okay, so the way it will work is they're going to meet. Right now, they're going to lunch. After lunch, they're going to meet back again in the Sistine Chapel. And so what will happen is if they are successful in electing a pope, you'll see black smoke again. I'm sorry, white smoke. You'll see white smoke at 5:30 their time, Rome time, 5:30 p.m. Rome time, which would be 10:30 Central, 10:30 a.m. Central. and that would be 11:30 Eastern time. If that first attempt, when they come back from the afternoon, is not successful, they'll vote again, of course. They won't do the black smoke at that time. They'll hold off. They'll do a second ballot, which would be the fifth now. And they will then announce it via the smoke. There'll be another smoke party at 7 p.m. Rome time, which translates to 12 p.m. Central Standard Time and 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this stream going. Because a lot of people haven't even woken up yet. We woke up at this ungodly hour around 4:30 to try to see what's going on. And that's when I, started the stream. As soon as I saw black smoke, it's like, I was gonna wait a little bit before I started the stream, but all right, we we gotta go live. So went live. That's when I jumped in here and told you, okay, we're seeing black smoke. But now I wanted to just kind of explain to you what we're going to be looking for this afternoon, what the schedule is again this afternoon. So on this stream, we're looking for potentially white smoke at 10:30 a.m. Central, 11:30 Eastern, and then more likely you'll see something at 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern time. And so I'm going to keep this stream going. And I'm going to pop in on y'all and offer some more additional commentary here in just a moment. We're going to talk about what we've seen so far and what this might mean moving forward. We'll talk about all kinds of things as we wait and, see if there's going to be white smoke today. Hound, do the Cardinals get free time to say the breviary? A lot of them are already just kind of praying and reading the breviary and doing all that, because you got to think, while they're waiting on every Cardinal to come up individually and swear an oath and drop in their ballot into the chalice, or it's actually a larger bowl now. You realize, I mean, so they don't have their phones, they don't have anything, they just have to kind of sit there and wait, and that's a very long process. Might be an hour and a half or so. So at that point, they're already kind of doing their breviary or prayer or something like that anyway. So I suspect they kind of already have that opportunity while they're gathered together in conclave. And some are wondering, okay, does this then mean that the front runner candidate won't be elected? The fact that they're not going for something on the first ballot. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It could mean that there will be some kind of compromise candidate. Of course, that's certainly possible. It could also be that this is an opportunity for people to persuade them to go with a front runner candidate, especially if you already have almost like a 2/3 vote for someone who's a front runner. If that faction wants to really push that front runner candidate, they can continue to do so, and they might ultimately be able to win over some other votes to get them to a 2/3 vote, because eventually some of the Cardinals will just kind of break down and say, okay, we know they're not budging and we're not going to win here, so we might as well go with the front runner candidate. And you might have just enough of those people who make that compromise, and then you get your 2/3. So like you could still get a front runner from this, someone like a Parolin, or maybe you'll get a Tagle, or maybe you'll get a Pizzaballa. It's possible, right? But it certainly could mean that they're going to look for a compromise candidate if the votes right now are pretty divided. We don't know. We just don't know if the votes are divided, or if they almost have 2/3 for a front runner like Parolin. It's unclear because they don't tell us, and we don't ever get to know, because that's what they're burning. When you see the smoke, they're burning those ballots. So we'll never really know, unless one of them later on in life kind of spills the beans, what they're not really supposed to do, unless they come out and kind of say, in detail what happened. But that would be way after the fact anyway. And usually there's a great deal of secrecy during the conclave, and they could be excommunicated for sharing certain information. And so, Andrew Hall. So we are at 2 failed votes, actually 3. They had 2 ballots this morning, and then of course 1 yesterday. So that would be 3 so far, but another 2 coming up here in just a few hours, which is why I'm thinking about keeping this stream going instead of just ending this stream and creating another one. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe doing that instead. DM Jones says, "Holy smoke, that's funny," but it's too early. It's too early. I'm sorry. It's too early for me to laugh. Well, okay, maybe you made it happen right there. I just laughed, but I feel like it's too early. When you wake up and it's still dark outside, and it reminds me of Graveyard Shift. I hated that. I used to have to get up when it's still dark outside, everyone's still asleep. Get up, there's nobody on the road, go to work, and then you work your whole shift, and you come home and you want to go to sleep when everybody else is awake. You got to go to sleep early. You got to go to sleep at like maybe 9 o'clock or something, right? 8 or 9 o'clock. Man, that was terrible. And this reminds me of those shifts. AJ, good to see you. Good morning. Yeah, the coffee hasn't kicked in for me yet. It's just we're not there. We're not there. Super Gamer says, just pray that we get God's pick. Father Brown, great to see you. How are you, Father Brown? He says, about to go say mass for some graveyard shift nuns. They are heroic. Wow. You're heroic for doing that. Good to see you, Father Brown. The Super Gamer wakes up at 5:30 Eastern. Come on, man. That's no anything earlier than 6 is just a no for me. 6, okay, yeah, I'm cool with 6, right? But I feel like anything before 6, I'm not happy with at all. Do I think the number of votes will give an indication of which way the election was headed? Well, that's what I was just kind of discussing just moments ago, and maybe could be. Just kind of depends on how many they have for a particular candidate. If they're pretty divided, yeah, you might have a compromise candidate. But if the front runner, someone like a Parolin, was already really close to getting a 2/3, I could see the people who are pushing for that not budging and just kind of winning over a few people from a rival faction and pushing it through for a 2/3. That'd be a lot easier than some kind of compromise at that point. So it depends on how divided they are. Miggity Mike, good to see you in the chat. He says good morning. I heard you're not supposed to drink coffee for about an hour after waking up. Something on Joe Rogan about it. I don't know if I would take Joe Rogan's advice, but I appreciate that. Jim wants to see Pizzaballa for Pope. Kelly Brown, I'm normally up at 5 or 5:30. I don't know how y'all do that. I remember my grandma would get up. She would go to sleep at 10 every day, 10 or 10:30. And she would wake up every morning of her life at like 4:30 in the morning. I don't know why. I don't know why she did that. She didn't have any, like, there was no necessary reason for her to do that. I guess she was just old school. That maybe they just did that back in the day. I don't know. To me, that's weird. Thomas, I couldn't contain my excitement for the conclave. Been up since 3 a.m. Well, so I've been I didn't get a whole lot of sleep, right? I didn't get a lot of sleep at all because constantly just kind of waking up, seeing what time it is on the clock. And so, yeah, I didn't really get that. Mm, thinking about what's going on and then pulling up the stream and seeing, if there's smoke. Okay. Pizza baller. A lot of people hoping for pizza baller. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. One moment, y'all. But all of a sudden got an itchy eye. I don't know what's going on with that. An itchy eye. It's better than IT crowd where Moss gets a whole ear. He has a whole ear. He has to spray it with some water. I don't know what that's about. And for some random reason, that came to mind just now. Jordan says, of course, I wouldn't mind a Cardinal Syrah. Well, I did a stream specifically on him. Maybe go and watch that. I did that like a week or so ago. And I showed the difficulties, not only in would he be a likely candidate, I show also some practical difficulties with what that would mean, given that he's says the papacy teaches heresy. He says the way that most Catholics receive communion in the church today is satanic. Pope Francis's policies were satanic and demonic, and he has some pretty over the top views about the magisterium that I don't know how would be how they would be compatible with the magisterium itself, let alone him then being over uh, the papal magisterium. It would cause a lot of practical problems to go from saying the papacy and the magisterium teaches heresy to now being the one who teaches in that magisterium. Um, so the coffee kicking in, the hot air. Sploofy says we all know being Michael Lofton. No, I haven't received any calls. I'm trying to see where my phone is. Okay, let me let me double check. They're not the Cardinals aren't calling me. Hey, by the way, so you're a compromised candidate. Need you to give us a call. Get a call from a restricted number. If I get a call from a restricted number today, I'm answering it. So doesn't Perlin have cancer? I don't know. I've heard rumors about medical concerns, but I don't know if he actually has cancer. So yeah, not too sure about that one. Let me maybe see. Yeah, there were some health concerns, but no credible reports, it seems, of him having been diagnosed with cancer. I suspect people were circulating that to try to derail his status as a front runner. Thoughts on Tagle? Well, I think that a lot of the Catholic critics would lose their mind if Tagle was elected, right? Um, you're thinking of some of the videos where he's kind of dancing, and they're posting that all over social media, freaking out about Tagle dancing. Um, yeah, I think they'll go wild. Jose, do I accept? That's hilarious. Cardinal Ranjith would be great. I don't know. Didn't he say he wants to regularize the SSPX? That doesn't make sense. Benedict XVI said you can't just regularize them. That's why he didn't do that, because he said there's still a doctrinal divide with them. So that's why he didn't regularize them. So that doesn't make sense. That tells me that he has some deficiencies in his understanding either of the SSPX or ecclesiology. You have to profess the same faith as a church. If you don't have the same faith, you're not one holy Catholic and apostolic. You're missing one of those essential marks, which is one faith. You have one faith, one church, one governance. But here, if you don't have the same faith, you're not one church. So it would be like, why can't he just regularize the Protestants? Well, because the Protestants don't have the same faith, and so that's the way it works. And that tells me there's some deficiencies there. So for that alone, I suspect he won't get it. What would I do if I were Pope? Oh boy, where do we begin? Are the SSPX sacraments valid? Yeah, sure. Who cares about validity? That's not relevant. Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, some High Church Anglicans, Old Catholics, they have valid sacraments too. That doesn't really mean a whole lot. Trads and Marshall all think the Pope can just regularize the SSPX. Well, that's again their deficiency in ecclesiology coming out again. They're not listening to Pope Benedict XVI, who told them the reason why you can't do that is there's still a doctrinal divide. All right, give me one moment. I'm going to get a refill on my coffee and be back here for some more commentary. So hang tight. All right. So what I was saying with SSPX and Pope Benedict, people are telling you that the next guy just needs to come in and just, just like that, um, go ahead and regularize them. The reason why I say that's nonsensical, the reason why I say you can't just do that, the reason why I say that's like just saying, why can't you just regularize the Protestants? Why can't you just regularize the Eastern Orthodox? Because they don't have the same faith as what the Catholic Church professes. They don't profess the profession of faith, for crying out loud. They actually think that the profession of faith is modernist and has errors in it. And they accuse the magisterium of heresy, even. But they can't hold to the Catholic profession of faith promulgated by John Paul II. They explicitly reject it. I've actually covered that in multiple streams. And if you don't have the same profession of faith, you don't have the same faith. So again, it would be like, why can't the next guy just come in and regularize the Eastern Orthodox? Because they don't have the same faith. Now, they deviate from the Catholic faith more than the SSPX, of course, but still, there's a deviation on part of both of them. Here's where I'm coming from. Here's why I'm saying this, according to Pope Benedict. Again, this is where the rad trads who take this position, they're not consistent because they'll cheer on Pope Benedict all day long, but they don't actually listen to Pope Benedict. Letter of Pope Benedict to the bishops of the Catholic Church concerning the remission of the excommunication of the 4 bishops consecrated by Lefebvre. And so he lifted the excommunication of the 4 bishops that Lefebvre consecrated. He never lifted Lefebvre's excommunication. He still remains excommunicated. But the 4 bishops who were excommunicated, their excommunication was lifted. And yes, excommunications can both be imposed and lifted post-mortem. So FYI. Okay, this disciplinary level needs to be distinguished from the doctrinal level, Benedict says. The fact that the Society of St. Pius X does not possess a canonical status in the church is not, in the end, based on disciplinary, but on doctrinal reasons. So there you go. That's why a pope can't just come in and say, regularize them. You're good. Here, let me sign a piece of paper. That's not the way Catholic ecclesiology works. You have to have the same church, same worship, same governance. Maybe some of these trads didn't pay attention to traditional marks of the church, but these are the traditional marks of the church that you need to be aware of. And if you're going to have one Holy Catholic and Apostolic, what's that one? One faith, one worship, one governance. And so, okay, they say, well, what infallible teaching are they denying? It's not just infallible teachings, it's authentic magisterium, even non-definitive teachings. And if you can't profess the profession of faith, you don't have the same profession of faith. And they explicitly say the Catholic profession of faith right now that John Paul II promulgated, that is still what the Catholic Church uses, is modernist and is heretical. They're completely opposed to it because of the third paragraph. But the third paragraph is an essential part of the profession of faith. And the third paragraph is where they have to profess even the non-infallible teachings, which tells you what? That even a lot of the trads might not actually profess the same profession of faith that the Catholic Church does. Because they don't hold to that third paragraph, many of them. They think either it's infallible or it's nothing. It's infallible and I have to accept it, or it's not infallible and I don't have any adherence to it that's required. That's just not what Catholicism teaches. But he says it's not a disciplinary, but a doctrinal reason. As long as the society does not have a canonical status in the church, its ministers do not exercise legitimate ministries in the church. There needs to be a distinction then between disciplinary level, which deals with individuals as such, and the doctrinal level at which ministry and institution are involved. In order to make this clear, once again, until the doctrinal questions are clarified, the society has no canonical status in the church and its ministers, even though they have been freed from ecclesiastical penalty. That was at the time. You might argue that those penalties have been reimposed in the case of some of them. They do not legitimately exercise any ministry in the church. Until when? Until another pope comes in and just writes on a piece of paper and here you go, you're good to go? That's not what Benedict said. He said this will be the case until the doctrinal issues are clarified and settled. Until that doctrinal aspect is addressed, you can't just regularize them any more than you can just regularize the Eastern Orthodox or Oriental Orthodox or even the Protestants. You can't do that for the same reason. So they're selling you a bill of goods is what they're doing. And this is why I say many trads are not traditional. They don't believe traditional ecclesiology. They don't even know traditional ecclesiology in many cases, let alone do they believe it. So they call themselves traditional. They like to assert that they're traditional. They like to speak about traditional garb and robes and vestments, and they look pious and traditional, but in many cases they're doctrinally deviant to one degree or another. In some cases, extremely so. In other cases, a little less so. But certainly not traditional in nature. They, in many cases, are just as deviant as the liberals and your Father James Martins. They're just deviant in a different area of church doctrine. All right, so keep that in mind. Let's see what else we got here. So got that live look from Rome. We're going to start looking at that chimney specifically, 10:30 a.m. p.m. Central, which is 11:30 Eastern. And that's the first potential time where we might see white smoke. If we don't see white smoke, then that means they're going into another ballot, round of voting. And at that point, whether it's white or black, we will see the answer 12 p.m. Central. So yeah, right now they are out for lunch. And so they're taking a break, and then they will be back for 2 more ballots. You could be excommunicated for betting on the Pope. I've heard some people say that. I'm not sure canonically where that comes from. I'm not saying that's not true. I just don't know where that comes from. Who thinks we'll have a Pope today? Well, I think that the church probably won't get one today, but it is possible. You know, what you have cases obviously where even on the first round, the first ballot, somebody was chosen. More recently here in history, it might be fourth, fifth, and sixth, kind of somewhere in that area. But yeah, it could be this fifth one, right? So that would be 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern time, that we would see smoke on that one. That's the one I'm thinking. If there's a real like decent chance of a pope being elected, that's the real one to look for. But then again, this one coming up here at 10:30 Central is also possible. Did I see the baby seagull with the two parent seagulls? I did not. Aaron, good to see you. Good. Got up 4:20, went to adoration. Now listening to you at work. Pretty decent day. That's awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. Hopefully, I'm not boring you with my hotia. My hotia. We had a joke about that earlier. If you're an IT Crowd fan, ever seen that show? IT Crowd. It's a good show. Moss has a hotia, and he has to spray it down with water. We were joking about that earlier. Hopefully, my little factoids there entertain you. What else we got in the chat? Just got off the phone with a guy claiming to be from the Vatican. Apparently, I'm needed there ASAP, Shell says. Well, I got some messages for you to pass on to those in charge, by the way. So, do they discuss in between votes? They'd have discussions, yeah. Discussions, sure. AJ says, I wouldn't be surprised if Syrah got less than 10 votes, if even that. I think he would get less. He was way overhyped, you say. I think that's true. I think he was mostly overhyped by a lot of people online who are not aware of his track record or actual facts about him. They were just seeing a lot of people promoting him, and they thought that, oh, it sounds cool that he says communion in the hand is demonic. And they're like, yeah, I love that. And they're not really thinking things through, nor are they even just thinking along the lines of, is this really what the Cardinals are going for? You really think that the majority of them feel that the way they administer communion is satanic? You really think that? Imagine doing the live stream for 3 years. Born again Catholic says that's funny. Very rarely says, call off the conclave. I'll take it from here. He's ready for work. I hear you. You're ready. The majority vote after 3 days was removed by Benedict, right? Yeah, it was something like that. It was relatively quick. People want Syrah for the liturgy. It's the same Syrah, however, who said during COVID that bishops can restrict people to communion on the hand and can forbid people to not administer communion, or can forbid people to administer communion on the tongue. Like he backed up bishops who were forbidding communion on the tongue, and he said they can do that during a pandemic. It's the same Syrah. So he upheld communion in the hand during a pandemic, and just a few years later says communion in the hand is demonic. Make that make sense? So okay, if they want it liturgically, okay, how does that work? You get a guy requiring something and then saying it's demonic a few years later. You really want that for your liturgy? You might say the Latin Mass is great, and then the next day forbid it and restrict it. I mean, with that kind of range, you'd do anything. It sounds like. I don't know. Sounds to me like there was a lot of compromises there that he made as head of the dicastery for divine worship when he did that. So I wonder if there'd be a lot of compromises during the papacy. I mean, I guess people aren't thinking through this kind of stuff, right? They're just thinking with their emotions. Are the Cardinals checking each other on LinkedIn? I don't think they have access to their phones right now. I don't know. Do they? Do they have access to their phones right now during their lunch? MG says still better than others. That's a pretty low bar, right? I mean, it's a very low bar. Still better than others. Pope Francis was still better than others, right? I mean, look at who he was up against, right? He was still better than others. Are you pretty happy with Pope Francis's pontificate? How many cardinals have I met? Well, I've ran into a few here and there and interviewed one so far. So let me sip my coffee here and say nothing else. And yes, that was deliberate. For those of you who know, you know. Did you think that Cardinal Turkson has a chance? Maybe top 10, maybe top 15. I don't think a real chance. Sir, now Spruitt says, my feelings are for Roland, Tagle, Erdo, Zuppi. Yeah, I think that's kind of, within the top 5, right? Roland, Tagle, Erdo, Zuppi, and Hezbollah. I think those are top 5 as far as what's likely. Sarah says, may the Holy Spirit choose for us. Well, that's the question. Does God choose the Pope? According to Benedict XVI, no. But you can certainly hope for it. Jedi says, so I expect the Cardinals want to keep the Francis thing going. Yeah, to one degree or another, it seems they do. Syndrome, do you think the longer the conclave, the more likely a moderate or conservative is elected? No, not necessarily. I was kind of explaining that earlier, right? So if you have someone who's maybe not necessarily moderate, but has almost received 2/3 vote, instead of looking for a compromise candidate, they might just try to get a few people to bend and push it over to 2/3. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It would mean that if the College of Cardinals and the electors here are really divided, at that point you might have more of a compromise candidate. Sure. How old is Parolin? 70 years old. Michael, you missed my comment. What's your comment? You gotta tell me. There's a lot of comments in the chat. Swoosh says he's 70 years old. Indeed. Bung Kong says an Asian or an African pope. I think a lot of people want that. It's possible. Possibly you'll get that. Tagle is kind of like a runner-up right now, it would seem. So, Michael, looking fresh. Thank you. Gaming says they want to see a young pope. Maybe, but I doubt that the Cardinals are going to want to see a young pope because we already went through a really rocky road with the previous pontificate. And I think that they're going to want something more stable. And with someone young, you don't know what you're necessarily going to get. And you're stuck with them for a very long time. And if it turns out it's a bad pontificate, you're stuck with them for a very long time. You think they want to risk it? I think not. I don't think they want to risk it. Michael, so all recent have been cardinal priests or bishops. As far as their status of being like a cardinal, yes, but of course all of them are like bishops. They're all ordained bishops. But as far as like what type of cardinal deacon, cardinal priest, cardinal bishop, yeah, that might be true. What are Fernandez's chances? If he had a chance, it would be before Fiducia. After Fiducia, he doesn't. He doesn't have a chance after that. John Paul was only 58 years old, right? Which is why I don't think they're going to want another one of those, because that's a very long pontificate that the church is still kind of having gone through recently. I don't think they want that. And would you want that long of a pontificate for somebody who might turn out to be not that great? Unlikely. So, what else we got? Who would be a total surprise to me? Father James Martin, Timothy Radcliffe. That'd be a total surprise. Or someone like, Cardinal Burke or Syrah or Mueller. Those would be incredibly unlikely candidates for what the Cardinals are looking for. So, and any of the ones on the extreme, like, edges, the fringe, on either side. Sarah says, thank you for your service. Thank you so much. God bless you too. Pizza gang. Pizza bala. What does the mug say? It says, big man, little beard, big problem. That's when Cardinal Zen said I was a big problem and tried to cancel me. Remember when Cardinal Zen tried to cancel me and came after my livelihood? Because he couldn't handle any kind of constructive criticism, and because he was promoting dissent against the magisterium, and I had to address it. And he still, to this day, hasn't really sufficiently addressed his dissent. So yeah, that's what that says. What else we got here? What about an Eastern Church patriarch? Well, possible, right? I think very unlikely, though. Incredibly unlikely. And I believe they would have to also change rites, right? Because then they're the patriarch of the Latin rite. And I don't know how Eastern Catholic would be over a Latin rite. So I think they might have to change their rite, which is possible, right? I mean, they can easily do that as Pope, right? You can just say, okay, I'm changing my rite. Bam, that's done. That's all I had. Nothing further needed. What criteria are the Cardinals basing their decision on? It sounds like, for the most part, they are basing it on continuity with Pope Francis's legacy. That's what it sounds like. For better or worse, it is what it is. Do they reveal the votes within the conclave? Yeah, they get to see it. Like every cardinal, they read them all out. You don't know who voted for who because they kind of mix it all up. But yes, every name is read out loud like 2 or 3 times by multiple people in front of everyone to make sure that everything is legit. So they will know. But then we won't know like who voted for what, nor will we know how many for one particular person, because that's what's being burned when you see the smoke, black smoke or white smoke. That's what they're burning, is those ballots. So we'll never know. Very rarely says, I'm hoping for women to be admitted to College of Cardinals. For better or worse, I mean, you obviously could have that, just because not in them functioning in any kind of ministerial way. For that, you have to be a male. But just strictly speaking, to elect a pope, you could have a woman involved, because you have had women involved before. That's happened before. Empresses have chosen popes before. That's already happened in church history. So theoretically, you could have it. Do you think that that's going to happen? I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that a pope's going to bring that back anytime soon. And probably shouldn't, right? I think that would cause way too many problems. My opinion of Tagle as pope. It's kind of hard to say, but I know that a lot of people would have a lot of negative reactions to that. And so might that further divide the church rather than unify it? I guess I have some concerns there. Shalun says a lot of people think it will be Peace of Allah. I don't think so. Basically, he leans conservative, but the Cardinals are likely looking for someone who leans liberal. Yeah, maybe when it comes to like leaning a particular way, they might be looking for someone who kind of leans somewhere, kind of who's centrist, maybe a little to the left. It seems to me that's probably what the majority are looking for. Again, for better or worse. Italian says, I'm hearing Perron has 70 votes according to this idiot from Italian media. That's funny. He might have some kind of leak. You never know. I mean, it could be that one of the Cardinals is leaking some information. So I mean, that there actually could be some truth to that. you never know though. I mean, how are you going to verify? Aaron says I kind of want an Eastern Catholic Pope. Seems it would be a welcome change for some, not for others. Some would hate that, right? In some ways, I think the trads would absolutely hate it when they actually find out what the Eastern churches believe on some matters liturgically and doctrinally. Um, and here I'm not talking about substantial doctrinal differences like you might have with those who are not in full communion, but differences in style in the way that they articulate things, but enough to, I think, annoy the trads. To have a cardinal that I want to be pope, I think Pizzaballa would be the best out of the list of people that they have. Frankly, I don't think that any of the candidates are probably the best person for the job, because I think by the time you become a cardinal, you've compromised so much when it comes to especially church discipline and disciplinary matters, and running a tight ship, and doing what you need to do. I think by the time you get there, you've made so many compromises that it's just unlikely that you would, if elected pope, do what needs to be done to fix the situation in the church sufficiently. So in my opinion, by the time you get to that point, you've already compromised. But if we're looking at the best among them, I think Pizzaballa. I mean, it seems like a man of character and conviction. Offer yourself as a hostage for someone. I mean, that speaks volumes, in my opinion, as far as character. That speaks volumes, and that shouldn't be overlooked. Parolin or Tagle? I would probably just go with the older one. That way, if it's a bad pontificate, you don't have to deal with it for as long, right? Which I think Parolin, is he 10 years older? No, he's only just a few years older, but still, I'll just go for the older one. So you don't have them as around as long, because I think we've seen what happens when you have a problematic papacy that's around for a while, and how much confusion can be caused. So Shalom says never going to happen for Burke. Yeah, not with this lot of Cardinals. Not with them, certainly. They're not looking for someone like a Cardinal Burke. Whether they should is a different question, but they're not. But then I did a whole video specifically on Cardinal Burke as well, and maybe go and watch that one. Okay. When did the doors close for this round of voting? I don't know, because I wasn't awake at that point. I mean, I did good to get up at 4:40 or 4:30 when I got up this time. So that was good enough for me. I wasn't getting up earlier than that. Pope could have been elected. I'm asleep. I'm asleep, y'all. No Pope now. That's right. Not yet. Francis was the first Jesuit Pope, correct. They're still preparing the Pope. He's not done marinating yet. Yeah, he's he's still waiting. as everybody else in the world is right here. So maybe 10:30 a.m. We'll find out. That's the next goal here, is we're waiting for 10:30 a.m. to see if there's white smoke. Bach says praying for Cardinal Sarrat. So honest question. I have an honest question for you, Bach. How would this work? Honest question for you. When Cardinal Sarrat says the magisterium teaches heresy, you would want him to be over the papal magisterium when he says the papal magisterium teaches heresy. So you go from the papal magisterium teaches heresy to all of a sudden I'm over the papal magisterium. What does that do to the reputation of the Catholic Church? When the guy who's now over the papacy has accused the papacy of heresy, what does that do to the reputation of the church? That alone, what does that do? Honest question. Do you think that that might have some negative implications? What about in the past when the magisterium has said that a pope was a heretic? We never heard the end of it. Still don't hear the end of it. Pope Honorius, right? And it turns out that they were wrong about Honorius anyway. So there's that additional problem. They got it wrong, and then you still don't hear the end of it. To this day, Eastern Orthodox and Protestants use that against Catholics. This would be that all over again, to one degree or another. How does that work? How does that work with the critics of the church who are going to say, see, the magisterium tells you one thing one day, then the next day the magisterium tells you that what it said before was heresy? How does that work? Explain that to me. I have an honest question because I just hear nonstop people saying Sirah, and I'm thinking, y'all haven't thought through this yet. You just haven't thought through it. And that's just one question among others that I have. And I've pointed out some other aspects, but I really think that y'all are not thinking through this carefully. Carlos says, I'm sick of people overhyping Sirah. Well, also, it's not what they want, right? It's what the cardinal electors want. And in reality, we know for better or worse, they're not going for someone like Cardinal Sirah. So even if you want Sirah, that doesn't mean that you're going to get it, you know. Nicole says people say Sirah because they haven't deep dived into what he said. I think you're right about that. That's the impression I get. Because people who are saying that, I don't really get the impression that they've really thought through the issues. Box says, that's fair on point as usual. Thanks for a little bit of clarification. Absolutely. Glad to do it. Glad to do it. And I appreciate you considering what I said there. It is an honest question. You know, I do sincerely wonder how that would work. And there's other things to consider along those lines that I just think it would make it such a difficult situation as far as the credibility of the Catholic Church. Putting aside the fact that there's just no even remote chance he's going to be elected. Putting that aside, what would this do to the reputation of the church to go from saying the magisterium teaches X, and then the next day the magisterium is saying not X because X was actually heresy? For the magisterium to contradict itself like that would be devastating to the reputation of the magisterium and the Catholic Church, and would make it lose outrageous credibility, because at least in the case of Honorius, it's not clear that he was actually teaching when he wrote to Sergius, whereas in the case of what Sirah is accusing to be heresy in the papal magisterium, it is very clearly papal magisterium. So at that point, you would have a very clear cut of the church saying that its own magisterium has taught heresy, which has not ever been clearly done, because every other instance you could point to, you could argue was not magisterial. In this case, you would have to argue that what Sirah is accusing the magisterium of is magisterial. So I just think that would destroy the credibility of Catholicism. And at that point, why would anybody follow the Catholic Church, right? If the Catholic Church can teach you heresy one day, and then the next day says, oh, sorry, by the way, we got to fix that. Nobody is ever going to follow the Catholic Church, because it sounds to me that you would be better off following yourself. If you can figure out that it taught heresy and correct the magisterium yourself, then it sounds to me like you need to be in the driver's seat, not the magisterium. So yeah, I think it would be absolutely devastating, and people aren't thinking through this. They're just not. And I know I did a show kind of outlining this and showing y'all this information. I've done multiple shows, but I don't know. I guess people didn't get the memo, you know. Thank you for the super sticker here, Matthew. Michael, the black smoke already came earlier. The next vote is 3 hours from now. I'm aware. We discussed that. I'm aware. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, we got up. I started going live as soon as there was black smoke, but we're hanging in there for the next round, which will be 10:30 a.m. Central. Like you said, about 3 hours from now. I just figured it just makes more sense to just stay on the same stream instead of like ending the stream, creating a new one. Might as well just go ahead and do that for people who want to tune in and get some additional commentary and have conversations and all that. So I'm working early. I'm putting in work. What's going on with this lady?
Live stream of this second day of the conclave to elect the next pope. I'm Giovanna Dell'Orto. I'm a reporter with the Associated Press, and as you can see, we have come down from our usual bird's eye view, or you might call it seagull's eye view, since the
Bruh. Stab. Move on. Shalom, I'm not questioning the faith, but why should people stay if they feel there are so many contradictions in the magisterium and councils? That's a great question. I think that they haven't thought through that very clearly. If you, again, think that the magisterium has contradicted itself like this, yeah, why are you staying around? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sounds to me like you see yourself as a more reliable guide than the magisterium. And if that's the case, well, that defeats the whole purpose of having a magisterium. The whole point of it was to be a reliable guide and to speak authentically and authoritatively with the authority of Jesus. Even when it teaches non-infallibly, it still teaches with the authority of Jesus. So if it's not a reliable guide, if you're more reliable than the magisterium, congrats. That's called Protestantism. It's also called Eastern Orthodoxy. It's called everything non-Catholic. Everything non-Catholic has that model, has that paradigm where you are basically over the Catholic magisterium. You judge whether or not the magisterium is accurate or not. I don't know at that point why people still remain Catholic. I mean, and you kind of have to ask, are they really still Catholic anyway? Are they really still in full communion? There might be some question on whether or not they really are still Catholic, but they still present themselves as Catholic. And I think it's because they just haven't thought through the issue. That's why. What else we got? Do I think that all the cardinals are 100% aware of Sarah's statements? They barely know each other. I think they're probably at least aware that Sarah says that communion in the hand is demonic and satanic and, a demonic plot against the church. I think they're probably aware of some of those more over the top statements. And you got to think, how would those cardinals feel basically being accused of being involved in a demonic plot against the church? Because most of them are distributing communion in the hand, right? To be told that they're basically complicit in a demonic plot against the church is not likely somebody they're going to vote for. I mean, just think about it. It's like somebody evaluating you as a parent and saying that you're one of the worst parents. You're actually part of Satan's agenda in the way that you parent your children. Would you vote for a person like that? And not only just vote, but vote to have that person in authority over you. Would you want that person to be in authority over you? This is why I say get out of fantasy land. Like, get out of fantasy land. Stop it. Stop it with Cardinal Sarah is going to be the next pope. Get out of fantasy land. It's just not happening. Y'all haven't thought this through. Okay, what else we got? Schmidt says, just came from mass now watching the stream. Glad you're putting in the work. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great question, Andrew Hall. Wonderful question. What is the magisterium? Okay, so the magisterium is the teaching authority of the Catholic Church. So it is the authority that teaches, governs, and sanctifies, namely either in the papacy, the Pope, the successor of Peter in the Bishop of Rome, or in what's called the College of Bishops, which is a unified body of all of the bishops in the world, either in an ecumenical council, an extraordinary gathering of them in a council, or all collectively and in unison teaching together throughout the world. That's the College of Cardinals. They can't, you can't have a bishop act individually as the College of Cardinals. It's like they come together like Voltron, and it's like one thing, right? That's the magisterium on a universal level. Of course, you do have local magisterial authorities like the local bishop in his local territory, or a more localized synod or something like that, an Episcopal conference. But as far as on the universal level, that's like binding on all Catholics, the Pope and College of Bishops. That's a quick explanation. Great question. Of course, you can, in fact, let me go to it since we're talking about it. If you want a deep dive into the magisterium, I offer through Catholic Polytechnic University a magisterial studies certificate program. So if you want to get some formal training in magisterial studies, this is the only program in the world that will offer you a magisterial studies certificate. Unfortunately, the church does not put a whole lot of emphasis on the magisterium, so you will not find any kind of program like this right now. It's pretty sad, but that is the reality. So I put together this that consists of 3 courses, the first of which we already went through one round and got some graduates about a month ago, and now the second round is beginning, and we're starting out with the first course, one of 3. This one is going to be on an introduction to the magisterium. So if you're interested in the magisterium, you want to advance your education on it, you want to get some more training or formal training, you'll want to sign up here. So you'll go to catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium. I'll put a link to it in the comment section and show notes. But catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium. So we're just type in Catholic Polytechnic University, click on certificates, and go to the magisterium one. And what you'll do is you'll come over here. It's starting May 12th, so in just a few days here. You're going to, let's see, that's starting on Monday, I believe. So you will go here and you will click here to register. You'll register and you'll pay the fee for the course. You'll need to do both register and make the payment here. And once you've done that, you're ready to roll. And I'll send out an email, probably the day before, telling you further information, send you information about the classroom, and we'll go from there. So yeah, check that out if that sounds interesting to you. Okay. Jacers. Michael, if the magisterium has already defined something infallibly, wouldn't anything taught in a non-definitive mode that contradicts it not be, properly speaking, magisterial? No, that doesn't logically follow. It would be magisterial. It wouldn't be correct, though. Magisterial just means, is this an authentic act of the magisterium? Authentic doesn't mean accurate. I could act, let's say I was the FBI, okay, or a police officer. Let's make it simple. Let's say I was the police. All right. I could go and arrest someone. I have that authority. But what if I didn't cross my T's and dot my I's? Well, it turns out that, I didn't do it in the most accurate way, the right way. There was some kind of defect in it. They might come back and say, well, there was an error in the way it was done. Like, they should have been arrested, but you didn't do this particular thing. And so because of that, we got to let the person go. Even though if you had done this right, we would have been able to prosecute them and you needed to have arrested them, but you didn't do this. So we got to let them go. Just because you're acting in your capacity and authority doesn't mean it's true. That's right. But it also doesn't mean you're not acting in that capacity and authority. You still are, right? Same with the magisterium. It would still be magisterial. It just wouldn't be accurate. And this is why I'm shocked that I hear cardinals like Cardinal Burke say that because he thinks that the magisterium is teaching error or heresy here and there, it's not magisterial. I'm just shocked with anyone who has that level of understanding of the magisterium who's beyond the level of a priest. I just can't believe anyone who's a priest or higher than that would have that kind of misunderstanding about the magisterium, which is why he said in over 6 occasions that the magisterium is not actually magisterial in the case of Pope Francis. It's wrong. It's an error. It's incredibly irresponsible, misleading, and it's all based on this very misunderstanding. Okay. Stormwater, great question. New to ecclesiology, but can the church teach heresy universally and ordinarily? Depends on who you ask, right? But let me put it to you like this. Instead of you got different people on this. Let me put it to you like this. If it does, why would you ever trust it as a reliable guide? Why would you do that? It seems to me that you're better off trusting yourself. It seems to me that you might have a better track record than the magisterium at that point. It seems to me that if you can spot that there's heresy in the magisterium, why are you bothering with it as a reliable guide? It sounds to me it's not very reliable, right? So just for those who would say yes, I would ask that question, like, why remain Catholic at that point? What's the point? And why are you calling people to communion with a magisterium that you think teaches heresy? Okay. If I could pick an American cardinal, who would be? None come to mind from America. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm aware of the cardinals in America. I'm just saying. Okay, what else we got? Soldier of Mary says, I don't agree that people should want a specific pope. Pray for a pope that God wants. It's can't you do both? And I'm quite certain everybody who wants a particular pope feels like that would be God's choice, right? But okay, thank you for the comment. Matthew says you can't change the Nicene Creed. Well, it has been changed, so I guess you could. I don't know the context of your comment, but it has been changed significantly. The original Nicene Creed is significantly different than the Nicene Creed of today. Like whole paragraphs were dropped. So, yeah, I don't know about that one, but I think I get what you mean. Like the theology behind that is probably what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm just having fun. Yeah, check out that CatholicPolytechnic.org Magisterium certificate program, y'all. Okay, what else we got here? I see people are discussing the fiducia issue. I got a good 70 videos on that one. So, Okay, Jacers. Okay. So magisterial and currently binding on your conscience aren't without distinction. Gotcha. Thanks for the answer. Well, um, there is a distinction between the two. There is. Something can be magisterial, and ordinarily it's binding on your conscience. But there are rare cases where the church allows you to dispense that assent, in rare cases, according to Dona Veritatis. So you might not dissent or reject the teaching, but you might be able to withhold assent in rare cases. In that case, it's not binding on your conscience in that rare case, but it is still magisterial, and it is still binding on the consciences of the vast majority of other Catholics. So there is a distinction there. Good question, though. So stormwater. Question I've always had is, what are the means by which we know something taught universally or ordinarily and continually becomes infallible? Great question. Thank you for the super chat. Tall order there. A lot of directions we can go with this. Okay, so yeah, those are two separate questions, because something can be ordinary and universal and not yet infallible, which a lot of people are not aware of. If they're even aware of what the ordinary and universal magisterium is, they automatically think it's infallible. Not necessarily. Okay, well, what is the ordinary and universal magisterium? How do you identify it? There is a cheat sheet that the magisterium offers through the papal magisterium. So I'll give you an example. First of all, what is the ordinary and universal magisterium? Okay. The ordinary and universal magisterium is when all of the college of bishops, all of the bishops of the world, morally at least, a moral majority here, all collectively teach something. They might be in their own territories and their own sees. They're not like in an ecumenical council, but they all are in unison teaching something. And so that's ordinary and universal, when the whole college of bishops are teaching it outside of an ecumenical council. Then, how to identify it? It's a very difficult question. And we could be here for a long time. Let me give you the cheat sheet answer. The way the papal magisterium identifies the ordinary and universal magisterium in most cases is it identifies it in its ordinary magisterium, ordinary papal magisterium. So ordinary papal magisterium often reflects the ordinary and universal magisterium. I'll give you an example of that. If you look Ordinatio Sacerdotalis by John Paul II, he identifies the ordinary and universal magisterium had definitively ruled against women in the priesthood. He explicitly says that, paragraph 4. But then, because some people were still questioning it, he then says to remove any doubt, here we go. And some argue what he teaches there is ex cathedra. But he identifies ordinary and universal magisterium on the question of women's ordination. So that's kind of the cheat sheet. You look to the ordinary papal magisterium to identify what is the ordinary and universal magisterium, because presumably the Pope is ordinarily going to teach in unison with his brother bishops and is usually going to express what his brother bishops believe. That's kind of the idea, usually, right? The second question is, when does it become infallible? Well, you kind of point to the point there of continually. That is something that Pius IX brings up. The constant teaching of the ordinary and universal magisterium. But then again, something can be constantly taught as non-definitive, so that alone doesn't do it. There has to be some kind of intention, some kind of manifestation of the intention to teach something as definitive by the College of Bishops. Like, it has to be apparent in some kind of way that they teach this as a definitive, as infallible. Sometimes that might be difficult to establish. This is why you have sometimes the ordinary papal magisterium will identify those for you, like Ordinatio Sacerdotalis. Wonderful question, Stormwater. and a very, very challenging one, because the church has not outlined a whole lot of criteria for it. But what you can do is you can kind of go through this process of reasoning and just look at instances where it has identified the ordinary and universal magisterium and has identified something as definitive by it, and kind of extrapolate from that a guide, which is what I just kind of gave you there in a quick explanation. You want the more detailed explanation, you'll want to go and sign up for that course on Monday for the Magisterial Studies Certificate Program. CatholicPolytechnic.org/certificate or /magisterium. Okay, so what else we got here? Jim 2007 says, "I'm my own magisterium." Many non-Catholics take that perspective. That's the identifying really mark of something that's non-Catholic. Yeah. William says it would be Burke. John L says, "Michael, you got to admit the Syrah becoming Pope would be interesting at the least." Shalom says, "Dolan for Pope." Oh boy. Very says, "Isn't it too early to catch footage of Santa going down the chimney?" Well, we're waiting for 10:30, so we got some time. You are right. We definitely got some time. Thoughts on Cardinals in? Is that a serious question? I don't know if that's a serious question or if you're trolling me. Well, he was on my show years ago. But he also called to cancel my livelihood and strawman me and personally attacked me and acted very immature, and it was hard to believe that somebody would act that way, let alone a cardinal. And I responded, and I didn't attack him personally or strawman him. I just refuted his theology and left it at that. Stream's still available. You can go and watch it. I think it's called "Did Cardinals Then Refute Me?" Go and watch that, and I'll tell you everything you need to know. What if they choose a non-cardinal bishop? Possible, right? I think it's outrageously unlikely. But if they did so, sure, you can, certainly have that, and the person would need to be contacted because they're not present at the conclaves. They need to hit them up on their cell. Hey, by the way, we just made you Pope. Can you run over here to the Sistine Chapel and let us know if you accept it? That's basically what would happen. James says, "Dogmas don't change. Disciplines change all the time. Magisterial doctrines evolve. Attempting to deny that is to commit intellectual suicide. It doesn't mean you aren't Catholic." I think a lot of people would contest your claim that magisterial doctrines evolve. I think a lot of people would contest that because then you would have some sort of doctrinal reversal, which is what my dissertation is on. So I could talk about that at length, but a lot of people contest that it evolves. They would rather argue that it develops but doesn't evolve, because there is a pretty fundamental distinction between them. To acknowledge, however, that disciplines change, you're right, doesn't mean that you aren't Catholic. That's correct. I don't know who suggested otherwise, though. Paul says, "We don't worship popes. What is weird is you think that." Evidently somebody in the chat thought that Catholic Church worships popes. Hey, Paul. Good morning. How are you? Are papal encyclicals infallible? Well, so ordinarily the popes don't express their solemn magisterial acts in a papal encyclical. So far, they haven't. They could. There's no rule. The Pope could. You can kind of exercise his authority in any setting that he wants. I mean, very technically, he could teach ex cathedra through a tweet if he wanted to. There's nothing that prohibits him from doing that. He has plenary authority. It would make very little sense to do that, and I wouldn't suggest it because nobody would really take it that way unless he makes it very clear. Be that as it may. I digress. However, you might have some teachings that are definitive in nature, expressed in a papal encyclical, but that's because they were already taught definitively. And I wouldn't think of it as, this is what I teach in my course on the magisterium. I wouldn't think of it as, are documents infallible? We need to get away from that. You need to ask the question, is this proposition infallible or definitive? Because you could have a definitive teaching in the same document right next to a non-definitive teaching. So one aspect of it is infallible, another aspect is not. So we don't need to look at it as, is a document infallible? You need to ask, is a particular proposition within this magisterial setting definitive or not? Great question. Thank you for that, Paul. Infallibility is based on how it's written to meet the criteria of Vatican I. For papal infallibility, yes. For the infallibility of the College of Bishops, that would be different criteria for an ecumenical council or for the ordinary and universal magisterium. How do we know that conciliarism wasn't the correct outlook for papal authority, i.e., a council is above the Pope? Well, if you believe that the Catholic Church, is protected from error in its teachings, in its at least infallible teachings, or definitive teachings, I should say, if you believe its definitive teachings are infallible, which is the Catholic position dogmatically, right? So you have to be a Catholic to believe that. Then you're going to say that God protected it from error. The massive challenge here, as I've pointed out in some of my lectures, is you do have ecumenical councils teaching the heresy of conciliarism, like Haec Sancta at the Council of Constance, and some will contest it and say, well, that particular session wasn't magisterial. I don't know. Looks like 3 different popes thought it was. Ironically, one of those popes also taught papal supremacy, so makes sense out of that. I don't know. Multiple councils thought it was. Multiple ecumenical councils thought it was. It's a serious problem. It's a very massive difficulty, and a lot of people have just kind of forgotten about Haec Sancta because it's been like 600 years and have just tabled that situation. But it's a real challenge to try to explain how an ecumenical council taught something contrary to what is established to be dogmatic at Vatican I. There's some serious difficulties there, right? So certainly a lot of work to be done by theologians in harmonizing those and magisterium explaining those tensions. Who won the poll? Well, I checked on the poll from yesterday. Concerning today, let's see if it shows me who won. Good question. Looks like Pizzaballa is at 52%. Parolin is at 11%. Tagle is 18%. And Seurat is 19%. So looks like Pizzaballa. Pizzaballer is winning. The baller. How do certifications at Polytechnic work? Can they be transferred to other schools? It'll depend on the other school, and certainly you're welcome to talk to the president of CPU to kind of have discussions about the details of maybe how that would work with a specific university or school. So I would encourage you to definitely reach out to them for that one. Jennifer Nolan, Dr. Jennifer Nolan would be the best person to do that. I can of course put you in touch with Dr. Nolan if you would like. AJ says Sarah's not going to be the Pope. You're in for a disappointment if you hold to that. Mark says, haven't most popes been cardinal priests? Oh, good question. I don't know. I really haven't looked at the situation. If you say most popes, I don't know if you could even say that, right? You don't even have the concept of cardinal priests like that for the majority of church history. So I don't know if you could say most popes, but I think you mean like most popes since this system was established. I don't know. Great question. Really, really good question. That would be something worth looking into. Big Man says, I'll return later. When are we expecting the next vote? Yeah, so look at the little ticker here at the bottom. Next Smoke Watch, 10:30 a.m. Central, which is 11:30 Eastern. So, okay. Looking through the chat. One commenter says only faith and moral teachings are infallible statements. Some teachings on faith and morals are definitive in nature, and some are not. But that also isn't entirely accurate. You do have definitive or infallible teachings of something that is related to faith and morals. So it could be of a matter of science or history or something like that. So it's not necessarily a matter of faith and morals, but it is directly related to it. So like the historical existence of Jesus, that's not directly faith and morals, but it certainly impacts faith and morals, right? If he didn't exist, then all the dogmas don't make any sense. So the entire faith doesn't make sense. So that historical claim, though it's technically not faith and morals, is essential to maintain in order to maintain something that is faith and morals. And for that reason, it is eligible to be taught infallibly as a second paragraph teaching or second level teaching. So the profession of faith describes this in its concluding paragraphs after the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. The profession of faith mentions this category of teachings as secondary in nature. So you might want to check those out. Of course, I go into this in much more detail with my certificate program with Catholic Polytechnic University, but the profession of faith says, I also firmly accept and hold each and everything definitively proposed by the church regarding teaching on faith and morals. And here, notice the language regarding teaching on faith and morals. And if you look at the commentary for the profession of faith by Bertoni and Ratzinger, they're very explicit to note. And by the way, the commentary, if you scroll down, it's down here, right here, doctrinal commentary and the concluding formula of the Professio Fidei. If you look at how it describes these second teachings, second proposition teachings here, it will describe them as not faith and morals in and of themselves, but related to faith and morals. So if you look at it, let's see, let me go to the actual language that it uses. Pull it up here. Okay, here it's going over defining and non-defining acts. Here it's going over third paragraph teaching, so it's going to be up here. I think it uses necessarily connected, I think is what it says. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So the second paragraph of the profession of faith is of utmost importance since it refers to truths that are necessarily connected to divine revelation. And in this case, it could be connected to faith and morals. These truths in the investigation of Catholic doctrine illustrate the divine spirit, particular inspiration of the Church's deeper understanding of a truth concerning faith and morals with which they are connected either for historical reasons or logical relationship. So you could have something that in and of itself is not a faith and morals proposition, but is connected to faith and morals either by a historical or logical necessity. In that case, that could be taught. So could a pope teach that the use of air conditioners are sinful or something? I don't think a pope will, and I don't think that would make any sense. But if he could show that somehow the use of an air conditioner is like immediately contrary or logically and necessarily contrary to something that is taught in the deposit of faith, then he could teach that infallibly. Since there is nothing that is likely there, he can't, right? So just kind of depends on, well, can you demonstrate that this is necessary to maintain something in the deposit of faith? Jacer says, I sent to the fact that conciliarism is false with divine and Catholic faith. That's the correct response that all Catholics are obliged to offer for that particular heresy. So yeah, you're responding with the particular kind of assent that is required according to the Catholic Church. Blake says, honestly, your dedication to the channel is admirable. I'm assuming you woke up around 5. No, 4:40. 4:30. 4:30. I think we started streaming at like 4:40. Who else is doing this for their followers to stay in for? It was rough because I got here, I sat in my chair. I'm like, I'm gonna wait a few minutes, right? I was gonna wait like 10 more minutes to 5 o'clock. Nope. As soon as I sat down, because I'd watched it on my phone just moments before that, no smoke, right? So I sat down. I'm like, let me at least drink my coffee and wake up. Nope. As soon as I sat down, I saw the black smoke. Oh boy, I gotta go live, and I haven't even had my coffee yet. That was rough. So if you appreciate me, you need to hit the sub button because that was tough. Hit the like button. Hey, also support me on Patreon if you don't mind. I appreciate. Or there's links in the show notes to either supporting me on Patreon or hit the join button right here on YouTube, or consider supporting me through PayPal, a donation through PayPal, or a donation through the GoFundMe. There's links to all that in the show notes. Can you answer my question? What was your question? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. You'll need to ask it. Ask it again. Marshall got voted off the list. Yeah, he didn't make it the first round. The first conclave kicked him out. So let's see. Okay. Sorry for the question. What do you do? It's not a dumb question. Well, so okay, I do YouTube usually daily. Sometimes I'm offering commentary on something going on in the church or in the world. Sometimes I'm offering catechetical material. Sometimes I offer church history materials. So it just kind of depends. Wide range of shows and topics that I'll cover, as well as I adjunct for Catholic Polytechnic University as a adjunct professor there. As I've mentioned, I'm offering the Magisterial Studies Certificate Program, which y'all need to sign up for. So yeah, it's kind of a quick rundown. CatholicPolytechnic.org/magisterium. Program starting up again in just a few days, May 12th. So yeah, it's going to be every Monday. So it's going to be this Monday. It's starting back up, and yeah, look into that if that's something you're interested in. Okay, so Carlos says I saw Patrick Coffin asking for money on a GoFundMe to go to Rome to cover the conclave. Didn't he say Francis was an anti-pope? Yes, he did not believe that Francis was the pope. He um, was a set of a contest, um, and as far as Pope Francis's papacy still remains one, and we'll see what he says about the next pope. Eric says, "You're amazing. Been up since 5:30 just to show us the conclave." 4:30. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't short me here. I felt it. 5:30 for Eastern, but for me it was 4:30. It was rough. And now finally I'm seeing the sun starting to come up through that window over there. Finally. I woke up, it was so dark. I felt like, man, this reminds me of the graveyard hours that I had to put in stocking groceries at a grocery store when I was younger. That was terrible. Who do you think will be elected pope? Somebody who's going to balance out the very divided state of the Catholic Church. So someone who's not too conservative or too progressive. Somebody who's kind of able to hold both in the balance. That's likely what the Cardinals are going for. What do you think the Cardinals are mostly? Yeah, there you go. I think that's what they're looking for. So, and I also think they're going to look for something that's a little less controversial in the media. The last pontificate had a lot of controversies in the media, starting from very early on. I think they're going to want somebody who has a better track record with the media and is able to navigate that a little bit better. Are they already voting? Well, so not yet, not for this. I guess you can call it third round, depending on how you count rounds. They're not necessarily voting yet. They'd probably still be at lunch. They should get back in a probably maybe 2 hours from now. Yeah. Do you prefer the Airbus A30 330 or the Boeing 777? I don't know about Airbus Airbus. I haven't seen this. I've been on the Boeing. I don't know if I've been on this one. Eric says you've recently become my favorite new YouTuber. Thank you. Hold on. Sorry about that. Had to sneeze earlier. I had an itchy eye. The joys of doing everything live for hours at a time. You get itchy eyes, runny noses. Hot here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's awesome. Glad to have you, and glad that you're enjoying the channel. Okay, so Billy says, wait, a certificate program. Yes, I get a certificate. What would it be good for? It shows that you've gone through formal training in magisterial studies with a established Catholic university. So that could certainly help you, not only in just your own understanding of the magisterium, but in really anything that is of a catechetical nature. So DRE especially. But any kind of setting where you would be teaching, that helps significantly because it shows you've gone through formal training. So yeah, if you're interested in like DRE or catechesis in any kind of way, that would definitely be ideal. Thank you for the kind words on apologetics. He says, I'm ready to Pope Swain no matter who steps on the balcony. Cruz says, can one be considered a good Catholic without the qualifications of Mr. Lofton? Of course. Absolutely. All right, give me 1 second. All right. I was grabbing my coffee and came across these here in the office. These are rosaries. I still got probably a dozen or so of them left. They were blessed by Pope Francis at the Vatican when I was there last year, and I also placed them at the Holy Sepulchre when I was in Jerusalem. Still got about a dozen of those left over. A while back, I sent some out to some patrons, but I still have a few over here, and I thought you would think it's pretty cool. Some of these are, or all these are blessed by Pope Francis. Kenshin, I woke up before the smoke. I couldn't get back to sleep. I hear you. I mean, once you're up, you know, so it's difficult. I know how that goes. Great question, Mark. I'm just a lay Catholic single guy with a full-time job. What would be the benefit of magisterial studies program? It does intrigue me to learn more. Well, for that reason, just so you understand how the Catholic magisterium works and what your obligations for it, at the very least, you kind of want to know what your disposition to the magisterium needs to be, what your obligations are, what proper level of assent needs to be offered for various propositions. And sometimes you kind of have to do that work yourself to determine, okay, is this definitive, or is this dogmatic? Is this not necessarily dogmatic, but is it still definitive? And is this non-definitive in nature? And so that kind of tells you what your obligation to that particular proposition is. And so I not only explain, so I have 3 courses. Number 1 explains introduction to the magisterium, explains it, biblical roots of the magisterium, how it works, different organs, And then second course is going to be all 21 ecumenical councils and major papal documents in church history. So it's kind of a historical survey of magisterial documents and teachings. And then the third is going to be evaluating magisterial documents, teaches you how to read documents of the magisterium and then properly determine, is this infallible? Is this not infallible? What's my level of assent owed to it? Stuff like that. That helps you out personally in just kind of knowing, is this something is this even magisterial? Is this something I have to accept or not? And if so, at what level? That significantly helps in just all sorts of practical scenarios, just for you personally as a Catholic. Okay. What else? Cruz says he eats too much pizza. Well, that's understandable. It's pizza after all. I mean, how can you not? Do cardinals even sleep at a conclave? Yes, and they don't stay at the Sistine Chapel when they do it. So what else we got here? I don't know what's going on with their live feed, but looks like they're, whatever it is, they're using Live View. Maybe I need to look into Live View. Thank you so much for this super chat. Good morning. As a Protestant Pentecostal who is currently investigating the claims of the Catholic Church, thank you for your dedication. I appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words and for the super sticker. It really does help. I appreciate y'all. A lot of y'all were able to give some super stickers yesterday as well, and I have to thank all of you for doing that. So I really appreciate each and every one of y'all. It goes a long way. Oh gosh, that's a sore eye. Okay, there we go. They fixed it. Okay. What document that Francis regularized the marriage faculties for the SSPS? Yeah, let's look it up real quick. It's been a while. Here you go. Letter of the Pontifical Commission Ecclesia Dei to the ordinaries of the Episcopal conferences concerned on the faculties for the celebration marriages of the faithful of the Society of St. Pius X from 2017. And approved by the Pope in ordinary form. So it is magisterial under Mueller. So yeah, very, very short document here. So check that out there. Where do the cardinals sleep? I was actually listening to Dolan, who was just talking about that. There's a nearby apartment, like right nearby Sistine Chapel, that they sleep at. Okay, what else we got here? Could one think of the New Testament as a work of Jesus explaining? Well, you bring up an interesting point, right? A lot of people have mocked me and made fun of me for Pope explaining. But then I just push back and show them, well, you got to do a whole lot of magisterium explaining for about 2,000 years of serious tensions and magisterial documents. And you also got to do a lot of Bible explaining and even Jesus explaining to make sense of the New Testament. Just think of Jesus saying that the Father only is the one true God. How does that work with Jesus being divine? How does that work? Jesus says, John 17:3, to the Father, you alone are the only true God. I've heard a lot of, attempts at solutions here. There's a lot of different ways people try to explain it, but that's a pretty difficult one to explain, because you're now saying that, well, Jesus is also the one true God, but Jesus says you alone to the Father are the one true God. How does that work? So are you seemingly turning the verse over on its head? Some would argue that. And so aren't they going to say you're Bible splaining? Well, of course the critics are going to say you're Bible splaining. And so you have to do that with the Bible. Jesus says, I don't know the day or the hour. Okay, so he's professing his ignorance. How do you explain that? There's attempts at explanations, but as soon as you do that, people are going to say, well, I guess you're just Bible splaining and Jesus splaining. So, everybody has to attempt to harmonize things, right? So thank you so much, Cruz. Grab a slice on me later. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Tricks, thank you so much for gifting these memberships. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope you all enjoy the patron-only content. Do I see the Orthodox Church ever coming back to the Catholic Church? It's like a hydra. You bring some into communion, others are going to not join that, split off, and they're going to continue the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's what has happened in the case of Eastern Catholicism. So Eastern Catholics are former Eastern Orthodox who came into the Catholic Church, but the Eastern Orthodox Church continued to go on. So how do you do that? As soon as you attempt to bring back communion, as soon as some go back into communion, there's going to be others who hang behind and say, no, we're going to stay here and we're going to just replace you now that you've left. And how do you fix that? That's the $1 million question. He never said you alone. Might be a minor mistake. Let's go to it. Okay. What happened? It's weird. It's lagging on me. All right. So he says, now this is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. This would seem to suggest the only true God, in that sense, you alone. The difficulty is there. However way you phrase it, you alone, or they know you, the only true God. The difficulties there, however you want to translate that, right? So even with this translation by the NRSV CE, the difficulty is still there, right? So you'll attempt to offer an explanation. Some have said, well, Jesus isn't Yahweh, or Jesus isn't the only true God. He's not God in the true proper sense, but he's God in some other derivative sense. And you have plenty of Catholic Trinitarians arguing stuff like that, and Eastern Orthodox Trinitarians arguing similar stuff. And this is certainly what gives rise to Eastern Orthodox saying that the Father alone is properly called true God. So again, you got numerous people who attempt to explain this. That's the point. You're attempting to explain something, and you're having to explain it in a way that some are going to say, but you're turning the whole thing over on its head. And my point is, the whole point I even bring it up was people mock me and make fun of me for Pope splaining, but then they got a Bible splain and Jesus splain, and elsewhere Magisterium splain, and elsewhere Popes splain themselves. I mean, they got to explain a whole bunch of popes in church history. They got to do a whole lot of splaining themselves. So it's hypocritical, in other words, to try to pretend that somehow everything was always just so clear cut and that they don't have to do the same. That was my point in bringing it up. I don't eat cake a lot, but if you could only eat one kind of cake, what would it be? Chocolate cake, of course. Can I explain what synodality is and why it's wrong? So depends on what the context is. Synodality, synodos, often refers to just some kind of council or gathering of bishops in church history. It's a little different than what synodality is in the context of the Synod on Synodality and the Synod of Bishops. Synod of Bishops is just an advisory body. It's an advisory body to the Pope. So it's not technically like a council or something like that. Um, so in that sense, you could call it a synod insofar as it's just a group of some bishops and some non-bishops coming together and advising the Pope. Um, but a little bit different than maybe some of the synods that we've seen in church history, whether it be an ecumenical council or some kind of local synod. Um, Usually those are made up entirely of bishops, but not always. You do have some cases of ecumenical councils with laity involved, and in some cases, laity running the council, and in some cases, voting at the ecumenical council. But those are more exceptional. So it just kind of depends on what we're talking about and what context. But yeah, I suspect you're talking about the Synod of Bishops. Why it's wrong, um, insofar as it's being properly done, it's not wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having an advisory body to the Pope. The Pope can have as many counselors and advisors as he wants. He can choose how to be advised, by whom, in what manner. Like, it's up to the Pope to determine who he wants to advise them. Like, if you go for advice to someone, you determine how you get your advice from people and who you go to and who you don't go to. Pope does the same. Nothing wrong with that. So insofar as what the church is actually saying about the synod on synodality, there's nothing wrong with it. But then some people twist what's being said or are wanting for something other than what the church is saying, and when they do that, that may then deviate from what the church teaches, right? Bible splain me, brother. That's funny. Giovanni says, okay, I see how you see it. Yeah. Okay. Captain Occam is expecting a Pope by the weekend. AJ thinks it'll be either today or tomorrow. At what time will be the next turn of votes? They'll probably get together in an hour and 45 minutes and start that process again. Frappe wants pizza bala. Mark says, how about another Polish Pope? God bless you too, God Bath. AJ says, this is the best stream, loving every minute. Thank you, I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying it. What else we got? Is Sunday a rest day? Relatively. Yeah, I mean, the church certainly teaches it is in some sense, right? Maybe go to the catechism on it. So 2185. On Sundays and other holy days of obligation, the faithful are to refrain from engaging in work or activities that hinder the worship owed to God, the joy proper to the Lord's Day, the performance of the works of mercy, and the appropriate relaxation of mind and body. That's pretty specific, right? So it's not prohibiting all kinds of work and in all cases, but some kind. Family needs or important social service can legitimately excuse from the obligation of Sunday rest. The faithful should see to it that legitimate excuses do not lead to habits prejudicial to religion, family life, and health. Of course, all the Pharisees come out anytime I ever do a stream on Sunday, and it's because they're not familiar with what the church actually teaches on the Sunday rest. Good question. Okay, so the conclave would not be taking a break on Sunday. Yeah, I don't think they are. Let's see. Okay, I have a schedule up until Saturday, but I think I did see. I don't know. I'll need to see. Let's see. Let me see if I can verify for you. Why is Google lying to me right now? Why would Google lie like this? For those of y'all who say Google never lies, it just lied to me. On May 11th, 2025, the Vatican News reports that black smoke emerged from the Sistine Chapel. No, it didn't, because May 11th hasn't happened yet. We're on May 8th. Why do you lie to me? Why do you lie? I don't know. Offhand, I can't find something. So maybe some of y'all in the chat can find the answer to that. It's AI hallucinating. The Matrix is cracking. Andrew says I'm contracted to work every second Sunday. Do the Cardinals participate in Mass during the conclave? They did have a Mass initiating it. I don't know if they're doing it. Obviously, they're going to do their own Mass. I don't know if they're collectively doing a Mass daily, though. Kafka says, I'm becoming Eastern Catholic. I'm Orthodox from Georgia. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Is unity of the two forms of the Roman Rite an important issue for the Cardinals? Unlikely for the majority of these Cardinals. I suspect that the majority of them are pretty content with just focusing just on the ordinary form of the Roman Rite and don't really have a whole lot of concerns for the extraordinary form or for unity between them. So yeah, on the whole, I doubt very seriously that it's an issue that they value. Google knows the future. Can I explain what's meant by moral majority? Yeah, so I mean, you might not have like a unanimity among church fathers or among bishops, but like a moral majority is going to be the vast majority, right? So you might have some outliers here and there. So you might have some church fathers outliers here and there. You might have some bishops who are outliers here and there, but that doesn't mean that you don't still have a majority of church fathers teaching X, or you don't have a majority of bishops teaching X, right? So that's kind of what's meant. Good question. I have 2 toddlers. I work harder on Sunday than I do during my 9 to 5. I hear you. I get it. Benedictus, I thought it was the Simpsons that knew the future. Evidently, Google knows it too. Google leaked the future for us. The Cardinals are like, all right, we're gonna wait until Monday, but let Google know that we're gonna have black smoke on Sunday, and so but don't let Google get that information out, but let Google know. Okay, so let Google know, but tell Google not to leak that info, and then Google leaked the info anyway. Google's like, I can't be excommunicated, so I'm putting it out there. Winston, would you assent intellectually with mind and will if the magisterium infallibly declare copy to be sent? Trick question. You know why? 2 reasons why. Number 1, it's not a matter of faith and morals, and it's not necessarily connected to faith and morals. Number two, That is not the proper assent given to definitive teachings. If it's dogmatic, you give divine and Catholic faith. If it is non dogmatic but definitive, you give ecclesiastical faith, right? To be held definitively in the latter case, in the former case, to be believed. Um, Religious submission of intellect and will that you're referring to is for non definitive yet authentic teachings of the church. So, trick question. You tried to get me, you tried to sneak that one in on me. And I was quick. I was quick because I've had my coffee already. It's kicked in. So I got it. I spotted the errors there. Can you Google who the next pope will be? Okay. Okay. AI doesn't give me the answer. So evidently Google is not going to leak that one for us. Shalom says, I have 4 toddlers, 1 newborn, and 2 teens, working hard every day, especially on Sunday, getting all these people to liturgy early in the morning. Yeah, that's a difficult one. Matthew says, Magisterium cannot infallibly declare non-faith and moral matters like coffee. See, Matthew got it too. Winston says, Speedy Gonzalez over here. I'm telling you, I caught it. You tried to slip that one under the radar, but I got it. I'm on to you. Jason said Michael's writing is Summa contra Starbucks. Who would see that Starbucks is coming? I answer that. Okay. And then he'll make like a million distinctions, which I always find hilarious that people make fun of me for making distinctions, but then these are often like huge Aquinas fanboys. I'm just thinking, are y'all serious? I don't even make 10% of the distinctions that Aquinas makes. Have you already said, what do you think of Pizzaballa? Yes, many times. But to recap, seems like he would be the best candidate among the Cardinals. And it appears that he's a man of good moral character and conviction to offer himself as a hostage. So, Michael, do you think that reigning in the true Vatican II, TRU, good old no limit reference there, probably, the true Vatican II liturgical practices could grow the church and please the Ratrans? For some of them, yes. For others, like Kwasniewski, no. He's going to say it's an offense no matter what, as would the SSPX, right? So, no for them. Okay. Jason says, to be fair, Michael, I'm seeing a lot more tolerance towards you from more traditionally minded people than towards people like Mike Lewis. Winston says, actually, Thomas was never wrong. You disagree with me, so you disagree with Thomas. You are now in error. Checkmate, Michaelist. That's funny. But Thomas never agreed with you on coffee. So I mean, did he ever comment on coffee? Did he say you have to offer religious submission of intellect and will to the proposition that it okay. What else we got? Nav says we are all traditional. If we are trying to follow the church teaching, we are traditional. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at, disposition. Yeah, as far as disposition, not necessarily as far as theology, because somebody might have a traditional disposition and yet still just be very ignorant of theology. So yeah, as far as disposition, I think that that's a good standard. Could you define what you mean when you say that we will religiously assent to the magisterium with our wills. Sure, great question. So let's go to the profession of faith, where in part you see that language, as well as Lumen Gentium 25. Moreover, I adhere with religious submission of intellect and will to the teachings which either the Pope or College of Bishops enunciate when they exercise their authentic magisterium, even if they don't intend to proclaim these teachings infallibly. So for non-infallible teachings. Okay, so it calls them definitive act, synonymous with infallible. Okay, so submission of intellect and will. So effectively, what this means is not, well, here's what it means. It means that you willfully conform your intellect to the truth of the proposition, or you willfully accept the proposition as true. You intellectually assent and accept the proposition as true. So if you evaluated the proposition to be false, but then the magisterium teaches it's true, you are to change your mind and conform to, adhere to the truth of the proposition expressed by the magisterium, with very rare cases outlined in Donum Veritatis, from like paragraph maybe 20 to 31. Okay, good question. While we're hanging out, we get to do all kinds of theological questions here. Thomas Aquinas would never even drank coffee. Is that right? Wasn't coffee forbidden by one pope? It's said that Pope Clement VIII said, "The devil's drink is so delicious, we should cheat the devil by baptizing it," in reference to coffee. But is that more legendary than anything? Some may say it is. Okay, Aquinas wrote in the 13th century, and coffee didn't arrive in Europe until 18th century. Too bad for Europe, man. Bragwagon says, "Let us all renew the oath of fidelity." Yeah, I mean, you don't normally have to take the oath of fidelity unless you're like a theologian or a professor or something like that. But the profession of faith, every Catholic has to be able to. Sorry, y'all. Been up since 4:40 or 4:30. I keep saying 4:40. Every Catholic, however, has to be able to affirm the profession of faith, at least in like their disposition. Okay. Has violence ever broken out inside a conclave? That I don't know. Let's actually look it up. I suspect yes. Okay, yes. Violence has broken out inside a conclave. The election of John the 22nd. Oh boy. He was controversial. 1314 to 1316. Violence, armed conflict broke out among factions of cardinals, split between pro-French and anti-French groups. Wow. Okay, what is this? Okay, Michael, if a pope declares something okay to do that goes directly against the catechism of Scripture, is he an anti-pope, or do we lose communion with church not following? Oh gosh, there's like 5 things to address here. Where do we start? I mean, it's a great question, but you're loading me up with like 5 different streams here. And do a show on each one of these. Let's start from the top. if a pope declares something okay to do that goes directly against catechism, first of all, catechism would not be magisterial, right? Um, Anything that is in the catechism by just being in the catechism is not magisterial. If the content that is found in the catechism is magisterial, it's not because it's in the catechism, it's because it was taught previously by the magisterium elsewhere, uh, per Ratzinger. So you obviously have the majority of the statements in the catechism that are magisterial, but they're not magisterial because they're in the catechism, but because they were expressed elsewhere as magisterial. That's not necessarily contrary to anything that you're asking here. I just do want to point it out. Just because it's in the catechism doesn't mean it's magisterial. Do keep that qualification in mind. But I understand what you're asking, something that may be found in the catechism that is magisterial by virtue of the fact that it has been taught by the magisterium outside of the catechism. Your question still remains. Okay, so if the Pope goes against something that is magisterial, let's phrase it that way, or something that is scripture, well, there's a huge difference, right? I mean, there, or at least there potentially could be, right? Because the magisterial can teach on matters that are in Scripture, in the deposit of faith, or it can teach on things that are not in Scripture, that are merely related to the deposit of faith, as we saw with second paragraph teachings. So you could have a difference there, right? And there's a huge difference between going against something in the deposit of faith and something that is not necessarily in the deposit of faith. There is a fundamental difference. It's the difference between heresy and some other lower censure, an error in ecclesiastical faith or something like that. There's a world of difference, practically and theologically. So keep that in mind. But I get what you're saying. Like, if they go against something that's magisterial or something even worse in the deposit of faith, is he an anti-pope? No, you're not an anti-pope by contradicting something in the deposit of faith or the magisterium. You still are what you are. It just means you're bad at what you are, right? A preacher who preaches a bad sermon, is he still a preacher? Yeah, he's bad at what he does. That's all. Doesn't mean he stops to be a preacher. A Catholic who is a father, who teaches his children heresy, is still a father. It just may mean he's a bad father, right? If it's intentional, right? If he's intentionally attempting to deceive his children. But it doesn't mean you stop being a father. So you don't cease to be the Pope or are an anti-Pope by virtue of the fact that you contradicted something in the magisterium or deposit of faith. But it certainly would mean that you're not very good at what you do, right? Because a Pope shouldn't be contradicting scripture or the magisterium. I mean, it's just within the paradigm of Catholicism that just makes no sense, right? And do we lose communion with the church by not following up? Okay, so you don't lose the communion with the church for not following a pope into error whenever he makes a personal error in his own assent to the magisterium. That's different than the question of the Pope's teachings, though, right? Pope making a personal error is different than the Pope teaching. But I suspect you're asking about the Pope teaching because he says that the Pope declares. Now, Pope declare could just be some non-magisterial public utterance. But I suspect what you mean by that is teaching, right? So if the Pope teaches something that is contrary to Scripture or the magisterium, do you have to follow him? Dona Veritatis allows for exceptions in religious submission of intellect and will. So if he's teaching non-definitively, it allows for rare cases of dispensing with that assent of intellect and will. But that's for non-definitive teachings. It doesn't allow for that in the case of definitive or infallible teachings because the church assumes that the Pope will not contradict Scripture when he teaches infallibly. So the greater difficulty, however, is if the Pope is teaching heresy, my question to you would be, why would you even follow the magisterium anymore? It seems like the magisterium is not a reliable guide. It seems like if you know the magisterium is teaching heresy, sounds to me like you're doing better than the magisterium in theology. Sounds to me like you're a better and more reliable guide than the magisterium is. So if that were true, why do you even bother with the magisterium as a norm, as a reliable guide? It seems to me like you're better off without it. You might actually have a better track record than the magisterium. So I think that you're kind of stepping into a deeper problem, and you might need to ask that question, not the question of, am I still in communion? You need to ask the question, why would you even listen to the magisterium at that point? That would be my question to you. Okay. What else we got? And by the way, it was a really, really great question. And I appreciate you asking it. Writing the Summa without coffee makes it even more impressive. I got to agree with you on that. I really do have to agree. That is pretty impressive. What do you think of the idea that a quick conclave means they'll pick Parolin? No, not necessarily. It certainly could mean that, but a lack of a quick conclave also doesn't mean that they won't pick Parolin, as I've explained earlier, and I'll re-explain again. Just to recap, if they're like just 2 votes away from 2/3 in favor of Parolin, you think they're going to go for a compromise candidate? No, they're just going to try to convince 2 more cardinals to go ahead and go with Parolin, and then they're done with it. So if you already have like a vast majority that are for Parolin, but not yet 2/3, they're not going for a compromise candidate. Most likely, they're just going to try to get a few people to bend. So it depends on where they're at, and we don't know where they're at. When's the next vote? Well, we'll know by 10:30 a.m. Central if they did choose a pope. So that's what we're hanging out for. Do you plan on streaming all day for this? Yep, I am putting in hard work, y'all. So if you appreciate me and the work I'm putting in, help me out. Hit the sub button, hit the like button. Consider supporting me. Patreon. There's a GoFundMe link. There's a PayPal link. All that in the show notes. You can become a channel member right next to the subscribe button here on YouTube, or you can send me a super chat or a super sticker or something like that. I would appreciate the support. Thank y'all. No, Josh says Star Trek is overrated. Stop! No. Now, if you were talking about the original series, I would agree with you. He says, I'll do one further. Star Wars is overrated too. Everyone in the chat hates you now, Josh. Because you've upset both groups at this point. Does the church have a list of dogmatic statements? No. The closest thing to it you might find is something like Denzinger, but of course that's not compiled by the church. No, it doesn't give you a list of them. It requires you to kind of analyze on a case-by-case basis a magisterial statement to determine if it's dogmatic, but it doesn't give like a list, number 1, number 2, number 3 kind of thing. Not an exhaustive list, at least. Not an exhaustive list. Michael, what are the causes of sedevacantism? Good. I think a proneness to conspiracy theories, sloppy thinking, not carefully thinking through issues, and an ignorance in ecclesiology and theology. That's a quick answer. Master Yoda, thank you for that super sticker. Continue prayers for our new ecumenical patriarch of Rome and your ministry. Help you come down to visit Byzantine Catholic Outreach of Acadiana in Lafayette, Louisiana when you get the time. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, by the way, for this. And of course, I love the name as well. You can't beat that name, Master Yoda. I mean, you can't do better than that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you snuck in the conclave, would you be automatically excommunicated? I don't think that there's anything in the Code of Canon Law that automatically excommunicates you for that. Yeah, but I think you'll be arrested. Did you prep some food this time? Nope. Nope. Shaw didn't. I Shaw did not. And I should have. Uh, what else we got? Books on the Magisterium. Um, yeah, any of Sullivan's works, Magisterium, Creative Fidelity. But you'll actually maybe want to start with Dulles on the Magisterium. Yeah, start there. Avery Dulles, Dulles, Magisterium. Just type that in on Amazon, come right up. There's a great way to start. You listen to Eastern Orthodox channels but don't know how to respond half the time, then you need to get my book Answering Orthodoxy. That's exactly what it's about. Um, you can't get any more on the nose than my book. You don't know how to respond to the Orthodox, is where you need to go. Just go to Amazon, type in Answering Orthodoxy. You'll see it come up. Michael Lofton. There you go. I mean, published by Catholic Answers. Um, that's going to be the best resource that you can consult. Um, does an extended conclave interfere with the magisterium's ministerial duties? Um, well, so you have local organs, magisterial organs that are still operative, a bishop teaching in his diocese. Um, but beyond that, you don't really have a universal magisterium right now, because obviously you don't have a pope, right? And you don't have a college of cardinals that can teach. I'm sorry, you have a college of cardinals. You don't have the college of bishops that can teach universally right now. You still have a college of bishops, like it's still there. They cannot bind in any kind of universal way because you have to have a pope for that. You have to have a pope for the college of cardinals. Some will even argue you don't even have a college of, I keep saying cardinals. Why did I say college of bishops? Some will argue that you don't even have a college of bishops right now. Depends on how you define it. There's a sense in which that's true, and maybe a sense in which it's not. Obviously, you still have all the bishops of the world right now, right? And if that's what you mean by college of bishops, you still have that. But they technically cannot assemble into the organ of college of bishops without its head, the Pope. So in that technical sense, you don't have a college of bishops either. And even if you wanted to say that somehow you do, well, it can't function in any kind of universal way right now without a Pope. Which causes problems because Haec Sancta suggests otherwise from the Ecumenical Council of Constance. So there's some magisterial difficulties there. But yeah, without a pope, you don't have the papal magisterium. Without a pope, you don't technically have the College of Bishops functioning on a universal level. You can't have an ecumenical council without a pope, at least according to Vatican I. Again, Haec Sancta and Constance said otherwise. So some ecumenical councils have said otherwise. But obviously, you're not going to be able to accept that as a Catholic in light of Vatican I. So you don't really have in that binding sense a universal magisterium right now. So does it interfere with its ministerial duties? Well, if you mean by ministerial duties, it's teaching authority. Yeah, because they can't engage in it on a universal level. But obviously, you also have other duties that are ministerial that are not teaching duties, right? And yeah, the lack of a conclave could interfere with that, but you of course have some people who are still running the Vatican, and bishops are still running their own diocese, and stuff like that. Great question. Okay. Sullivan had some bad ideas. Yeah, he was a little left leaning in some ways, right? Um, does each cardinal pick out a papal name before the conclave in case they get elected? I suspect that they're kind of in the back of their mind already ready. I suspect they do. Does anyone have a woke priest in their parish church? I'm scared to hear the answer because I think I know what the answer is. So Darth is asking me to say skin dent. You were paying attention yesterday. Scanton dent over here in Monroe, Louisiana. Yeah, we're gonna go over there to Scanton Dent, get one of them refrigerators. What if a meteor hit the Vatican right now and all the cardinals died? What would happen? Um, so what would happen is the church would likely, in one way or another, um, bring forward other cardinals, um, or create more cardinals, depending on how many there are, and elect a new pope that way. It might not necessarily be in line with the code of canon law in some ways, maybe, depending on the situation, but it would kind of be one of those cases of necessity, right? Um, Pope Cuthbert, that would be an interesting papal name. Cruz says, glad I live in New Orleans, so if a priest goes woke, I have 8,000 more parishes to go to. Not everyone is in that position. So many people envy you. All right, I'm gonna step away for just a minute, give me some more coffee, and I'll be right back with some more commentary, answering your questions. Make sure to put questions and comments to At Reason of Theology. Super chats, super stickers, obviously are going to get priority and are certainly welcome. But yeah, we'll do some more engagement as we are hanging out here for the Smoke Watch party. Which will be around 10:30 a.m. And so that is a little less than 2 hours. But stepping away for just a moment. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. See what's going on here. I got something fun to show y'all. 1 second while I get it. Okay. Gonna share my screen here. Show you something fun that while I stepped away just so. Hang tight as I pull it up here. What time is it over here? 8:15. Been up since 4:30. If you can't tell. Okay. What happened? Y'all say that your ears are bleeding. What happened? I didn't hear anything. I don't know what the problem is. So I don't know what y'all are referring to. Thanks for streaming so early. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the support. Okay, so share my screen. Enable audio. This is what actually happened. So you remember we saw the smoke earlier this morning, the black smoke? Around like 4:45-ish in the morning, AM Central. Okay, so this is what happened right after it.
What is going on?
What? What is happening?
What?
Do we have a new pope in 2 votes?
No.
No.
That's got to be a mistake.
That has to be, right? What's this?
They don't ring the bells until the bell guy knows.
Yeah. But wasn't this the last time that the guy didn't know?
Yeah. It was black,
Hello?
but that is white.
Maybe they just ran out of the black.
12.
That is so funny. What is going on? What in the world?
Okay, so there was black smoke saying and signaling that there is no pope, but then after that, white smoke came out, and then the noon bells started ringing. So people thought, okay, maybe there's a pope. But I can tell you right now, okay, obviously this was some kind of accident. Maybe the chemicals that made it black ran out towards the end. It was initially clearly black, as we saw, but evidently towards the very end, kind of became white. Here's what's going to happen. Numerous conspiracy theories are going to be built on what we just witnessed, what I just showed you right now, for years, if not decades to come. Mark my words. You know why? Because you already have people doing that with the cardinal Siri theory going back to 1958. 70-something years later. People are still on that one. Okay, so don't think that they won't be on this one for the next 70 years, right? If they did it with the cardinal Siri thing, they're going to do it here. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. Especially if the pontificate that comes out of this conclave isn't desirable to some of your more vocal critics in the Catholic Church. They, as I warned y'all, will likely contest this election very early on for various reasons, which is why I did a whole show explaining why that's going to happen. very likely to happen that you will have a lot of these vocal critics contesting the election or questioning it. This will then give them justification to build numerous conspiracy theories. They'll say, well, actually, a good cardinal was elected. Maybe they'll say like Syrah was elected, and you saw the white smoke there because Syrah was elected. But then, you know, something happened, and so they couldn't move forward, and basically, you know, they reconvened in a conclave, and out of that conclave came whoever we end up getting. It will be the new Cardinal Siri theory all over again. Mark my words. As soon as I saw it, I was like, y'all are dumb. Like, whoever was responsible for that, y'all are dumb. Whatever Cardinal did that, man, can they be fired? Obviously, I know they can't, unless a pope does it, right? Whoever that is responsible for this needs to go. Okay, because what you just did is you just gave rise to 1,000 conspiracy theories for decades to come because of your incompetency, and your carelessness, or whatever. You'll never hear the end of it. You will never hear the end of this. I promise you. You heard it here first. You'll never hear the end of it. All right. Happy to be wrong, though. Master Yoda, thank you for that super sticker. Could you share on Pizzaballa and Eastern Catholics being Pope and positives it could bring for reunion clarification with Eastern Orthodox or Oriental Orthodox, also a VC they kept by ritual faculty? Right? A lot going on here. No, I don't think that anything with Eastern Catholicism would bring about unity with Eastern Orthodoxy. They generally hate Eastern Catholics. Not all, but they tend to hate and despise Eastern Catholicism. So that might even further alienate the Eastern Orthodox. Pizzaballa, the Latin Patriarch, I don't know how that would really impact ecumenical discussions with the Eastern Orthodox in any kind of significant way, any more than you had with like someone with like Benedict. I mean, practically the problems are what they are, and I don't think they're going to be significantly improved unless the Eastern Orthodox are willing to accept Catholic dogma. Same for Oriental Orthodox. If Eastern Catholics can keep bi-ritual faculties, some of them have bi-ritual faculties, not all. Maybe even the majority don't. That will be dependent on the person and their particular situation. Most Eastern Catholics don't have, like, I don't know about most, but yeah, probably the majority don't have bi-ritual faculties.
What is going on?
I can't deal, y'all. It's too early for these conspiracy theory. They're just... Cardinal Siri, I'm sorry, I can show you if you ask from your iPhone. I don't know what that means. But yeah, just wait. Infiltration, the Syrah theory book coming soon. Yeah, and it will all be based on this right here. White smoke, right there. Whoever did that needs to just be so severely reprimanded. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like, I have such a low view of the competency, it seems, of cardinals at this point, and this didn't help. This really didn't help. This didn't. I didn't think it was possible to have a lower view. Evidently now it is possible. Did the Mahdi claim responsibility for the black smoke? There you go. The Mahdi's gonna be all over it, and he's gonna be like, see, they were declaring me to be the real pope. he'll figure out some kind of way to say this is and then he'll contradict himself the next week. I thought they fixed the smoke. Not sufficiently, right? When you have this stupidity going on, I don't know. You know, the SSPX will ride this hard. I mean, just wait. Just... These Cardinals, I'm telling you. If I pulled this up on Twitter, numerous other people are, right? Numerous other people. What happened with the smoke is somebody who was incompetent, didn't do their job right. It doesn't matter though, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happened. The thing is, it shouldn't have happened. And the thing is, now that it did happen, you will never hear the end of this. You will never hear the end of it in your lifetime, your whole lifetime, your lifetime. You will never hear the end of this. What we're witnessing right now is history. And not because the Pope was chosen, because the Pope wasn't chosen. What you're witnessing is history, because this will be history in the history books of grand conspiracy theories. Okay? What you're witnessing is in 4K, all right? When it happened with Cardinal Siri and the Cardinal Siri conspiracy theory, there wasn't any 4K footage of that, right? You got this in 4K, like high resolution. You will never hear the end of it. This will give rise to numerous people saying a real, true trad pope was elected, but you know the College of Cardinals like beat him up or something, or couldn't have it, or I don't know, something happened, or he was pressured into abdicating immediately, and so it's invalid. He's still actually the real pope, and the real guy that we end up getting is actually some liberal heretic, and he's not the real pope, and it's Cardinal Siri theory conspiracy all over again. The Diamonds will pull out 4 verses from the book of Revelation to prove this. Yeah. The smoke of their torment rises daily. That was the verse from the book of Revelation that I'm thinking of now that you mentioned it. The smoke of their torment rises daily. And somehow they'll tie that into this. The smoke of the torment of the Catholics who are being deceived by the beast system. The smoke of their torment rises, and it's ever more rising. Matthew says Michael's crashing out. Yeah, I mean, like, what? If I were this incompetent at my job, I would have been canceled by everyone in the world 1,000 times more than the group of people who have canceled me already. I would have been canceled by YouTube and everyone else. The only people that are allowed this much latitude in messing up their job are, you know, weatherman people, you know. People who determine the weather. They can be wrong all day. And that's perfectly fine, but this one, no, this is stuff, this is grounds for dismissal. This is grounds for firing right here in 99% of jobs in the real world, right? Michael's glitchy. I'm just thinking that why continue to sabotage yourself like this? You know, as a cardinal, you would think that you don't want to sabotage yourself, and why do this? Jacob says cope. Yeah, thank you for that wonderful contribution to the conversation. Palmero, I actually missed this. I somehow missed it, but it was like 4 something in the morning, so I wasn't really paying attention that hard. And also, I stepped away right after I came in and told y'all black smoke. I had to step away and get my coffee because I didn't even have my morning coffee yet. Just think more free content for decades to go. That voice sounded like the beginning of a movie, Michael. I don't know what voice, my voice. Giving the ammo, to say the least. At least mainstream news is only acknowledging the black smoke. You know how that goes. People aren't listening to just mainstream news. They're watching Twitter. If I pull this up on Twitter, a million other people are pulling this up on Twitter and will be pulling this up on Twitter. Thank you for the super sticker. Job security for you with the white smoke conspiracy theory. And a whole lot of anxiety. This is just used for validation. Yeah, people are going to use it for validation. Taylor Marshall about to have a field day. 4K caught. Q Mel Gibson. Because when they don't get Cardinal Sarah, this will be the claim. So Sarah was really elected, and that's why you saw some white smoke here at the end. They accidentally made it black at first, but then it's like some Cardinal jumped in there, and he's like, "How dare you put in the black smoke? That's not true. We elected Cardinal Sarah." And then so they brought out the white smoke and everything, but then Cardinal Sarah was like pressured by all the thug Cardinals in there. They're like, if you dare tell people you're the Pope, it's like. And so he's like, all right, fine, I'll abdicate real quick. And so, all right, I solemnly abdicate. And then they're like, oh, yeah, you better. The same people who somehow elected him are gonna pressure him to resign. Seconds later, you better resign. And so he then he accepts it initially, but then rejects it. And then they're like, fine, yeah, all right, good. So now we're gonna go back to doing another ballot here and after lunch. And so just, you don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand me? It's gonna be something like that, right? I'm trying to think how to make this work. It'll be something like that. Oh man. Marshall will be posting a video any minute. It'll sell a book, but just entirely based on this. Frank says, just came in. What's happening? Frank, your life significantly changed. That's what just happened. Your life got significantly more complicated. Ray Griffin says, Michael, you're gonna lose your beard hair. If I could, this would do it. This is what would do it. I'm over here laughing so hard that I'm crying. That was good. I needed that laugh. That was great. This is fun. This will show a lot of people's low IQ. And here's what's wild though. It's not Yeah, sometimes the conspiracy theory is due to low IQ. Sometimes it turns out there's very intelligent people who are prone to conspiracy theories, and it's because they're highly intelligent. So it's not always an indicator, being vulnerable to conspiracy theories. It might even be the opposite in some cases. You might be vulnerable because you're incredibly intelligent. That's the fascinating aspect of this phenomenon that I've just, at least personally, been fascinated with when it comes to conspiracy theory thinking. Incredibly intelligent people vulnerable to it, and that's why they're vulnerable to it. So I don't know. Some might be low IQ, others might be incredibly high IQ. Cardinal Sarov was elected, but then the Lavender Mafia came in force out to elect a liberal pope. There you go. That's what happened. That's their story, and they're sticking to it. The Lavender Mafia got him, and they'll be like, and Pope Francis himself acknowledged there is a Lavender Mafia. Look where he said that in this interview. And so what happened was they elected Syrah, and at first they tried to hide the fact that they elected Syrah, so they made it black smoke. But then when the chemicals ran out, the good cardinals were like, yeah, let it keep rolling so that they know we elected somebody, right? Let it keep rolling so it's white smoke so they know, subtly, hey, we're telling y'all we elected someone. But then the thug cardinals and Lavender Mafia, they came in and they said, you will not tell anyone about this and you will resign. And he's like, fine, I'll resign. And so he abdicates and he resigns, and like, you better, and you better not tell anyone about it. And so they're like, all right, we're going to go to lunch and we're going to come back and we're going to vote for someone else. But then they'll be like, but see, the Code of Canon Law says you got to freely resign, right? You can't be pressured into resigning. Otherwise, it's invalid. Benevacantism all over again. It'll be Saravacantism all over. The new Syrah conspiracy theory. And they'll say, Syrah was really the Pope, but he was forced to resign, and therefore he's the real true Pope. And so all of the acts of this fake Pope are fake, and you don't have to accept anything. And actually, you owe your allegiance to Syrah, who is Pope Pius the 13th, who took the name Pius the 13th. So you have to show your allegiance to him. It'll be something like that. Something like that. I can't wait to see this in a movie. Michael's broken, no Pope still. No, it's actually kind of fun. Michael's mind is in overdrive. That's what happens when you wake up at like 4:30 in the morning and you get a whole bunch of coffee in you, and the coffee finally kicks in. Oh boy. Thug life in the chapel. Dyer will use this as evidence that the church has been infiltrated. Yes. And they'll couple it with, and there was this really high prominent Freemason that was cheering on parole right before the conclave. Ergo, the Freemasons had something to do with this. They're going to wear occult masks and surround Syrah. What? I should. Phil says it's hilarious. Michael without food. No, I actually had a chance to step away and get some food, so I feel a little better. Frank, they're going to elect an anti-pope. Yeah, that's what you hear endlessly for years to come now. Get ready to defend this your whole life. Mike Winger might even have a say about it. Dakota, who broke Michael? Michael's officially correct. The gay lobby strikes again. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say it. Dissent darkens the intellect. Yeah. Didn't hear about the white smoke. What happened? Catholic reflections. You just stepped into a world of conspiracy theories that you've never imagined. I don't know how to break it to you. I don't know how to break it to you. Alexander says I'm a low IQ conspiracy or I'm a low IQ non-conspiracy theorist. What a shame. Life is not fair. That's funny. Cruz says I claim to be intelligently vulnerable. Did they turn off the ATM machines this time? I haven't heard anything, but maybe there will be some rumors that they did, right? Throwback. Okay, thank you for the super sticker. It's just Pizza Bala making lunch. He's making that pizza. Thug Cardinals, they're too old to be thugs. Not if you listen to the infiltration conspiracy theory. They're a whole mafia, evidently. Not just thugs, but a mafia. It would be hilarious if we actually get Sarab and it turns into the Tangle theory. That's funny. But see, no, the other side, the progressive side wouldn't pitch that one. I don't see them doing that. They just have other ways of dissenting. And remember, no nap later, Michael. It's a waste of time. That's true. I will not take a nap. I will go to sleep most likely at the same time that I normally go to sleep, which is probably around midnight. So, yeah. I don't do the naps. Once I'm up, I'm up. That it is what it is. I'd have to force myself to take a nap. Michael put on a wig or something. No, I'm not doing my Trump impression. Wait, why was the smoke white? Who wants to break it to him? Who wants to tell him his life has significantly changed moving forward? But what if Sarah wins? Are the Rat Chat's going to say he's an anti-pope? No, then they'll just ignore the whole conspiracy theory. Then it doesn't serve their purpose, so they'll just ignore it. It was the Scandant guy who infiltrated the Vatican? Probably. With some of these ideas, we could get a Netflix deal. Just put a heterodox spin on it. I'm telling you, I could write a whole script for y'all. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do like a spoof video writing a script. But I don't know if that will just make it worse. Like I did with Our Lady of Monroe. Let's see what we got here. I don't take naps. Drake, Michael Upton. Did Drake say that? So we have white smoke. We have a pope. Peter asks. Peter. I've already broken it to y'all like 50 times. I can't do it again. Y'all might break me if I have to break it again. So I'm sorry, Peter. Somebody in the chat needs to break it to you. Cardinal Siri all over again. Yep. I just realized Siri, Sarah is so similar. Siri, Sarah, similar? Yeah. Michael should set up a fake backdrop dark with a noble conspiracy crossover. Yeah, that would be fun. Peter, you are the Pope. Not a Peter. Not a Peter. You will give too much liberty to the Saint Malachi prophecy crowd. Like it cannot be a Peter. It cannot be a Peter for this election. I hope the Cardinals know it cannot be. You will just make everyone's life so difficult if you do a Peter because of the Malachi conspiracy prophecy. You just make like every Catholic's life miserably worse by getting a Peter, which is difficult because if they get Pizzaballa, Everyone wants Pizzaballa, but he is a Pietro. Right? Pietro? I think he's Pietro. Yeah. He's a Peter. You've been elected Peter. And watch will be like a native of Rome. Peter the Roman. Michael, do a video to get ahead of the white smoke conspiracy before the dissenters even have a chance. Well, I'm doing it now, but yeah, maybe I need to do like a separate video or highlight clip or something. Slap happy with sleepiness. I don't know. I don't feel very sleepy at this point. I did when I first woke up, though. I'm so lost. Is that real white smoke? Yes, that is real white smoke. That is true. What it signifies is going to be the debate that tears apart numerous families for decades to come. So there's that. Can a pope actually choose the name Peter? He has plenary authority. Who's going to tell him he can't? You're the pope. You choose whatever name you want. Who's going to tell you, no, you can't do that? So, yeah, I mean, he could. Now the question is how the Protestants will spin it. They'll say the whole thing is the Antichrist. It'll be a smoke splatter. That might be the best comments today. I love it. You smoke splainer. That's good. That's good. If this turns into something, which it certainly will, if not immediately, 10 years, 20 years from now, when people look back at it, it will become something. We'll have to start using the smoke splainer label. Yeah. When did the Siri conspiracy theory come about? Probably in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. And it was in 58. So that one took like 20, 30 years to get a foothold, right? I don't know. Reason and smoke splaining. Yup. Yup. What else we got here? The Cardinals are trolling us. How do you mess up this badly? How? In an age that is full of conspiracy theories, there's already a heightened sense of proneness to conspiracy theories, and you just did that. But you know what? True to form, because this is exactly what the bishops tend to do with the media every day anyway. It's like they're so out of touch in so many ways with the ground level. So out of touch. It's true to form. Do I think Pizzaballa's connection to Gaza and Holy Lands affect his chances? Probably in a positive way. Treason and smoke splaining. Yeah. I predict TM making a conspiracy theory out of this white smoke. If it serves its purpose, it will happen, yes. He might not put it forward as absolute gospel truth, but he'll say, I'm just asking questions, and then he'll put it forward as a possibility. Could it be that Cardinal Sarah was elected, but the Lavender Mafia forced him to resign, and that is why we saw white smoke after the black smoke? And here's Sarah's black, right? So the signal was, we're going to do black smoke to let people know that Sarah, the black guy, was chosen, but we're going to then do it white so that they know he was chosen and not chosen, right? Because if we just leave it black, they won't know that he was chosen, right? But if we do it black and then white, they'll be like, yeah, you see, the black dude was voted in. There it is. Glenda said, "I'll stop. It's a mistake. Glad I deleted Facebook now. You won't be able to delete the conspiracy theories." Twitter lasts forever. And they will rock this video until the cows come home. What cup of coffee am I on? Might be like third, but you know I don't like drink the full cup, right? So what I'll do is I'll sip from a few sips, and then when it becomes cold, I'll toss it out and get some more. So if you add them all together, it might be like 1 cup when you combine them all together. And some people are like, "Why are you wasting coffee?" Fine, I'll mail the coffee to you. I'll mail my old coffee to you, and you can mail it to the people in Africa if you feel like people in Africa need it. Because people are always like, "Why don't you just give it to poor people in Africa?" Okay, sure. So I'll put my bad coffee in a container, and you can send it to the poor people in Africa. D Bear, Michael, to give them the ideas. I don't have to. See, that's the thing. I don't have to. If I'm able to think of it, they will think of it. Okay. That's the way it works. If I notice it, they'll notice it. That's the way it works. So I can be completely silent about it, not say a word about it. They'll still come up with it. Darth says that camera guy is making me sick. Well, get ready to see that video the rest of your life. What else we got here? Re-infiltrated by Taylor Marshall. There it is. Re-infiltrated by Taylor Marshall, refuting the smoke splainers. I want royalties. I want royalties for that title. Michael's, that was the funniest thing that I ever said. What part? Which one? What did I say? I don't even know what I said at this point. See him watching this, making notes. Yeah, he's over there like. But I'm gonna use a thermos. It just doesn't taste as right. It just doesn't. You know that coffee tastes differently based on what mug you put it in. You know that, right? Only an expert coffee drinker knows that. Only an expert coffee drinker. And you know it just does not taste the same from a thermos. You know that. At least the pros know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. they are worth great value coffee, Michael. Of course they are. I mean, obviously, but the thing is, I'm not gonna, mail it over there. You can mail it. You could, if you pay for the shipping and handling, I'll send it over. That's fine. You'll need to come. You'll need to get someone to come and pick it up from the house. And if y'all pay for all that, you pay for the delivery. You can have the coffee. You can send it all on over to them. Reason and Smokeology, yeah. Tanner says super confusing. Yeah. Bradley's asking, wait, so what's actually happening with this white smoke? The funny thing was the black smoke for Cardinals. I mean, it was a signal, right? I mean, that's what a smoke signal is. It's a signal. So they were telling you, yes, white means there was an election, but black meant it was the black dude who was elected. Like, it's so clear. They probably just saw the Mahdi video and realized we actually do have a poem. That'll be his angle. I told you he would come up with an angle. That will be his angle. He'll be like, while they were in the middle of putting out the smoke, the black smoke, they suddenly realized he was the true pope, and so they put out the white smoke.
And he's like, this is a proof upon the Christians. This will be a proof upon the Christians and a sign that I am the Mahdi and I am the true Pope. Proof upon the Christians. Watch. Tanner confirms what I said about coffee. He knows what I'm talking about. He's like, yeah, the taste of coffee depends on what mug you're drinking it from. Case in point, this is my standard, okay? Bare minimum standard if I want good coffee. I need a mug like this, okay? If it came from the one that you saw earlier with Cardinals in on it, I don't like it that much. But I had to do it because I just had to grab what was available in front of me at like 4:30 in the morning. But the standard, the bare minimum is something like this, okay? It tastes better out of something like this than that other one that I showed you that I was drinking from earlier with Cardinals in on it. Michael, you just need to get a heated coffee mug. Keeps your coffee hot for all the time. I'll try it, but will it taste the same? That's my concern. What D&D class does Michael play? I have only played D&D once, and it was amazing. But yeah, that was only one time that I've ever had the opportunity. I don't have anyone that will play D&D with me, and I don't know how to initiate a game on my own. So, black or cream and sugar? I just do black with no sugar, no cream. Reason and theories. Yes. Shipping and handling to send people my old coffee is probably $100. Yeah, I could totally see that. Why does this keep happening? Because people are incompetent. People are incompetent. I don't know how else to say it in a nice way. People are incompetent. I guess that's the most charitable option that I can think of. Yeah. Automatic excommunication to the smoke addicts. Yeah. Larry asks, can you explain what is happening? I can explain it, but then that would be a smoke explainer. I'll be a smoke explainer if I explained it, right? So should I explain it is the philosophical question you should be asking. Yes, I can explain it. What happened was they said that there was no pope. They had black smoke, but maybe the chemicals that they had there ran out and therefore it became white smoke or something like that. I guess that's how it works. I don't know. That's a possible solution. But the question isn't whether I can explain it or should explain it. The question is, how will the conspiracy theories spin this for decades to come? And I already told you they'll turn it into Cardinal Theory, Conspiracy Theory 2.0. We should timestamp the white smoke stuff. Yeah. I'll have to make it like its own separate video and even talk about it. Like, this is a whole episode for sure. Smoke splaining. I'll put that in the thumbnail. Smoke splaining. Yeah. Is that ceramic? I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know my physics, I guess, enough to know what kind of physical object this is. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know the difference between ceramics or porcelain, or I don't know. You got me there. I'm displaying my ignorance here. Michael's coffee is made out of cardboard. That would be really difficult to drink from. Tanner says, awesome. I think I get royalties now. I'm not sharing. Y'all need to quit trying to change Michael. So this was the third ballot. Okay, so this was the that would have been the third ballot. You're correct. Because they did 2 in the morning. Yeah. Do I like my coffee black and smoky? I guess so, because I do want it steaming. Yeah, so yeah, that makes sense. Are the smoke burners infallible? Probably. They'll say the smoke splainers are heretics. I'm gonna make a whole video just called smoke splaining. I might make it as early as today. It wasn't white until the smoke had almost burned out. That's true, but that's not going to be enough to dispel the rumors or the conspiracy thinking and conspiracies that will come from this. I mean, it won't be enough. That won't be enough. It's ceramic. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, whatever it is, this is like the standard minimum for coffee drinking. This one right here, with kind of the thicker handle, right? I have some other ones that are like this, but with a thinner handle. I don't know. I feel like, tea and crumpets or something in some British hotel, or I don't know. It's just, there's something better about having kind of just the thicker handle here for better grip. So there's that. Okay. Gaming stream. Yeah, maybe we can bring out the Switch here in just a moment. Maybe I'll take a quick break and grab the Switch, and we can play some Zelda or something while we're waiting. Or some Assassin's Creed. That'd be fun. Maybe some Assassin's Creed. Sorry about that. Dolan for Pope, some are saying. Michael, check your email. What happened? What did you send? I had a teacher in, I think, junior high who said what, pronounced what as what. I don't see it. Sorry, I don't see the email. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see the email. Maybe you'll need to alert me to the title or something. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Yeah, I mean, I got Odyssey, but I was thinking the newer one that I'm playing. What's the newer one called? Oasis or something? Mirage. Do I brew coffee with tap water? Yes, for better or worse, I do. Michael Loki catnapping on the screen. That's funny. Thank you for the super sticker. Could we all say a Hail Mary for the Cardinals? Yeah, I think you might need to say a whole rosary at this point, because it seems to me that they're not thinking here or something. By the way, I'm about to go grab either the Switch or the PS5. Carnia time speed run. I don't think I have I say Ocarina. Ocarina is the way I used to say it when I was a teenager. Ocarina of Time. Absolute classic. I don't have it on the Switch, unfortunately. Okay. What do I mean they're not thinking? Well, I guess you're just now tuning in, right? So as you can see on the screen, they, after having black smoke saying there was no Pope, they then aired out this white smoke indicating that there was a Pope. And obviously there's a complete misunderstanding here and a natural explanation. But people will use this for decades to come to say that Cardinal Sarah was actually elected, but then forced to resign. And that the actual guy who you're going to see within the next few days elected isn't really the Pope. He's an anti-Pope, and Cardinal Sarah is really the Pope. So it will be a Cardinal Siri conspiracy theory 2.0 all over again. That's what I mean. If you have the Nintendo Switch Online plus an expansion pack, you could play the Ocarina of Time. But when you have to pay for that, when you have to pay for it, it seems like you would have to pay for that. Okay. White smoke is from their smoke break. Mel Gibson conspiracy theory incoming at 321. Basically, yeah. Let me see what's going on right now with the video of the actual chimney right now. Looks like everything's business as usual right now. Evidently, they didn't get the memo. Maybe soon they will get the memo that Sarah was actually elected Pope and then forced to resign. Iris says we've been re-infiltrated. Get it straight, re-infiltrated. And have an anti-Pope. And the smoke splainers are going to splain it away. They're going to splain it away, but they're going to tell you the truth. Yay, back to the live video, Mike says. Still a chimney. It's still there. Well, in fairness, I think they take it down after the conclave. And since Sarah was probably really elected with the white smoke, there was a chance they were going to take it down, right? It's not official without the seagulls. Yeah. And that's why Francis didn't want British cigarettes in the church. As the second round started, well, yeah, probably already has for them, yeah. What if Sarah gets it? What then? Well, they won't move forward with the conspiracy theory. And you would have a massive problem explaining how a cardinal who says the papacy teaches the papal magisterium teaches heresy, explaining how now he's the Pope and over the papacy, and now you'll have to explain why the magisterium is a reliable guide when it tells you heresy one day and then says the exact opposite of that heresy the next day. You'll then have to explain that to all the skeptics. That's what would happen. Michael, love you and the balance you keep, but you have actually made content actually addressing counterpoints to TM's claims. If so, where can I find it? Numerous videos by pulling up Taylor Marshall's actual videos and going through them point by point, counterpoint, because that's what I'm known for doing. I don't know any of the videos. If you type in Marshall on my channel, let's see how many videos come up if you just type in Marshall. Certainly won't be all of the Taylor Marshall videos. Well, let's just see how many come up. 36 videos. When will the next ballot be? They're probably doing it now. Kilo says, I love your explanation, Michael. Michael, do you think we'll have a Pope today? I mean, we already did, right? I mean, Syrah was clearly elected when we saw the white smoke, the black smoke, and then the white smoke. We already do, right? So, in all seriousness, I think there's a decent possibility, with the fifth ballot that you would potentially have that. I could see it 50-50. I think more likely it'd be tomorrow, but we're here for it in case it's today. Jacer says, will Soraka theoretically invalidate Francis and that would solve the problem? No, it would only make it worse and just as disastrous as every other time a pope has tried to do that, which is an embarrassment to the church to this very day. It's called the Cadaver Synod. It's called, again, situation with Honorius. It's called Vigilius contradicting himself 4 times. Not 4 times, but you know what I mean. 3 times, I think. It would be a very bad thing and an embarrassment. But in this case, it would be worse because these would be magisterial teachings that he would be invalidating. And so, yeah, and the criticism would remain. People would say, wait, your magisterium says X, and then the next day it says X is heresy and invalid. And they'll be like, well, why should you listen to the magisterium? Sounds like it has, it's not a reliable guide. So Catholicism disproven. If your magisterium can err so badly that it teaches heresy and then has to invalidate the heresy the next year or the next decade or the next pontificate, sounds like nobody should listen to the papacy, because it could be that what you're listening to today 50 years from now is going to be invalidated by another pope. See how the problem is still there? Okay. Will says Dolan or bust. Mike says Marshall Splainer. What time did the white smoke appear? It came after the black smoke, after the third ballot. Just hopped over to EWT and they're smoke splaining. Are they addressing the smoke issue? Please let me know. Apricity, let me know in the chat. Are they actually addressing this smoke issue? Are they smoke splainers? That'd be interesting. Black Angel, what? There was white smoke? Yeah, at the end of the black smoke, there was white smoke. And he confirmed, yes, EWTN is smoke splaining. So told y'all it was going to be a thing. If EWTNs haven't addressed it, it's going to be a thing. I told y'all. Why can't they just use, instead of smoke, I don't know, but I suspect anything they use, they'll mess it up. If there's, what is that, Murphy's Law? If there's a chance for the Cardinals to mess it up, they will mess it up. Okay, so why can't you just use bells instead of smoke? They can mess that up too. They can accidentally hit the bell. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. It's all just smoke and mirrors. That's right. Could have been a guy smoking a huge vape. What if the Pope infallibly abrogated Francis's teachings? That way, one couldn't say the next Pope could reverse. First of all, it doesn't work that way by infallibly abrogating a predecessor. That's not entirely coherent. But I think I understand what you're saying. But get away from the issue of infallibly. Just get into the question of abrogating a predecessor for our purposes here today. Again, how well did that work out with the Cadaver Synod? One pope reverses another pope. The pope after that reverses the previous pope. Pope after that reverses that previous pope. So you have 3 popes reversing 3 other popes. How well did that work out for the Catholic Church? Well, no, it didn't work out well. It's a laughing stock to this day, and the current decision that's on the books makes absolutely no sense with the Catholic Church's understanding of the indelible mark of holy orders. So, yeah, it didn't work out really well. Michael has beef with the Cardinals. I've lost patience for anyone who's not doing their job. As long as it's pink smoke, everything's fine. If it were pink smoke, Lavender Mafia, what? You will give rise to 1,000 more conspiracy theories with pink smoke. So, thank you for the super sticker. Invalidating Pope Francis would certainly scandalize all Catholics whose priest was ordained since 2013. It would invalidate all sacraments received since the priest would be validly ordained. No, because most priests weren't ordained by Pope Francis. But if they invalidated his ordinations, they would still say that they're validly ordained. But during the time of the Cadaver Synod, they were invalidating they were reversing the Pope's ordinations, and then saying those people have to be reordained, which again makes no sense with the Catholic understanding of the indelible mark on the soul and holy orders, which is why I say that situation was not only disastrous, but is nonsensical with the Church's teaching on the sacrament of holy orders. And so hopefully that helps answer your question. Thank you for the super sticker. How many black smokes have there been? 2.5. 2.5. Do you think there will be a definitive developments on the magisterium of the Pope in the next pontificate? No, I don't. I don't think there will be significant developments, let alone anything definitive. Michael, you reminded me to hit my vape. Okay. I don't know if I wanted to do that, but all right. Mark says, with what you just said about the Cadaver Synod and the reversals that follows, how would you defend our concept of the infallible church? I think that you would argue that the infallibility, I think you mean indefectibility is the term here, not infallibility. I think you mean indefectibility, which you would just simply argue that this doesn't alter the constitution of the church in its essential nature. It might scandalize people. It might harm the credibility of the magisterium, but it doesn't destroy anything that's essential to the absolute integrity and absolute constitution of the church. I think that's how you would need to argue it. I think the point, however, is be that as it may, a critic is just basically going to say, okay, but clearly your magisterium is incredibly prone to flip-flop and all that, and so I think they're going to try to attack the reliability of it, even if you argue that nothing essential has been changed. But they're still going to say, but still, on the whole, it's incredibly unreliable, so that you're going to have to then attack that. Rose-splaining now? Yeah, basically. But Michael, don't we need to address some of the heretical issues with Pope Francis regardless of possible social implications? Well, yeah. If Pope Francis taught heresy, you certainly would need to. Although, again, I think that does significant damage to the reliability of the magisterium if that were the case. But are you assuming that he taught heresy? Can you demonstrate where he taught heresy? Yeah, I'm open to hearing it. I just, in every particular case, which I'm unfortunately familiar with every particular case that people will raise, it's never been demonstrated that he taught heresy. People make that claim. In every one of the cases, it hasn't been established. So I think your assumptions are faulty. Okay. What year did the conclave start? Was it 1095, somewhere around there? Treclosopher says Pope Francis was not a heretic, period. Chris says, I just quit smoking. This is a trigger. I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. I get it. I understand. Fun fact, I used to smoke cigarettes and Black and Milds when I was like early 20s, right? And I would smoke at least a pack of Black and Milds a day, which was 5, and a good pack of cigarettes a day. Menthol Newports. And one day I just said, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. I did that for years. And I said, I don't want to do this anymore. I just stopped and quit in one day. And that was it. Never went back to it. Okay. Baron for Pope, Stoic says. Adriana, a layman judging the See of Rome, SEA. That's what I just heard. The See of Rome. That's funny. Pacha Mama, Fiducia Supplicans. Is this the individual who is accusing the Pope of heresy? Let me double check. Okay, yes, this is the same individual. First of all, Pachamama is one word, not two. You do realize that I have the most extensive, in-depth videos covering not only the way that people misreported that and information they left out from it, but also I tracked the history of how the news spread the fake media on this, in at least 3.5 hours of a presentation. I'm kind of, I guess, known for putting out that video in one way or another, known in some circles in positive ways and negative ways in other circles for that video. I might want to go watch that. I have some criticisms of the Pachamama issue, but maybe go and watch the video I did with Father Deacon Anthony Dragani on the Pachamama issue. The video is called The Truth About the Pachamama Vatican Ceremony. Maybe start there, and then my follow-up question to you would be, what does Pachamama have to do with the papal magisterium teaching heresy? Is one's presence at a tree planting ceremony magisterial? Can you explain how a tree planting ceremony is a papal teaching act? I guess would be my question to you. How's that even relevant to what we're discussing? Fiducia Supplicans. I think you added a T. You need to delete the T out of there. Some pronounce it supplicans or supplicans, but it definitely doesn't have a T in there. I'm glad that you at least recognize that that's a magisterial act of the Pope's ordinary magisterium. Most people don't pick up on that. They just think if it's a dicastery document, it's not magisterial. I'm glad that you actually pick up on the fact, Pro Donum Veritatis 18, it would be magisterial. Okay, so I know I did over 70 videos on Fiducia Supplicans, addressing it from every angle and responding to everyone and their comments about it. For about 2 months, I did good 70 videos on that. But just to quickly answer your question, there are problems in that document, as I pointed out, the language that's used. But where's the heresy? Where's the heresy? You might say it's scandalous. You might say it's misleading. You might say it's confusing. Yeah, okay, sure. But where's the heresy if you're going to say, well, blessing two persons who are in a sinful union is heretical? I mean, all kinds of sinners who are in sinful relationships are blessed at Mass every day with the general blessing or during the confession. People are blessed even if they aren't given absolution. How is blessing a sinner heresy? Where's the heresy? So a heresy would be a teaching that's contrary to dogma. What dogma is being denied in Fiducia Supplicans? It's the same document that tells you that the church cannot bless sin, reiterating the previous Congregation for the Doctrines of the Faith's position on the matter. And it reiterates that in paragraph 5 and 11 from my recollection. So where's the heresy? I always see people say this, but usually they don't know what heresy means. They usually can't identify even what a magisterial act is. And they generally haven't thought through the issues carefully. So this is the kind of stuff I see all the time. And hopefully that helps you out, Nick. Let me know if it does. Thank you for the super sticker. Ultimately, calling to bless sinners not to sin is not that extreme, nor is it heretical, but some people want to find reason for schism. There's a lot of criticisms that you can offer against Fiducia Supplicans, and I think there are some constructive criticisms that can and should be made, and I have made from day one. But that also doesn't give liberty and license to make up things or to falsely accuse or to take things out of context or, to say something is one way when it's not. It doesn't give justification for that. Nick says, who am I to judge if it's white or black smoke? Who am I to judge? I love it. Is the next smoke imminent? We got about an hour. Got another hour. Hang in there. All religions point to God. That is what Acts 17 says. Paul says in Acts 17. That's what the magisterium has often said, even most recently under Lumen Gentium, the Second Vatican Council. That doesn't mean that they don't also contain errors in them. Of course they do. But in one sense, do they point to God? If you deny that, you've got to deny Acts 17. Right? So I guess that's my problem with people. They're inconsistent in their criticisms because they'll give a pass to the Bible and they'll give a pass to other magisterial acts. But somehow when Pope Francis says it, they don't give a pass to it. And I think it's probably because they don't know the Bible or other magisterial acts. Did you remove the little paper inside of your black and milds? No. No, I just had the black and milds the way that they were. And I know it's pretty bad because they don't have filters. So, but yeah, that was early 20s. Do you think that Pope Francis has the possibility of being declared a saint? I think it's absolutely certain that he will be declared a saint. Maybe even in the next pontificate. Thoughts on Cardinal Zen? Is that a joke? You know what my thoughts are. Go and watch the video I did. I'm talking about the one after I interviewed him. Years after I interviewed him. Watch the one I did last year. You know my thoughts. What was the name of that video after he called to cancel me and straw man me? Let's see. It is called Did Cardinal just refute me on Cardinal Zen just refute me on papal heresy? Go and watch that one. What is this? Did I grab this one? All right, thank you for the super sticker. My problem with claiming Pachamama as a pagan is that nearly all scriptural traditions of the church are derived from pagan Greek archetypes. If those aren't pagan, neither is Aztec-style Mother Mary. Funny enough, in the Tridentine Latin Mass period, there actually was a depiction of the Virgin Mary as Pachamama, and that was accepted by all of the traditionalists at the time. Ironic, right? Putting that to the side, yeah, I mean, you have a lot of pagan influence on the Old Testament temple worship of Yahweh, New Testament worship of Yahweh in the New Covenant, in the Roman Rite itself, the Roman liturgy. There's plenty of pagan influences that were baptized, to use Gregory the Great's term. It's well known. Like, this is why I just think you have no problem accepting all sorts of elements of paganism into biblical worship, into liturgical worship in the post-biblical era. You have no problem with that, but all of a sudden when it comes to a tree planting ceremony, you wig out. And I'm just thinking, okay. All of a sudden you're bothered by paganism at that point. Michael says you're going to be responding for the rest of your life. That's funny. Where's the heresy? Where's the dent? Jen says. Almost smoke time. About an hour. Maybe an hour. If they go into a second ballot because they didn't get someone, it would actually be it would actually be 2.5 hours. But we're tuning in. We're here for the whole thing. Since 5 in the morning. Or it says, how are we still dealing with this nonsense after 10,000 times you've gone through this? Most people haven't gotten the memo. That's why. I mean, most people haven't seen my material on it. So, you know, in fairness to them, right? Let's see. Truth Brigade. Look at you gifting memberships. Looks like Truth Brigade just gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Gary says, Fiducia Supercons, I think it's not heretical, but it's confusing. How do you bless a couple as individuals? That's part of the problem. I mean, you could bless two individuals who are also a couple. You're not blessing the couple as a couple. You're not blessing the union as a couple's union. You're blessing the two persons, the two individuals who are also a couple in a union. The object of the blessing is the persons, not the relationship. So it depends on what you're talking about. What's the object of the blessing? The subject is a couple. The object is individuals. So you just have to distinguish between subject and object. The problem is not the theology behind it or the act itself. The problem is the language is confusing to a lot of people because they're not going to make those proper distinctions or read the document carefully. That's the biggest issue, you know, and that's why I think it was poorly written. Isaac says it was exhausting having to correct countless Catholics of calling Francis a heretic over Fiducia Supercons. You could tell 90% of the people never read the document. Not only that, but again, I'm going to keep bringing you back, keep circling you back to the point of, if you believe the magisterium teaches heresy and blesses sin, Why do you still follow a magisterium that you yourself admits is unreliable and teaches heresy? And they might say, well, I don't follow that magisterium. Okay, congrats. You're now Protestant or Eastern Orthodox, one of the two. That's exactly them as well. They'll say, we'll follow the papacy as long as it doesn't teach heresy. That's Eastern Orthodoxy. That's Martin Luther. At that point, it's like, okay, if you've gone that far, why are you still... You think the next pope will beatify Benedict XVI? Possible. The pope should excommunicate Bud Light. Triclosopher Michael, I'd like your opinion. I'm a critical Catholic, confirmed at Easter Vigil. I've been discerning a possible call to the diaconate. You think it's too soon after my confirmation? It's never too soon to discern a call. There's nothing wrong with the discernment process. Never too soon to explore discerning vocations. Jacer says, I don't think that's a sentence worth defending, Michael. It's not magisterial. It's very plainly indifferentist in its words, especially following the context. I don't know if you're talking about Fiducia Supplicans. If you're talking about Fiducia Supplicans, the document is magisterial. I don't know why anybody attempts to even question this. I'll just quote the magisterium to you. If you don't listen to the magisterium, I can't help you at that point. The Pope fulfills his universal mission with the help of various bodies of the Roman Curia, and in particular with that of the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith, and matters of doctrine of faith and morals. Consequently, the documents issued by this congregation, expressly approved by the Pope, participate in the ordinary magisterium of the successor of Peter. You can't get any more clear than that. Let me also show you that it was expressly approved by the Pope, just to be thorough. Okay, there you go. Expressly approved by the Pope in an audience on the 18th of December 2023. If you can ignore that or get around that or rework that to mean it's not magisterial, you can make anything say anything. You can make anything not magisterial. You can make Vatican I not magisterial. You can make anything at that point. So I can't help you if that's not good enough for you. Thank you for the super stickers here. Scrolling down. I think there was another one here. Thank you so much for this, Horvath. What could be disciplinary actions against German bishops? What's the range from please stop through excommunication to Holy Crusade? A Holy Crusade in an age where the previous pontiff says life sentences are a silent death penalty. Yeah, that you can drop the notion of any chance of a crusade ever happening when the death penalty is being targeted as inadmissible, and so are life prison sentences. But I get what you're saying. Please stop through excommunication. Yeah, you do have warnings, which the German bishops have already been given warnings. But when Pope Francis died, they decided to go ahead and push the envelope because they saw this as an opportunity when there's no Pope to do what they want to do. Next step might be a formal warning. Will that actually happen? No, it won't. Are they going to be excommunicated? No, they won't. Have they already excommunicated themselves privately? That's certainly a debate, but is the next Pope going to excommunicate them? No. What will happen? I don't think that will happen. But it's certainly a welcome change if that were to happen, right? I can't think of the vast majority of an Episcopal conference being excommunicated in recent history, though, especially in an age where church discipline is at an all-time low. Mark says some Catholics are not very bright. Nick says that he was talking about the all religions comment. So as far as if you're not talking about fiducia supplicans, if you're talking about the all religions comment, yeah, it seems like he said that in a non-magisterial setting. But you do have similar statements like that have been made in magisterial settings. So I think that the difficulty is still there, even if you remove Pope Francis's comments a year ago on the matter, or less than a year ago. You have other instances where the magisterium has said that. So you have explicitly Lumen Gentium 16 that says agnostics. So Jews, Muslims, agnostics, the plan of salvation includes them too. When you're saying that even agnostics can go to heaven, and you're saying that in a magisterial document, I think the difficulty is still there, right? So that's what I would say to that. I think it's a red herring to say that Pope Francis's comments weren't magisterial. Okay, sure, his comments weren't, but other comments by the magisterium are magisterial. Other comments to that effect are. And that's just one off the top of my head. There's others. Catholicism says, lighten up. Often I want to see that precious smile. Thank you. Make excommunications great again. That is true. That needs to happen. What did you miss? People pushing for Syrah? That, and also the whole bit about the white smoke. The white smoke. You missed that part. You didn't see that? The white smoke. Do I still have it? Trying to see if I still have it. Mm-hmm.
Going on?
What is happening?
What?
Remember that? The third ballot.
No. That's gotta.
That. You remember that? I don't know if you're here for that. Oh, just get ready for all the conspiracy theories. Okay, what else we got? If Cardinal Syrah reiterated in his pontificate, or if Cardinal Syrah never reiterated in his pontificate that Pope Francis is a heretic, would it really be a big deal if he said it as a cardinal? Yeah, people would still make a huge deal out of it because they would wonder, did he change his mind? Or does he still think that? The problem would still be there. Looking at our poll here in the chat, 2,500 votes, 54% for Pizzaballa. We got 11% for Parolin, 16% for Tegel, 20% for Syrah. When are we expecting the next vote? I'm sure it's going on right now. White smoke might be within 45 minutes. Hang tight. Am I 4 hours late? You're 4 hours late for the first smoke signal earlier this morning at 4:40 this morning. Now we're waiting for the next one. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think of Timothy Gordon and his position to declare Francis an anti-pope? I give my full tithe to him, so be nice. He's the GOAT. I haven't really seen what his comments are there. I guess I've heard a little about him and what you're describing here. Can you ask the church to declare someone an anti-pope? Yeah, you can certainly ask for that. How likely do you think it would be that the Pope would be declared an anti-pope? Like how likely do you think that a future Pope might do that? You think that that's a strong possibility? That there was no Pope for 12 years? So the church had no Pope for 12 years? How likely do you think that is? Also, I'm curious, you give tithe to a YouTuber? Wow. Looking through the chat, what else we got? Have I ever felt called to the priesthood or religious life? I felt that, yeah. It's not in the cards for me, though. I mean, I could be an Eastern Catholic priest, but I'm no longer interested. Who were the anti-popes? They were usually people who claimed to be the Pope while there was a real Pope simultaneously. Anti-popes are people who claim to be the Pope while the real Pope was alive. If Pope Francis is declared to be an anti-Pope, who was the real Pope? If you're saying there wasn't a real Pope, then that's a false claimant. Maybe you want to call that an anti-Pope. Okay, but the church didn't have a Pope for 12 years? Why not go 15 years? Why not 20? Why not 30? Why not 50? Why not 100? Why not 500? Why not 1,000? Why not 2,000? I don't know if people really have thought through this. Lawrence, new member. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome aboard. Nicole said, I wanted pizza yesterday with all the pizza. I did too, but I did not end up getting pizza. Pope Polycarp would be fun. Yeah. Glenda says, tithe to a YouTube channel. I've never heard that before. I've never heard of tithing to a YouTube channel. My dad just sent the Twitter link on the smoke. Told you. Anti-popes are never universally accepted as a real pope. That's the other problem with the Pope Francis. Pope Francis was universally accepted as a real pope. That would falsify the Catholic Church's understanding of the Holy Spirit's guidance of the church and the people of God. And if the whole church can be deceived in that matter, maybe the whole church was deceived that Leo the Great was a pope too. I don't think people have thought through this. And what they end up doing is they end up proposing solutions that are worse and more problematic than the thing that they're fighting against in Pope Francis. It's like what they're offering is worse than anything Pope Francis ever said or did. And they don't realize it. They're not thinking through this. Liliana says, Michael is being very patient and charitable during this last year. Stay strong. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jen said I had a cup of soup for lunch yesterday because of the Zoopy. Of course he did. Pizza baller. It might be pizza baller. What's the meaning of conclave? It's Latin for with a key, and that's in reference to when the cardinals were locked behind closed doors and forced to come up with a pope. George says, I'm a super strange dude. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super sticker. There's a guy on YouTube, can't remember his name, who's a set of contests that believes that we didn't have a pope since the 11th century or so. Yeah, I've seen that before. Eastern Orthodox also believe that too. What else we got? I think Francis will be canonized, likely, and even in the next pontificate, maybe. Honey says, I'm the strangest of dudes. It's probably true. I can't deny it, and I can't be mad at you for concluding that because yeah, it's probably true. Michael says, so many small men inhabiting small thrones. Matthew Schmidt is back. He had an hour meeting and is back at the stream. Brandon says, I was just watching James White describe the conclave on his channel. I should have watched my paint dry instead. Good old James White. That's going to have to be the Lofton Gang catchphrase. Pizza baller. Michael says I'm a weirdo. Well, you know. Yeah, probably. I am pretty odd, I suppose. Let's see. Chill Zelda stream, hopefully. Yeah, I need to go ahead and break out the Zelda or something. What else we got here? Mike says, love you, Mike. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love. Thank you. Did I ever know anyone stranger? Stranger than me? I don't know. Y'all tell me. 700 plus people here. Wow. Yeah. Been up since 4:30, y'all. These Cardinals put me to work. Jedi says, sorry, Michael, you'll never want to try and out weird me. I have serious history on weird. All right, go ahead. You can take the throw. Go ahead. Michael, your favorite Zelda game? Mine is Link to the Past. Oh man, you're a real one if you know Link to the Past. I loved Link to the Past. Beat it so many times. You're a real one if you remember that on Super Nintendo, and I think it was redone recently. I think I got it on the Switch, like the redone version of it. I think there was also a redone one on like Game Boy Advance or whatever they had. I think something similar to it. Yeah, that one was epic. Favorite one though, I'm gonna have to go with the most recent, Tears of the Kingdom. It's the most developed. So I'm going to like that one the most. Bird Dog, welcome to the channel. Good to have you. FYI, the EWTN Smoke Watch is delayed. I don't know why it would be delayed because unless they got some insider information about them being unsuccessful in choosing a pope, but I don't know how they would get that kind of insider information. So we're still waiting. How long has economia been practiced in Orthodoxy? Was it in pre-schism? Yeah, I mean, you certainly have it in the first millennium, and you even have the Council of Trent allowing for Eastern Catholics who are divorced and remarried to receive communion without going to confession, which Amor Laetitia doesn't go that far. Council of Trent kind of allowed for, tolerated, I should say, some Eastern Catholics to do that under the practice of economia in mostly Eastern Orthodox territories. So you kind of have a tolerance of it there at the Council of Trent. They don't affirm it, but they do tolerate it. Lauren says, you're a good guy, Michael, but I have an issue with the Kirk-hate. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not backing down on Kirk. I'm not backing down. Gosh, how do y'all like Kirk? Seriously? He's so annoying. And the original series is so boring. How do y'all like that? The only one I might even like was Trouble with Tribbles, but only because it was like refeatured in a DS9 episode, and that's what made it good. Don't get me started. 720 people, let's hit the like button. Yeah, please go ahead and do it, and hit the subscribe button, please. I'd appreciate the support. Does smoke appear at certain hours? We're waiting 30 minutes. It might appear in 30 minutes. If not, it will be in 2 hours. Dr. Tom says, you keep my head in the game, but it's time these Cardinals get the party started. Yeah, give it 30 minutes. If they have a successor, we'll see it in 30 minutes. If not, they will delay the smoke to the next ballot, which would be 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. By real one, Mike, I think Michael means old. Well, it could mean that. It does sometimes have that connotation. I suspect if you look it up on urbandictionary.com, it might have some other definitions, a little bit more nuanced. Kind of means like you're really cool, you're a real genuine person kind of thing. Doesn't necessarily mean you're old, but it could mean you're old. You know, maybe Urban Dictionary it. Twilight Princess is your favorite? Yeah, you know, I never got into it just because, although I played it a few times, never got into it because I never had the GameCube. So that's why I never really got into it. The real question is, will Pizzaballa deliver? Ooh, pun intended. Why was there a drone there? I don't know. How can lack of universal acceptance of a pontificate be a criterion for an anti-pope if questioning it makes it non-universal? First of all, questioning it doesn't make it not universal. And then number two, the lack of universal acceptance doesn't make someone an anti-pope. It's there to determine and establish a positive case for the papacy, papal election having been valid, but it's not like the condition for it. So if there's an absence of it, that doesn't mean you don't still have an election. Bird Dog says, you helped me a lot in my conversion and the conversion of my EO friends. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate it. Glad to hear that. Good to have you. D-Bear, I tagged you on Twitter, The Reality of the Conclave. I'll have to check it out in a minute. Thank you for the quick response email yesterday. I don't recall the email, but I appreciate you thinking. I don't recall, but thank you. I remember answering emails yesterday. I don't remember what. I guess because I woke up at 4:30 today, I don't remember. It's like I'm dead at this point. What's the citation for the Council of Trent? I do have a video on it, but it's in the Acts of the Council. Um, hmm. You should be able to find it in the video I did, The Indissolubility of Marriage in the Council of Trent with E. Christian Brugger. I think we briefly talk about it there, among other videos. Matthew, thank you. He says, can you provide a reference from Trent on that tolerance of divorce remarriage? I believe. I just need to show people who do not believe. Let me get the reference for you. Give me 1 second as I step away, grab some coffee, and get the direct citation for you. All right. So, waiting on the coffee. Got it brewing, but answer your question. The Future of Marriage as Institution, edited by Bockle. Bockel. You're going to need to go to this is secondary source, but then it has the primary sources within the footnotes of the secondary source. You're going to need to go to the article by Piet Franzen. I don't know what's going on there in St. Peter's Square. Anyways, you'll need to go to the article by Piet Franzen, who wrote his dissertation on the canon in question. Divorce on the Ground of Adultery, the Council of Trent is the name of the article featured in the book. Page 89, in my edition, he goes over the acts of the Council of Trent and gives you primary sources, footnoted, and the whole thing. And writes the whole article about it and explains everything I just claimed, that the Council of Trent tolerated the practice of economia for divorced and remarried communicants in some parts of Eastern territories. And especially in relation to the bishops of Cyprus. Whenever they spoke in the Acts about the bishops of Cyprus and the Eastern Christians being allowed to live according to their rites, rites, that included them being allowed to practice economia and receive communion with the notion of economia, which does not require you to go to confession before receiving communion while you're living in adultery. Says there's not the slightest doubt that Trent accepted the proposal of the Venetians, who definitely wanted to avoid an excommunication of the Easterns and a possible threat to the fragile and rather superficial ecclesiastical unity which existed in their territories in the East. Let me turn that alarm clock off. Hold on. So, he draws this out from the Acta. Says the bishops of Cyprus reaffirmed this at the solemn session of the 11th of November and had it put on record by the secretary to the council who embodied it in the Acta. He gives a lot more details about it. A protest by a bishop or a group of bishops or delegates is only recorded in the Acts when the legates and the council agree with it. This happened with the statement of the bishops of Cyprus that the Eastern Christians should be allowed to live according to their rights. So he says by it being recorded in the Acts, that's because the bishops agreed with it, that is, tolerated it. So you'll need to work through this article and his engagement with the primary sources. He wrote his doctoral dissertation, if I'm not mistaken, on Canon 7. I forget which session it was, but the canon directed towards Luther against the question of the indissolubility of marriage. I forget what session that was, but it was Canon 7 of the session dealing with marriage. And he notes that it was specifically targeted against Luther and not the Eastern practice of economia. So you'll need to work through that as a starting point. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay. Michael, I love you, but I can't stand the great value. At least respect yourself and get some Kroger brand or something. All right, I'll take you up on that. Catholic lady says, you are being very patient. Maybe some people who normally don't watch your channel and have never heard the explanations are just tuning in. Yeah, I'm certain that's the case, right? I have to try to still be patient, though, right? It's not fair to people who haven't seen my material. They're asking their questions for the first time, and that's legitimate and fair, and there's nothing wrong with that. For me, however, it's the 11,000th time answering the same question. So it wears you out after a while. Thank you for the super sticker from Ollie. What do I have against Kirk Cousins? I can't stand Kirk. He is just so boring. So why are people that don't believe Francis was the Pope are now waiting to see the new Pope? Because they're hoping the new Pope is somehow going to deny that Francis was the Pope. Whenever the new Pope accepts Francis's papacy and reiterates it, they're going to have a serious problem. Marcus, welcome to the channel. He's a new member. Good to have you. Josh says, in bed with dog waiting for smoke only on RT. I know some people have their dogs on their bed. Some people do that. Let's see what they're saying.
Associated Press live stream of this second day of the conclave to elect the next pope. I'm Giovanna Dell'Orto, and I'm a reporter with the Global Religion News team of the Associated Press. And I'm standing just outside the Vatican, where 133 cardinal electors have gathered again in secrecy for the third session of voting to choose the successor to Pope Francis. We have a couple of scenarios that might be happening shortly here this afternoon, Rome time. So I just wanted to bring you up to speed about that. Scenario number one, as the cardinals are presumably undergoing in secrecy, locked in the Sistine Chapel, another round of voting. If they find they're required 2/3 majority, and therefore a new pope has been chosen, in less than half an hour, about 5:30 local time, we will be seeing white smoke come out of the chimney on the roof of the Sistine Chapel. If, however, there is no clear winner of this round of balloting, then presumably they will go into another round right after. We're not going to see any smoke. And when the results of that balloting have become clear, then around 7 p.m., again, that's Rome time, we will be seeing either white smoke or black smoke. White smoke if there is a new pope, black smoke if there isn't. So let me tell you what's going to happen in both cases. If there is white smoke, what's going to happen next is that after an interval of time, it could be an hour, we don't exactly know the timing, a French cardinal who is in charge of this ceremonial role, he's the proto-deacon of the College of Cardinals, will come out on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. He will announce in Latin the name of the new pope, his birth name, and then the name that he has chosen for his papacy. And shortly after that, the new pope will appear. That's with white smoke. With black smoke, what's going to happen is that they will go into more rounds of voting tomorrow, and however long it will take. The last couple of popes were chosen in a couple of days, between 4 and 5 ballots. St. John Paul II, before that, it took about 8 ballots, 2 to 3 days. So we're well within the norm of the last few conclaves. This is what we're looking at. So once again, if there is white smoke, we might be seeing it within the next few minutes to half an hour. If there isn't, there'll be another round of balloting, and we will be seeing the results of that, white or black, come out around 7 p.m.
All right, so we'll potentially see something in 15 minutes, if not in an hour and 45 minutes. Before I grab some chat questions, let me again remind y'all, because there's only a few days left on this. If you want to join my courses and obtain a certificate in magisterial studies that I'm offering through Catholic Polytechnic University, you need to sign up today because it starts Monday. And what you'll do is you'll go to catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium, or just type in Catholic Polytechnic University. go to certificates, click on magisterium, and what you'll do is you will come over here to click here to register. You'll register, and then you'll need to also go and pay the tuition fee for the course here. It's 3 courses for the whole certificate program degree, which you'll receive, and it's going to be a little less than a year to go through all 3 courses. But at the end of that, you'll have something by a Catholic university saying that you have formal training in magisterial studies. So it's going to be fun. We're going through introduction to the magisterium. So we're going to talk about how the Catholic Church was established, who can teach authoritatively, the scope of Catholic teaching, different ways the church teaches, levels of Catholic doctrine, how to evaluate a magisterial teaching. The second course is going to be the history of magisterial interventions, all 21 ecumenical councils and major papal documents. We're going to examine all that. And then the third is going to be specifically on how to evaluate magisterial teachings. And we're going to dive into a lot of examples and evaluate them and determine if there's an infallible teaching there or not, and all that. So you're going to want to go ahead and sign up now, since, again, it starts this Monday. So now is the time. Catholic Polytechnic University, go to certificates, click on magisterium, register today, and then make sure to pay the tuition fee. And I will be emailing all the students day before with further information about the courses or class starting the next day, Monday evening, and send you the Google Classroom link, all that good stuff. And of course, if you can't attend live, you will have access to the recordings. But there will be a time live every week to ask questions and all that good stuff. So go and check that out now if that is something you're interested in. Okay, so let's briefly, let me tackle this one before I grab my coffee. All right, how would you account for the alleged contradictions between conciliarism, papal supremacy with the Council of Constance, and other statements leading up to the Reformation? I do cover this in the course, by the way, with the Magisterial Studies Certificate Program. I'm also going to be covering this in something that you're going to want to attend live. I'm going to answer your question, short answer, but if you want something more in depth, you can certainly attend this. rtcourses.com, rtcourses.com. Click on Magisterial Difficulties, Exploring the Tensions in the Document. I will be giving 2 lectures live on May 10th, so in 2 days. Go ahead and sign up for that, where we're going to explore some of the tensions in magisterial documents. May 10th, 12 p.m. Central. If you can't attend live, by purchasing access, you'll also purchase the recording and can watch it at any time. But you can ask questions and stuff like that if you attend live. Okay, so to answer your question in brief, however, it's a huge difficulty, and one that I suggest needs further work. Some have attempted to say that the session from Haec Sancta is not magisterial. It's going to be hard to argue that. It's going to be very difficult. You might be able to do so. That might be one angle you could take. Another angle you could take is to say that this was for emergency situations only, whenever it's not clear that the Pope is a Pope. If you read Haec Sancta in a vacuum, maybe you could stretch it to mean that, but the problem is that's not how the church itself was reading it. That's not how councils after it were reading it. That doesn't appear to be how popes themselves are reading Haec Sancta afterwards. So they don't see it as kind of an emergency situation only. The way Sullivan attempts to tackle it is he says it's an error in the teaching of the magisterium, but it was non-infallibly taught, so you can have an error in non-definitive teachings. That's the way he attempts to tackle it. So pick your poison. They're all difficult to defend, I think. And then again, some theologians might come up with a different theory, a different answer, but more work needs to be done there. Okay. Let me see what else we got here in the chat. Very active and lively chat here. Let me at the very least make sure that I haven't missed some super stickers. Oh, Tim, who just recently graduated from the program for the Magisterial Studies Certificate program. He says, I got my certificate. It's pretty. That's great. Which, by the way, he was kind enough to send a really great feedback for the course, which I'm going to need to post very soon for y'all. So in fact, I might need to do that today, right? But thank you for sending that. I appreciate it. I've just been bogged down so much. Do we get bonus points for being subscribed? Yes you do. 100 bonus points for all of you. I don't know what we're gonna do with them yet, but we'll do something, right? But you got 100 if you're watching today. We'll figure out what we're doing with that 100. Thank you so much. Says keep up the good work, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for responding. I'll look at the course. Michael says definitely won't be able to attend live though. No worries. If you can't attend live, you can still access the material afterwards. So don't let that be the deciding factor. You know, what you need to choose as the deciding factor is, will this actually benefit me? You know, that's what you need to kind of make as the deciding factor. So at least in my opinion. You break down top 3 different candidates. Yeah, I do have a quick 5-minute video on top 5 candidates, but yeah, I mean, Parolin is right, the front runner. But some are a little concerned. He might have he had some health scares recently. Some are not very happy with his involvement in the secret Vatican-China agreement, which we don't know any details of. That might be a factor against him, but he has a lot going for him insofar as Vatican Secretary of State, like number 2 underneath Pope Francis. So there's that. Of course, you got Tagle, that many people are saying is youthful and energetic and is evangelistic and is the Asian Pope Francis. And so if you want someone with youth and a continuation of Pope Francis, you're going to want Tagle. Pizzaballa has a lot going for him. Some people are saying that honorable man of character because he offered himself as a hostage. He, however, has a few things that might work against him. Being relatively young, they might not want somebody as young as he is if they don't want a long pontificate. And he doesn't have a whole lot of experience because he was just made a cardinal. So doesn't have a lot of Vatican administrative experience. Might be good though, right? It might be good that he doesn't have that. That might be what they're looking for. And so then you got Erdo. Some people are saying he would be great, good conservative, and would be good because he's known for his doctrinal solidarity or strengths, I should say. But you know, there hasn't been a whole lot of talk about him in the last few years. So I don't know if he would be a front runner. Do Cardinals debate while in conclave? In the conclave itself, no. They're just going up there to vote. Wally says praying for Sarah. Well, we've beat that horse to death, haven't we? Farhan, how am I doing? Thank you for asking me. Been up since 4:30, man. Covering the stream for 5.5 hours. I'm tired. And I did like 4 hours yesterday. Don't forget Lofton has a 0.00009% chance. That's true. That's very true. Viola says, I'm excited. My first conclave. What about Sorrel makes you think he won't be chosen? I have a video about it. You can go watch more details, but quick answer is that he says the papal magisterium teaches heresy. I don't see somebody electing someone to office, someone who says that office teaches heresy. There's too many practical problems with that. He also says that the way communion is distributed is demonic and satanic, communion in hand. The way most of these cardinals distribute communion is communion in the hand. I don't think they would appreciate somebody who's basically saying what they're doing is satanic. Or how he kind of flip-flopped on that during COVID, where he backed up bishops who required people to receive communion on the hand and forbade people to receive communion on the tongue. He backed up those bishops who did that, which seems like a little bit of a flip-flop there, right? I don't see them going for something like that, or for somebody who says that Pope Francis's acts against the Latin Mass are demonically inspired and stuff like that. I think that's just so over the top that that's just not where most of the cardinals are. They're just not going to resonate with that. You certainly won't have 2/3 of the cardinals who go for that. So, honest guess, Pizzavalla or Parolin. I think more likely Parolin, but Parolin, Tagle, and then Pizzavalla, right? I'd say those are top 3. Okay. Michael answering the same questions for the zillionth time. Yeah. But when people ask the question, that's their first time asking it, and it's fair. I get it. For me, it's the millionth time answering. For them, it's their first time. And so you got to be, I have to do my best to be, I'm being respectful, being patient. I've been there too. I mean, I've asked questions that of people who probably had to answer that same answer 1,000 times, and they were patient with me. So I gotta be patient with other people too. So it's difficult for me because it's like, man, I'm so tired of answering this. But again, it's if people are sincere and they're honest, please ask. I would rather you ask than not ask, right? What is the magisterium? Just imagine what it's like for priests, right? Yeah. So I mean, they have to deal with that, and it's even worse when they have to hear the same confessions over and over and dispel the same misunderstandings. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Loving the stream. What do you think of Turkson? I mean, some put them top 10, top 15. So yeah, maybe somewhere in there. So okay, let me grab my coffee real quick because we might be seeing smoke in just a minute here. So we're like 3 minutes away from potentially seeing smoke. Let me grab that coffee. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I was on mute. So we're waiting on smoke at this point. Let me, however, engage the chat while we're waiting. Very active chat. Trying to find questions here. What's the teachership of the church? Yeah, y'all are asking those questions to test my patience, right? I actually have benefited from a person that I've watched recently answer people's questions that were very, very simple questions, and he conducts himself in such a respectful way in the way he answers them, and is patient, even though they might be like really simplistic, or he's answered it a million times. And I've watched how he conducted himself in that, and I thought, wow, he handles that so well that it convicts me that I need to be more patient. I need to be more understanding. Yeah, seeing that is inspirational, right? Somebody who's can do that and day in, day out answer questions that they've answered a million times, but they're answering it with a patience, no matter how simple, no matter how many times they've answered it. They're answering it with the patience of of a saint. It's that's inspirational for me. So watching that recently has told me, okay, I need to step it up. I need to step my patience up. So okay. I'm not still muted, am I, by the way? I don't think I am, but white or black smoke, Tim asks. I think it's going to be black smoke. I'm not talking about Aiken. No, although he is very patient with people. He is also very patient. No, that's not who I have in mind. Are people documents magisterial? is that another one of the questions? Yes. If what do you mean by papal document? I guess what most people would mean by that would be magisterial. Yes. A pope could write a private letter to Father James Martin. Some might call that a papal document in one sense, maybe, but that's not magisterial, right? He's not acting as pope in that capacity. He's acting as private person. But I suspect what you mean by papal documents is like his actual capacity as pope when he teaches or shepherds in a document. Yeah, that's magisterial. Okay, Michael, your streaming has been truly great lately. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, D Bear. Thank you. Mrs. Bree says parents do that every day. Yeah, big patient with questions. Yeah. With the same questions over and over. Yeah, it seems like I have to do that pretty often with my son, who asks me the same questions over and over, right? Michael has over 1,000 people on the street. That is awesome. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate y'all doing that. We're here waiting on the moment for potentially white smoke. We might see white smoke here. If they haven't elected somebody, what we will see is nothing. And then we'll wait 2 more hours, and then we'll see either white or black smoke. So we're waiting to see if get that white smoke now. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. 1,000 people. That's awesome. That's one of the highest streams. I think I had 4,000 tuning in for one of the drones video. But other than that, 1,000 is kind of like second or third in all live streams I've done, which is a lot because I've done probably 3,000 live streams at this point. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. Is the Vatican Secret Archives magisterial? Well, Not necessarily, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's in there that might be like private correspondences and stuff like that that's not magisterial, but you do have some magisterial documents in the Vatican secret archives, yes. Um, but the stuff that would be magisterial would already have been publicly promulgated, so it wouldn't be hidden or anything. If something is magisterial, for it to be magisterial, it has to be properly promulgated. So I think that you won't be able to say that something that's in the Vatican archives is somehow binding on everyone, but it's hidden. Like that. That's not the way the magisterium would work. So kind of depends on what we mean there. Okay. Is the chair, Peter, currently vacant? Well, I'm a smoke splainer. I'm going to have to explain away the white smoke that we saw.
What is going on?
What? What is happening?
What?
Yeah, that happened. After the black smoke, it turned white. And so there's going to be millions of people making that Cardinal Siri theory 2.0, as I've said. So yeah, putting aside the smoke splainer joke. It appears that so far they haven't elected someone. I mean, it's possible that they've already elected somebody. They just haven't announced it yet, right? But assuming that they have not elected someone, the chair of Peter would currently be considered empty. Bradley has been enjoying the stream. Glad to hear that. Thank you. Michael, can you adopt me? I got enough on my hands already. Chris says we appreciate you, Michael. Thank you. I appreciate y'all too. Bew says, first I got unsubscribed without knowing it. Now I never get notifications, but you go live. I've heard of a few people saying that. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully you'll hit that sub button again. Let's see what else we got here in the chat. Let's see. Yeah, the question of outside the church there is no salvation with Florence and the 21 Coptic martyrs. I do address that to one degree or another in my book Answering Orthodoxy, and I do have a stream specifically on that in the video that I did, Outside the Church There Is No Salvation. I do cover that in detail. It's specifically on the Council of Florence that I did this video. This one right here, Outside the Church There Is No Salvation with Michael Lofton, Classical Theism podcast. I do think you need to go and watch that one. That is publicly available for everyone. So maybe check that out, because it is all about the question of Florence and outside the church there is no salvation in light of Lumen Gentium. So there is no direct contradiction. Even if you conclude that Catholicism is false, hypothetically speaking, like hypothetically, let's say you conclude Catholicism is false. I don't think you can do so on grounds that the magisterium has contradicted itself clear cut in this. I don't think it's clear cut. There is a way to harmonize them both. How convinced you are of the harmonization would be a different question, but that there is no absolute contradiction here, yeah, there's no way around that. There is no absolute contradiction here. So there's that to consider. Does my wife ever come on camera to say hello? I did force her to do a video once. We talked about The Office. You remember that show? And she did make a cameo appearance. Y'all remember that when I was at the Vatican at St. Peter's Square? Y'all remember that when they showed me on the Jumbotron? here. There we are. Your boy on Vatican Media. So she made a quick appearance there. Then we did a video on The Office at some point. I don't remember where that is. I'd have to go and find it. Okay. When did that happen? That was last year at the Easter Sunday Mass. Kyrie, thank you for the super chat. Your material on Pope Francis played a huge role in my conversion. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And very glad to hear that. Best case and worst case Pope. Best case, Pizzaballa. Worst case, Timothy Radcliffe. Or Cardinal Marx, maybe. Good scholarly books on the magisterium. Start with Dulles, Avery Dulles. You need to start there. If you have not read Avery Dulles, you need to. And of course, Sullivan and his works on the magisterium. Whether you agree with Sullivan on everything or not, you still need to read them. Ideal candidates in the poll for the next pontificate. Certainly think Pizzaballa would be the best option. Okay, what else we got? Set up a conversation with Redeem Zoomer. I don't have his contact information. I mean, always happy to chat with people. Of course, I'd be happy to chat with them. I don't have any contact with him or anything like that. I don't think we've ever spoken or anything. Ponty, Michael is a blessed man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Tyler says, I remember that show. I was an old hat once upon a time. How many rounds do I think it'll be? I think it might be the next one that we see in hour 15 minutes. And I think that if not, most likely tomorrow. Could be at any moment, though. That's why we're here. She yelled reason and theology to the Pope. Yeah, she did that in a different video, though. Yeah, she did that in Spanish. Speak Spanish. Costa Rican. Them Costa Ricans. Did I like Pope Francis? Hey, look, I have some critical perspectives about Pope Francis. I think he was a good man. I think he was a sincere and honest man and a good person. Whether or not that means he was successful in his pontificate and an effective leader as Pope is certainly a different question. I think that there were some things that could have been done better. I think, respectfully. This time you really shined, mainly in the area at the top of your head. That's funny. You are funny. Barbara, thank you. I have no idea who will be the next Pope. Fair enough. Okay. Michael, your deep knowledge of the Catholic Church has truly enlightened us. Thanks to you and others like Voice of Reason, my family and I are excited to start RCI classes. That's awesome to hear. Shout out to Voice of Reason. Michael, but when you went to Dub Pope, did you give him your ladder? I did not. And that is an old school RT reference here. You're a real one for sure. Yeah. For those of y'all who know that kind of stuff, I need to do something special for y'all because y'all been here for a while. Y'all stuck by me through thick and thin. Y'all deserve something. Like I gotta do something for y'all. we got to figure out what it is. But yeah, you've been here long enough to know the globe and the ladder. You're a legend. Ollie says, thank you for all you do. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're still waiting on that smoke here. Might not get it because, again, if they don't get 2/3, they will delay the smoke for 12 p.m. Central, which is an hour and 15 minutes from now. Quick conclave or a long one. I don't think it will be too terribly long. I think that if not today, tomorrow, maybe the next day. But I mean, I don't think it'd go longer than that. What do you think about his claim? I don't know who his is, but what do you think about the claim the magisterium contradicted itself with saying no salvation outside the church for Jews and Muslims, but Vatican II saying it's possible? Yeah, I address that specifically. I think there's obviously ways to harmonize that. I do address it specifically in the video. This one, in addition to my lectures with I got a whole lecture devoted specifically to that with Catholic Polytechnic University. You'll want to sign up for that if you are interested. But for free resources everybody has available to them, Outside the Church There Is No Salvation with Michael Lofton, Classical Theism Podcast. That's the title you'll want to put in on YouTube. Watch that. That will be sufficient. If you want something more in depth, I got a whole lecture devoted just to that question with Catholic Polytechnic University. Again, you need to sign up now because it starts Monday, but the new program for the Magisterial Studies Certificate program I'm offering with Catholic Polytechnic University starts Monday. So you will need to do that soon. Catholic Polytechnic University, click on certificates, click on Magisterium, and go over here to click here to register, and then pay the tuition fee. And then you can begin. You can either take the course as a standalone course, or you can begin the process of doing all 3 courses for the Magisterial Studies Certificate program. And the third course for this program, Evaluating Magisterial Documents, I do have a lecture specifically on the question of evaluating the question of outside the church there is no salvation. And we do go through the history of the issue and some possible ways to harmonize it. I don't think there's an absolute contradiction here. So you'll want to go there. Quick answer, however, the question is what constitutes a member of the church? And Florence is saying for those who are outside of the church in no way are in the church, they can't be saved. Okay, that's dogmatically defined. Vatican II is saying that somebody could be a member of the church without being a formal member. They could informally be a member. So they're not entirely outside the church in that case. They're actually in the church in an informal way. Therefore, no contradiction. You want that unpacked more, go to the free resource I mentioned to you, or sign up for the course as well. You'll see much deeper dive there. Jedi says, thanks for what you do. You stand in to do what I could not, and I salute you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I don't suspect we're going to see smoke right now, but you never know. It took them an hour last time. They were an hour delayed, so we got to hang in here. We're hanging in here for the next hour and 15 minutes anyway. So, but I mean, we could still see something now. So, Viola, I don't get the ladder joke. You're new to the channel, so you know that's a new one. That's an old reference when I had a ladder here in the background, and people would make fun of why did I have a decorative ladder, because I clearly don't have to use it. So that's what that's for. Thomas says, I was a trad and often accused Pope Francis and Vatican II of heresy before I found your videos. Now I love Pope Francis and can see he's a sincere man, not trying to destroy the church. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think he was a sincere and honest person. Could he have done things better? Could he have been more effective? Could he have been clear? Should he have done some other things and not others? I mean, we can talk about that till the cows come home. And I have talked about it till the cows come home. I have hundreds of videos on Pope Francis at this point. In fact, I created a Pope Francis playlist, and it's not exhaustive in nature. So there's certainly some room for constructive criticism, but I don't think that you can say that he taught heresy, and I don't think that you can say he was a bad man. I think those are not true. think there may be a super sticker. Nicole Marie, thank you for gifting 5 memberships to people so they can get access to patron-only content. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Michael Baumer did the same thing, gifted 10 memberships. I appreciate both of y'all doing that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, stepping up and giving these people memberships so they can get access to the extra material. I appreciate y'all, and I hope y'all new patrons enjoy the material. Let me know if y'all have any questions. What do they use to burn there? I know they put some chemicals in there to alter the color of the smoke. So specifically beyond that, I don't know more details offhand. Like and subscribe, Tyler says. Exactly. Y'all need to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I've been going 6 hours, literally just now, this second, 6 hours. I've been live streaming since 4:40 in the morning, putting in that work. 4 hours yesterday, 6 hours now, got another hour to go. And so this is definitely the longest stream. Please show some support if you don't mind. This is definitely fun, though. I'm really enjoying every minute chatting with you on doing this. This is great. Ignorant Eurodite says, nice, thanks for the free membership. Awesome. What else we got here? Zafar says, just stumbled on your channel and I like your content so far and just subscribe. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I hope you enjoy the content. Got plenty of material here, 4,000 or so videos at this point in 6 years. Ooh, it's been a wild ride so far. I think there may be another super chat. Let me see here. Yes, thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate that. Good to see an ICKSP Extraordinary Form Mass just occurred at St. Mary Major today. Oh, is that right? First time in years. Wow, I did not know that. That is awesome. That's pretty cool. Lateran Globe Society. Jay Condi is a real one. Good to see you. What else we got? The grind never stops with R&T. Putting in that hard work every day. Every day I'm here putting in live streams, sometimes multiple streams a day. Favorite kind of coffee to stay awake? Of course, great value. Walmart coffee. We got jokes about it. Often needs to tag Glenn Beck to go on a show. That's funny. Okay, if they don't do smoke for this one, how will we know the vote failed? If the vote failed, you won't see smoke until 12, right? So that's how you know. But they could be delayed, and so we're kind of in limbo right now. Good old limbo. Been a while since we've spoken about limbo, by the way. Vincent, good to see you, my man. He just graduated from the certificate program, too. I'm heading to Rome in a few days. I'll try to get you some footage. Please do. In fact, I might actually go to Rome at some point if y'all want to sponsor me to go to Rome to see the new Pope and, get some footage and live coverage and all that. I would be happy to go, but I will need some assistance, financial assistance to do that. So maybe consider donating to the GoFundMe or the PayPal link in the show notes if that's something that's you're interested in. But if you specifically want it for that, put somewhere in the notes or email me something and say, hey, just donated some money, but it's specifically for you to travel to Rome. That way I know, okay, this money is specifically for that. So you need to let me know in some kind of way. I do want to go to Rome. Maybe a month or two. I don't know. Is that possible? 88 Buckmeister says somebody accused him of being a secret mod. That's funny. People will say all kinds of stupid things. Bear with them. I remember the first time I came across Michael's channel, he spent 5 hours debunking a 30-minute Mike Winger video. I remember that. Yeah, that was about 5 hours in 2 different videos. And you can say a whole lot of ridiculousness in 30 minutes that may take about 5 hours to refute and unpack, right? There's actually a name for that. I forget what it's called. Why are all these people moving over? What's going on? What's going over to the right? Is something happening? Walmart coffee is the best coffee, agreed. Anyone else tuning in to Michael since the Roundtable days? You're an OG if you've been here since the Roundtable days. Thank you so much, Kilo. Michael, any truth to this? The name Pierre Baptiste is a compound meaning Peter and Baptist. That's what I thought. Let's double check it. Yep. You're right. When was the last time I did a video on limbo? Last time I was at Catholic Answers. So that would be April 27th, 2023. Is limbo still a thing in Catholicism? Is the name of the video that you want to check out. I do have to troll a little bit, do some trolling here, and show the white smoke that came out earlier from the third ballot. After there was black smoke, there was this white smoke, and it's going to give rise to numerous conspiracy theories. The Cardinal Siri Theory 2.0, I'm predicting. The law of Lofton. I don't know what the law of Lofton is, but I'm going to say the law of Lofton is if I predict that something's going to be a conspiracy theory, it will be a conspiracy theory. Do you believe in limbo? The Council of Florence does teach definitively that it's a possibility, but possibility doesn't necessarily mean that it's actuated, right? So that's a different question. Is limbo, and here I'm sure you mean limbo of infants, not of the fathers. Is limbo of infants inhabited is a different question of whether or not it is a possibility, right? It's definitive that it's a possibility. But it is also taught by the magisterium that it's possible that God gives grace to an unbaptized infant and gives them the grace of the sacrament of baptism apart from water baptism, in the way that he might do with a catechumen, vicariously through their parents' desire for that person's salvation, among other theories. And that is compatible with Florence. Now, whether God has done that in a particular case, the church doesn't say. It says that you can hope that he does that. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Can you explain your stance on the ET deception view? I do have a number of videos on the ET question. Maybe go and check them out. I'm aware there's a controversy with some people thinking it's a demonic deception thing. So maybe go and watch those videos. Sean says he forgot about the brown table days. Sean, you've been here for a long time. Was the term I was looking for gish galloping? No, but that is a good one. That's also a good one, but not what I was looking for. I need to publish a book, sequel to Answering Orthodoxy, called Answering Radical Traditionalism. Yeah, certainly would be pretty easy to do at this point, right? The question would be finding a publisher. So yeah, got the Gabe. Thank you so much. Happy to hear about your reconciliation with Eric. You guys were amazing, brilliant minds starting the channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, I started the channel 2017, brought Eric on as a repeat guest pretty early on after I established the channel. And yeah, it was really, really good having him on for all that. That was fun. Okay. What else we got? Take the white smoke off the screen. It's fooling people. that was the trolling that I was doing, right? So that was the point. Because people are going to do that to them for the next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Might as well go ahead and introduce them to it. Kilo, the abode of the dead where Jesus went, where he died, is that limbo or is that another place? That's limbo of the fathers, Abraham's bosom, aka paradise. That is different than limbo of the infants. Good question. Just join. Is that white smoke in the live video? In the third ballot earlier this morning, they had black smoke and then it turned white, giving rise to many people concerned that this is going to trigger a massive conspiracy theory. I've been watching RNT so long, I forgot about Dre. That's funny. Okay, what else we got? Dart says I'm awful. Why, for trolling people? Better that they learn about the issue here and realize that it's misinformation or skewed information. Better that they learn that here than somewhere else, right? Obviously, no pope was elected whenever they brought out the black smoke, but yes, it did turn white for a little bit of time there. And a lot of people are going to run with that, I'm sure. Kelly says Taylor Marshall is probably already starting his white smoke conspiracy book. Yes. Re-infiltration. The Cardinal Sarah conspiracy theory. Answering the smoke splainers. That's the name of the book, right? Viola says, Eric, you should watch more of Michael's videos on whatever is bothering you. Odds are I have a video about anything that you will ever ask about. Eric says, I used to be a part of the SSPX. I left because of your videos on it, but sometimes I still have rad chat views. What would you recommend? So you left the SSPX because of my video. So that's good to hear. I'm glad that it was helpful. What would you recommend? Definitely any of the videos I've done with Robert Sisko and John Salza. Yeah, you got to watch those 100%. So anything that I've done there, and also any video I've done on the Magisterium, you'll want to work through, especially matters of ecclesiology. Michael, evidently I'm a rogue. DMC says, am I Swedish? I do have a little bit of Swedish in me, so a little bit of Viking. Maybe that's why I'm so contentious. Swedish, German, everything white, basically. Every kind of white you can imagine. I'm a combination of it. The majority, however, is UK. England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales. Must speak Cajun. I can do Cajun impressions, but that's not it. So they're cheering for the seagulls. I told you. Is that why they do the cheering? Because the seagulls go up there. Why are the seagulls so entertaining, though? I guess because they don't have cell phones, right? They don't have access to cell phones because, they got their cell phones, but they're not powered or anything. They can't access the internet because they've dampened the signal so that the Cardinals can't access the outside world. And so I guess what's entertaining them right now are the seagulls. That is so sad that they are forced to be entertained by these seagulls. I feel so bad for them because they're not chilling here with us, enjoying this live stream. Oh, the little baby seagull with the parent seagulls. Oh, that's cute. You know that's cute. They need a Jumbotron of RT Live. They did put me on the Jumbotron, as I showed y'all moments ago. That Jumbotron that you see right over here on the screen, top left, that was the one they... Well, actually, they put me on all of them, but the one that I filmed was that one. Are we still waiting, or did it already happen? We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Could be any minute. Could be an hour from now. Could be 2 hours from now. You never know. If it's 2 hours from now, that's going to be difficult for me because that means I will have been live for 8 hours. I don't know how Mr. Beast did it, but didn't he say like PewDiePie a million times or something on a live stream and it took him like a whole day? I don't know how you do that. Man. PewDiePie, 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 PewDiePie. I don't know. I think he got famous from that though, so it worked, right? But I mean, that's really difficult. Michael, what is your favorite piece of alamine? I don't know if I'm allowed to repeat it. It's the one with Dexter's Laboratory, and he's like this, and he's looking at the picture of a piece of bala, and he's like stun on them hoes or something like that. That was kind of funny, but maybe that's a little off color, off brand. Okay. Viola says, "Here we are now. Entertain us." He's glitching again. If I were Pope, what name would I use? Seems like I've come up with that one before, but I'm trying to think what the answer was. I don't remember what I came up with. Do any of y'all in the chat remember? No way. White smoke? No way. No way. What? Is it really white? That may have been the fourth ballot. I don't think that was the fifth ballot. I think that was the fourth ballot. It's white. Is this a mistake or is this real? I'm still holding out. Is this real or is it a mistake? Maybe they forgot to mix in the chemicals this time like they did earlier. Is this really out? What? No way. It's really white, y'all. I'm not seeing any black mixed in with it. Yeah, it's white. Wow. It really looks like a Pope has been chosen, y'all. Wow. Wow. I think they're supposed to ring the bells pretty soon too, right? I'm holding out. Like, is this a prank from the Cardinals? Is it a mix-up? Did they mess up? I'm wondering. I'm skeptical. I'm waiting. That's a little gray there, but that's right. Okay. What? There goes the bells. What? This is crazy. Man, this is surreal because I remember when this happened last time. I was at work. I remember where I was. I wasn't able to watch it live, but I remember the bells going off and the basic church was live. And so I knew what purpose it was. I think I logged it and sneak into it real quick. That's a fucking one. Oh man, this is so real. Wow. We were not expecting this to be. I was thinking maybe the next ballot in an hour from now. I was not thinking this would be it. Because this seems like the fourth ballot. This would not be a fifth. I don't think they would have had time for a fifth ballot. So this must have been like a delayed reaction to the fourth. Regardless, I don't think we were expecting this. I think we were waiting for it to be a little bit later or a day later. Yeah, D-Bear, I'm honestly surprised. Right. Yeah. Really. Witnessing history. Absolutely. You are witnessing history. Who will it be? Oh, boy. I guess we got to get ready for that one, right? We're going to find out soon. Maybe in an hour might come out as early as an hour from now. Wow. He will step out on the Logia maybe as early as an hour from now, whoever it is. He might be going to the room of tears or already been in it. Probably hasn't been in it yet. Probably on his way to it. Might find out in an hour, y'all. It could be later, though. All this is obviously new. Easy time? Maybe. Maybe. Time to brew more coffee? Yeah. I don't want to step away, though. Maybe I do need to step away in a minute because I think we got a little bit of time. Oh. Michael, get ready for your appearance. Well, they didn't call me, so it's such a historic moment. Wow, yeah, it really is. This is insane. Isabella, come on, Jimmy says. I don't know. Almost talking indeed, yeah. So, yeah, that's clearly white. Oh my gosh, they're smoking it up in there. Whoa. Wow. That is a lot of smoke. They wanted to get the point home. They wanted to make it really clear. Hot mugs. They elected Bill Drum says tearing up. Smoking a cigar no. Sacred Heart says we have a vote. I'd say this is a yes. Oh, this is a yes. This is definitely at this point for a mistake. God bless you. Does this team want to like that looks like somebody a leading. So maybe I don't know if I can loud in the back of the that this could be some are saying they can't hear me. Okay. Can y'all hear me now? I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Okay, audio is okay right now. Can y'all confirm? Can y'all hear me? Okay. I don't know for how long y'all couldn't hear me. How long were y'all unable to hear me? Was it pretty quick? Not sure what's going on there. Thank you, AJ, for that. Super glad to witness this moment with you. Okay. All right. So just front runner. This might be a front runner, right? Or a lead. So this could be Parolin, Tagle. It could be Pizzaballa, Beardo, maybe Zupi. One of those. Likely it's one of them. I don't see them this quickly on. It looked like this may have been the fourth ballot, fourth or fifth at the most, right? I don't see them coming away with somebody like really out of the ordinary or a real big underdog. Not that quickly. I don't see that. This is going to be front runner. Okay. Continuity pope, most likely. How are we doing on audio, y'all? Please let me know in the comment section. Some are saying it's bad again.
Hello and welcome to the Associated Press live stream of the Conclave, and we're bringing you the news that the AP has just confirmed that there is a new pope. We've just confirmed that white smoke has been coming out just in the last few minutes here of the chimney on top of the Sistine Chapel, where 133 cardinal electors have chosen the new leader of the Catholic Church and its 1.4 billion faithful. Just behind me, St. Peter's Square has been erupting in cheers and applause. People are crying, people are clapping. They're watching the smoke pouring out into this beautiful afternoon's blue sky. We're sure that hundreds, maybe thousands, tens of thousands more people will be streaming in to see what's going to happen next and catch the first glimpse of the new Pope who has just been elected to succeed Pope Francis. It is the second day of the conclave. There have been multiple rounds of voting. Again, 133 cardinals, the most geographically diverse conclave in history, a relatively speedy one as well, just a couple of days. And there is a new pope. Let me tell you what's going to happen next. What I am seeing here, I'm Giovanna Dell'Orto with the AP's Global Religion News Team, and we have also journalists, photographer, reporters, videographers on the ground capturing this historic moment. What's going to happen next is this. There is going to be a little bit of a break. The new pope is presumably getting into his new clothes, and then he's going to appear on the balcony. But before that, the proto-deacon of the College of Cardinals, that's Cardinal Dominique Mamberti of France, is going to show up on the balcony that you see in the images in the middle of St. Peter's Basilica. And in Latin, he's going to say, "We have a pope." And then he's going to announce, again in Latin, the birth name of the pope and the name that the new pope has chosen as his. And that's something that everybody here is looking forward to hearing, because it will be one of the first signs as to his style, his personality, his priorities. It was that way when Pope Francis chose Francis, the first Francis, as a pope. So that will be our very first sign. We'll also be looking for what the pope is wearing. It might sound trivial, but it's not. Whether it's an elaborate style, a very formal style, or like Pope Francis, a simpler style. He addressed the crowd that night a little over 12 years ago with the simple buonasera. That's just good evening. And everybody went wild because it was a sign of what would become, in fact, Pope Francis's papacy, a simpler style, a humbler style, a style closer to the people. Now, I told you it's 133 cardinal electors. It is extremely likely that the new pope is one of them. Which one? We really don't know. Some have been talked about and have been discussed, and we have covered them as likely contenders, but there have been surprises before. So we're not going to speculate on that. We will bring you the news as we have it. As I said, it's going to take a little bit, maybe an hour. Again, we don't know that either, before the proto-deacon of the College of Cardinals shows up on the big decorated balcony that you see in St. Peter's Basilica that has the red drapings. And a little bit later, that's when the Pope will make his very first message. Now, we shouldn't expect a long message. That will come at some point in the next few days when there will be a formal first mass of inauguration of the new Pope. Tonight, it will be just a greeting. But as I said, the people are going to be streaming in from all around Rome. The other thing that you might have been able to hear in my background, I don't know, but it was quite loud, is that almost all the bells in Rome, and there is hundreds of Catholic churches here, have been tolling at the same time to tell the people, as they have for many, many decades, that again, there is a new leader, a successor, not just to Pope Francis, who passed away on the day after Easter on April 21st at age 88, and therefore got this whole process of the conclave to select his successor in motion, but also, and to the believers perhaps more importantly, the successor to Peter. That's why St. Peter's Square is called that, by the way. It's because St. Peter's Square is in front of St. Peter's Basilica, and St. Peter's Basilica was built on the tomb of the Apostle Peter, whom Jesus chose, according to the Gospels, to be the first pope, the first leader of the church. And by the way, that's why he was given the name Peter. Peter wasn't called Peter, but that was the name that Jesus gave him to indicate. It means stone in Greek and in many languages. In Italian too, it's pretty close. Pietro, pietra, that's the name for rock. It would be the rock on which the church would stand. And this is still the role that the new pope, whoever it is, has been chosen to fulfill. A tremendous responsibility that has been in line with the solemnity of the ceremonies that we have seen so far and the symbolism. The cardinals, for example, entered the Sistine Chapel under lock and key eventually for their conclave wearing red. Red is a symbol of the blood of martyrs, and many martyrs were killed. In fact, let me give you a fact that is not fun, but is relevant. You might have seen that in the middle of St. Peter's Square, just behind me, there is an obelisk. Well, that was an obelisk that was in ancient Rome around a location where many Christians were actually martyred in the very early years of the faith. So there's a lot of symbolism behind me, and we will be bringing you more details, and you can find a lot more details and the latest news and explanations and analysis brought by all of our journalists, our international team of AP journalists on the ground at apnews.com, as well as our live blog. And I encourage you to go check out the photo galleries, the live video coverage that we have, our interviews, and a lot more that you can find. And I know, and I am sure that my colleagues from the AP around the world are mobilizing and will be mobilizing to find and bring you more analysis and more information. I can still hear the crowd cheer behind me. The scene is really wonderful. It's full of emotion. It's been a relatively quick conclave. Seems like the weather has cooperated as well. It's an absolutely beautiful spring day with a blue sky that really stood as a nice background and contrast to that huge puff of white smoke that just brought the news to the world's 1.4 billion Catholics and everybody else that, yes, Habemus Papam. That's the sentence that you will hear very shortly, Latin for, we do have a new pope. So stay with us. Check out all of our content at apnews.com, and our live blog is there as well. We will be back very shortly to bring you more news, more analysis about what's happening, the next steps, the introduction, and the moment when we will find out who, in fact, the new pope is. Thank you so much for being with us. Continue to stay with us. We'll bring you more news, also apnews.com, and our live blog there as well.
All right, so sorry about that. Can y'all hear me better now? I apologize for the banner issue. I accidentally put the old banner up, and when I was creating a new one, it didn't put the new one up. Can y'all hear me well? Let me know in the chat, because I want to repeat some of the things I just mentioned. Y'all were saying I had some audio issues. Everything is live, so I apologize for technical difficulties. Okay, much better. Good. And I was also making sure that y'all could hear her, which it sounds like y'all were able to. Okay, so... some are saying I could dial it back a little bit. Okay, fair enough. Well, somebody was asking, is this a front runner candidate because of this? Most likely. Either like front runner or somebody was really, like a top three probably, right? A Parolin. He was pretty much the number one candidate. There was a little bit of concern about him having a health scare. I don't know if it was substantial enough to really alter decisions substantially here. It looks like this was a fourth ballot vote. It looks like this was fourth ballot, because I think it would have been a little bit later if it had been fifth ballot. I think. Don't quote me on that. We don't know for sure. That's the way it appeared. It may have been like a delayed effect on a fourth ballot. Fourth or fifth, either way. That does not sound like somebody that they're really compromising on. That sounds like somebody who was already kind of expected to be chosen. So maybe a Parolin, maybe a Tagle, Eastern Pope, and so he's going to be from the Philippines. He's going to be the Asian Pope Francis, as they say. Maybe it's Tagle. Younger guy, however. So that would be interesting if they went with him. I suspect they didn't. I suspect it's Parolin. Could be Pizzaballa. He was also kind of the perhaps dark horse here, maybe the underdog in some ways, but I think in many ways very favorable. If he's not elected pope in this conclave, he might be elected pope in the next conclave. I don't know. I think this might be Parolin. That's who I'm thinking, right? But I get the impression this is going to be one of those like top 5, top 3 candidates. This does not sound like somebody. This does not appear to be somebody who would have been like, a wild card. Not this quick. I don't see that. I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible. They could have chosen layman as pope. Right? That's possible. Is it likely? That's different, right? Thank you for the super sticker there. What do I think that Parolin would mean for the direction of the church? More the same. Maybe a little less controversial in the media. Maybe a little less in the media, which might be a good thing after the rocky ride from the last pontificate. But that's certainly an establishment candidate. 100%. Parolin is an establishment candidate. And if it's Parolin, there will be a lot of criticism of him from your usual critics in Catholicism. And you will have some of them who say the see is still empty. They will push for a sedevacantist theory. Others will just push back against him and critique him and criticize him in the way that they did Pope Francis, if it's a Parolin. We'll find out soon. Maybe within an hour. He's probably already in the room in tears right now. He might be breaking down in tears. It could very well be he's in the room of tears right now, breaking down because of the weight that he feels is on his shoulders because of what has been bestowed upon him. You got 1.3, 1.4 billion people that you're responsible for. All eyes are on you. You got 2,000 years of history for this office. And so, most likely whoever it is, he's probably breaking down. Yeah. Antero says, I can't imagine the way. Yeah. I can't either. That's on a level that none of us will ever know what that kind of pressure is like, with so many people, so many eyes on you, so many critics, so much responsibility, right? That's pretty heavy. That's a heavy burden. And I saw that Pope Francis carried that for over a decade. And you can see in his face, I saw him last year in that papal audience right there in St. Peter's Square, you can see how tired he was, how exhausted he was from the weight of that office. You could see it all on his face. He was happy, he was still jovial, but you could still tell that man's been through a lot of pain and stress. You could tell. You can always just read it on a person's face. Thank you for the super sticker. I like Cardinal Sarah and Pisa, but I think you're right. It's probably Parolin. If it's Tagle, I think most Catholics would be disappointed. Some would love Tagle. Others would be very critical of him. And so what I said about Parolin would also apply to Tagle. It would be a different case for Pizzaballa. You would, at that point, have people on both sides. Progressives, conservative, traditional, all sides. Would be more open to someone like Pizzaballa and less critical of him, and would kind of wait and see how things are before any kind of real criticism began. So he I think would be more of a unifier. Parolin would be more establishment. So they're bringing out the band. Jacob says, what's going on here? Well, you're witnessing history, Jacob. You're witnessing history. Okay. The Pope has been selected. And, now we're waiting to find out who that person is. Right. So now is when we got to hang tight. If you've been hanging in there with me for almost 7 hours, I'm sorry. You got to hang in more now. It's going to be a long evening. We're going to be finding out, because once we find out who he is, now we're going to be doing a lot of examination on what has he done in the past, what has he said before in X, Y, and Z, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about that. Man, this is big. This is big. Wow, this is massive. Ira says, I'm nervous yet excited. I think that's how pretty much everybody feels right now. Black Angel says, my heart, I'm dying. Yeah, I think that's where most people are at right now, right? and probably more so this pontificate than any others because it's so visible, it's so in the media, it's so in your face, even more than the previous one in 2013. And there's so much kind of writing on this. There's so much division right now in the Catholic Church. There's so much writing on the need for a unifier pope who will kind of get things back on course. And yeah, a lot writing on it. So I think a lot of people are just like nervous but excited. And Eric says, I want Pizzaballa for unity. It's any man's guess. But if I had to guess, I'm gonna say Parolin. A Pius the 13th, maybe, but I think it's more likely it'll be a Francis II. I think they're going to take the name Francis II, if not literally taking the name, at least in spirit. But I think actually taking the name. That's my opinion. It could totally be wrong. Any man's guess, right? Name choice will be interesting. Name choice will signify a lot about the pontificate. A lot. That'll tell you everything once you see the name choice. If it's a Pius, that tells you a lot. If it's a Francis, tells you a lot. If it's John Paul II or John Paul III or Benedict XVII, that tells you a lot as well. Or if it's a completely new name, that tells you it'll be perhaps a new approach, new style. What number of ballot was this? I don't know for sure. It was unclear. 4th or 5th, we don't know. I suspect 4th, and this was just a delayed response on the 4th. Could be that this was a quick response on the 5th. But if it was the 5th, we were supposed to have found out a little bit later. That's why I'm thinking this was 4th. A delayed response on 4th. That's why we were watching. That's why I was hanging out for 6 hours, 41 minutes with y'all, because it's like, yeah, it's possible. I didn't think it was as likely. I didn't think it was going to happen on this ballot. I thought maybe later on in an hour, and more likely tomorrow is what I was thinking. Why are my coworkers saying they learned some secret about the end of the world in the Room of Tears? Because a lot of people are prone to conspiracy theories. That would be one. Intelligent, thank you so much for the super sticker here. What are your thoughts on so many people putting their opinion on who the Pope is or should be that aren't even Catholic and atheists? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are tied and invested into this, whether they're Catholic or not, because it impacts everyone. It impacts the world, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Christian or not. Doesn't matter if you're a Catholic, doesn't matter if you're some other kind of Christian, doesn't matter if you're non-Christian. This impacts you in one way or another, directly or indirectly. So just like the president of the United States is going to impact you whether you live in the U.S. or not. Even more so the case of the Pope. Thank you so much, Christopher. Apologize if you already answered this, but what name do you think the new Pope will take? I'm leaning towards probably a Pope Francis II, maybe John III, John Paul III. We've already had John III a long time ago. John Paul III. Maybe John the 24th. Maybe Benedict the 17th. Maybe something in continuity with the post-conciliar period, right? I suspect a name in continuity with the post-conciliar period. It could, however, be a new direction, like Pope Francis did. He took it in a new direction, new style, new direction. Frosty says, I'm going to guess Syrah. I think zero chance of Syrah. I think it's more than likely Parolin, Tagle, Pizzaballa. Thank you for the super sticker. If it's Tagle, I hope he's super quiet Pope. I don't know. He might be relatively outspoken. Thank you for the super sticker, Carlos. Appreciate you. Could it be Erdo? Yeah, I mean, it could be. That's top 5, right? Could be. Is this a record for quickest conclave? No, there have been choices in the first ballot. This was either 4th or 5th. D-Bear, bro, you were hanging out because you like us. Of course I was. And y'all have made this fun. Y'all have been the only reason why I've been able to last 7 hours and 4 hours yesterday. The only reason is because y'all entertained me in the chat. Otherwise, I would have been sitting here for 4 hours twiddling my thumbs, bored out of my mind. And y'all made it go by quick. And I appreciate y'all doing that. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Can we hear some of the bad? Well, you know, let's wait and see before I offer some any further commentary on that. Let's wait and see. We'll find out really soon, right? And then I'll give you all the commentary you want on that person. Christopher Perez, thank you for gifting a membership. You're awesome. Looking forward to your analysis on the new Pope. Kilo says, I'm looking forward to it too. I'm ready to find out. Let's go. Let's find out who it is. Let's get this show on the road. Justin, thank you for that super sticker. Justin, I appreciate you. What about Zupi? He's maybe top 5 in likelihood here. Possibility. I think unlikely. However, I think this is going to be more of a top 2, top 3. Parolin, Tagle, Pizzaballa. That's my guess for whatever it's worth. Hard to say because there's so little information to go off of here. Very little. So everyone's speculation here is going to be a shot in the dark to, you know, we don't know. We don't know. But something this quick, and this was relatively quick. That sounds like establishment to me. That sounds like somebody not really controversial. That sounds like establishment. That doesn't sound like a young candidate, which would be against Tagle and Pizzaballa. This does not sound like a young candidate. I could be wrong. Maybe they valued having somebody who's going to be around for a while. Maybe that's what they wanted. I think they're less likely to go for that. After such a rocky pontificate, I think they're like, you know what? Let's get somebody who's not going to be there for long in case this turns out to be a flop. That way we don't have to deal with them for long. And if it's a good one, great. We can move from there. I don't. This sounds to me like Parolin, right? Or some kind of establishment candidate who's going to continue Francis's legacy. That's what this sounds like to me. AJ, weather is perfect for new Pope to come out. That's true. Still daylight. I mean, we're already at record stream. I don't think I've ever gone 6 hours, 47 minutes. If I have, it was 7 hours and that's it. And evidently we're going to be here for another good 3 hours. And I'll be doing videos for days and weeks and months to come on this. So got a lot of work for me either way. But it's exciting. The bad Michael smokesplaining. The smoke spiders. You might not see the end of that one, especially if it's Parolin who comes out. You'll be hearing about the white smoke from the third ballot at the end of the third ballot. You'll be hearing that for years to come. Dancy, you doing good, Michael? You look tired. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. I'm hanging in there, man. I've been up since like 4:30. I started streaming at 4:40. As soon as I saw black smoke on the first round, I'm exhausted. I did four something hours yesterday. We're at 7 hours now, but I'm hanging in there. I got more energy. We're gonna make this happen, and I'm gonna deliver plenty of commentary for y'all. I'm hanging in there, y'all. I'm not going anywhere. So I'm getting some more energy already. So I'm hanging tight. Trent Monroe, thank you for that super sticker. We need another voice face freestyle. Yeah, that was epic. That was classic. Shout out to voice face. Desktop connection. I'm not ready for a Filipino pope, and I'm Filipino. but his will. It is his will, and not mine, and we'll continue to submit to the magisterium. Fair enough. Fair enough. I hear you. I got you. Fair enough. Thank you so much, Ioannis, John, for becoming a member. Glad to have you aboard. Coffee break, everyone. I'm about to have to take one, y'all. I'm over here sweating in this coat for 7 hours. And I need to step away, take a quick break, get some more coffee, and get ready. Here's some coffee money. Thank you so much, Viola. I appreciate you. Love the stream. Thank you. It's been great. This has been fun, and we're not done yet. The best part is yet to come now. This is turning into, instead of a conclave watch stream, this is turning into the Pope has been elected stream. In fact, I changed the title and thumbnail already. What's going on here? Let's see. Eric says, thank you so much for that. Is that Sean O'Malley, Cardinal O'Malley? Looks like it. Oh, there's Cardinal Dolan, right? Not Dolan. Gosh, what's his name? And I saw him in person before. He used to be over Washington, D.C. What's his name? Why am I drawing a blank on him? He's retired now, but this guy over here who used to be over Washington, D.C., why am I drawing a blank on him? I don't know. Saw him in DiNardo at a liturgy in Houston. Cardinal World. There you go. Sorry. Hey, thank you so much, John L., for that super sticker. Hi, Michael, he says. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, let me just step away for a moment. Let me get my bearing here, get some coffee, and take a quick break and get ready for this next round, because this is going to be the most intense part of what we've been waiting on. I mean, this is going to be really intense, waiting to see who it is. He comes out, and we're all like Google searching like everything they've ever done. We already know some of these guys, but it's like, okay, I got to know everything he's ever done at this point. So we're going to be doing all that. So we're going to be here for a minute. So I'm going to play this on your screen while I step away just for a moment. Hang tight. All right. Can y'all hear me? Making sure I'm coming through loudly and clearly. Had to step away. Take a quick break there. Get some rest. I've been at this for 7 hours. I had to stretch and all that. And got me some coffee ready. Got me my carbonated water. And some kettle cooked salt and vinegar chips just in case, right? All right. Well, all right. Back in the saddle here. Thought Lofton may have left for Rome after getting a phone call. Wouldn't that be interesting? All right. Everybody's saying they can hear me well. Please let me know if there are any audio difficulties. Look at it. Everybody there on the balcony ready to see who the next pope is. Let me grab my coffee here. 1 second. It's not ready. Okay. All right. I think I grabbed all the super stickers, super chats so far. Pope Lofton, they're trying to call you. That's funny. Stop saying spamming Parolin. Somebody spamming Parolin. Michael's back. Yes, I am back. I am here for it. Jacob says they're rooting for Sarah no matter what. AJ says I think Mozetta makes a return back. Victoria says it's Pizzaballa calling. The Pizzaballer. Pope Michael the First. Not Pope Marshall. Fire Divine says not Pope Marshall. Oh boy, that would be a very interesting choice. I'm part of the College of Cardinals there, the Elector Cardinals. Yeah, that'd be a pretty wild ride there. That's funny. Oh, Voice of Reason here. Shout out to Voice of Reason. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Voice Face. You excited, man? I bet you're ready to find out who it is, huh? Okay, what do I think of the St. Malachi prophecy? Did a video on it last week. Quick video you can go and watch while we're waiting. But quick answer, it is bunk. It is not a legitimate prophecy, and is again not authentic. Came good 4 centuries after Malachi, and clearly is shown to be a forgery. Okay. Christopher says, I doubt it would happen anymore, but where exactly would you need to be if a layman was validly elected pope? Anywhere on planet Earth as a male Catholic. That's where you would need to be. New pope in the room of tears now. Probably. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If he hasn't already gone in there, probably is there by now. I mean, I suspect they're going to be bringing him out soon because they got the band there and everything. I don't think they're going to make the band sit there for hours. To bring the band out is kind of like, okay, go ahead and get them out. We're going to be doing something here pretty soon, kind of a thing. So they brought them out quickly. So can a layman be elected without being ordained after? Yeah, you can elect a layman, and then they would be entitled to be ordained a bishop immediately. So they would be ordained right after that. Okay. Can I turn on the audio and quiet? I can try to turn it down a little bit. I need to keep it up though to kind of get a reaction from them, kind of see what's going on. They could maybe alert us to the cardinal deacon coming out on the balcony pretty quickly, maybe even sooner than the visual cues. So what will happen next is the cardinal deacon who is tasked with announcing the name of the next pope, will come out next. We're waiting for him to come out on the loggia in the very middle there of St. Peter's Basilica. He will come out and he will tell us the birth name of the pope and then the name that the pope has taken for himself. So we're going to find that out very quickly. As soon as we do, everybody's going to be hitting that Google search like insanity. Google might shut down with all the Google searches for no matter who it is, how well known or unknown or obscure. Everybody's going to be Googling that every little bit about that person. So yeah. Okay. Y'all hit that subscribe button and like button for me if y'all don't mind. I really would appreciate your support for the channel. Really would help. And I got to squeeze it in while we're waiting here to tell y'all about my course with Catholic Polytechnic University, where I offer a certificate program in magisterial studies. It starts Monday. So if you are interested in learning more about the magisterium, how it works, how the papacy works, you need to sign up for this course right now. Go to Catholic Polytechnic University, click on certificates and click on magisterium, or catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium. Go ahead and visit that link, and what you will do to sign up for this program, where I'm offering an introduction to the magisterium, a survey of the magisterial acts, all 21 ecumenical councils and major papal documents, as well as how to evaluate and read magisterial documents, how to know if something is infallibly taught or not. This is a program that you'll want to go ahead and sign up for, because it starts Monday, or starts again Monday. We already have a round of graduates that just graduated about a month ago, and we're starting it up again. Go over here to catholicpolytechnicuniversity.org/magisterium. Click here to register. And then you'll need to also pay the tuition for the introduction to the magisterium course, or you could take it as a standalone course and don't have to do the program if you don't want to. Program consists, however, of 3 courses, first of which is Intro to the Magisterium, starting this Monday. If you can't attend live every Monday, that's perfectly fine. It's at 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 8:30 Eastern. If you can't attend, that's fine. It's all pre-recorded as well, and you can certainly watch those videos at your own leisure, watch the course videos at your own time, but the live sessions will be there for you to ask any Q&A, or you could still just email me. So be aware of that. Go and sign up if you haven't already. And of course, again, hit that subscribe button. I've been going at it for 7 hours, 15 minutes, been here a while. Hit the sub button, hit the like button, share this with everyone on your social media. Cruz says they just showed 2 dudes kissing on the Vatican stream. Well, I'm glad that I didn't have the Vatican stream pulled up. Okay. Considering most probable cardinals, what name do you think they'll take? Probably Francis II, Benedict XVII, John Paul III, something like that, probably. Any man's guess, though. What is the workload for my course? It's designed for people who already have day job and everything, so no obligations on your part as far as workload. However, if you do want to take on additional assignments, there are quizzes that you can take that are optional, and can also give you some research material that are optional. You do not have to do that, because it's designed for people who are already working and have a day job and other things that they're doing. So, you don't have to do any additional workload beyond the lectures. They will stand alone in and of themselves. Or if you want to do more, you let me know and we can work on that. There are quizzes. There are other things that you could do as research assignments. So it's really up to you as far as that part. But the requisite, the necessary part is to, of course, go through. And there's Cardinal Casper, by the way, German bishop, controversial figure. The required part would be to go through the courses. You got to go through the lectures themselves, right? But you can do that at your own leisure. You know, once a week, go through 1.5 to 2 hour lecture at your own leisure. How do I take my coffee? Black. No sugar, no cream. Viola, thank God Mike was talking. Distract me. That's funny. There's Cardinal Whirl. Got to see him a while back in Houston. Him and Donardo. RT and EWTN have the best coverage. People keep saying that. That's a compliment. Thank you. Ray Griffin, thank you for the super sticker there. New poll for who we think it is. No wild cards. Good. Great that you brought that up. Let's see if I can maybe create a new poll real quick. Or in the crowd, though, right? The Cardinals that are in the crowd are going to be those who are not part of the conclave. So, let's see here. Thank y'all, by the way, for being here with me and tuning in for this historic moment. It is such an honor to have y'all. I really appreciate y'all. This is so great to spend this historic moment with y'all here on the channel. I can think of nothing better. This is so cool. Thank y'all so much for being here. And we're just getting started. We're waiting to see who it is, and there's going to be a lot of commentary that comes up after that for the rest of today and weeks to come, and then feeling him out and seeing how well he does in the media and seeing his first encyclical and seeing first documents, seeing first homily. All of that is going to be scrutinized, under a microscope. Let's see. Some are hoping it's Pope Sarah. Some are hoping it's Pope Parolin. Darth, pleasure to be with you, sir. Glad that you've been sticking around for this whole stream. You're awesome. You've been here since the beginning of the stream, I think, right? Right around it. So yeah. Maybe a Pope Innocent. Maybe. Likewise, Michael, and I hope this reinvigorated your enthusiasm for streaming. Yeah, this helps give a boost, right? It's easy to get burned out. Robrov, Michael, Top Dude, thank you. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much. Pope Pio. Well, we've had that. Pope Pius is, right? Pio is Italian for Pius, right? Adriana says it will be Pope Sarah. Tanner says it'll be Pizzavalla. Mauricio, been a long time since I've seen you. How you been, man? Looking forward to a round table again. Yeah, that'd be fun. Good to see you again. Pop, thank you so much for gifting these memberships. You are very generous and kind. I appreciate you, and hope y'all new members are going to enjoy all of the patron-only content that you now have access to. Let's see. Lil Wayne says it's not Sarah. Why do so many believe that? I think just because he's been hyped up on social media so often. Pope Mahdi. Oh, boy. Don't get me started on that guy. Pope Maximus, Gerald says. Is that the name you would take? 88 says, I never get one. Oh, well, I think you're already a member, 88. On my end over here, it says that you're already a member, but I think you mean a free membership, huh? I don't know if it does that. I don't know if it assigns them to existing members. That might be why. I think it assigns it to people who are not members at all. I don't control the assigning, by the way. It's automatic. When somebody gives a membership, they do that. When am I getting my phone call? Yeah, they're not going to call me. So that remote chance is over, right? I would have got the call by now. So that's great. Okay, so anyways, let's see here. Um, by the way, while we are waiting here, oh, let me grab this. Thank you so much, Christine. You're always saying amazing previous acts. Closely aligned with Pope Francis, especially on the Pope's vision for a more pastoral and less rigid church. He's emphasized dialogue, synodality, and pastoral outreach as prefect for the dicastery of bishops, and emphasized this over strict doctrinal enforcement. But he's not radically progressive, but he might have some progressive leanings. Some might suggest. Supports the Pope's approach to decentralization and listening to local churches, but he's not seen as a theological radical or someone pushing major doctrinal changes like women's ordination or radical liturgical reforms. He balances pastoral care with Orthodox teaching, which is why he's sometimes viewed as a bridge figure. I could see that, yeah, and that makes sense after the previous pontificate. They're going to want something that's just kind of balanced. So it sounds like he's going to be kind of in the middle, centrist, if you will. First blush, right? We're going to need to analyze this in more detail, but that's first blush. I do suspect that the usual critics are going to be a little concerned and critical here. But you know, one thing that is a good signal is Leo the 14th, right? Taking the name Leo the 14th after the incredible Pope Leo the 13th. He was solid doctrinally and has some of the most incredible papal encyclicals in church history. And he wrote probably the most encyclicals in church history, Leo the 13th, his predecessor in name. Wow. Like Providentissimus Deus, for instance, his work on scripture. Wow. Okay.
Welcome back to the Associated Press live stream on the day that cardinals have chosen the new Pope. The AP has just confirmed that it is the first American Pope, Robert Francis Prevost of Chicago. He's 69 years old. In 2023, Pope Francis made him the prefect of the dicastery for bishops and the president of the Pontifical Commission for Latin America. That is a very powerful role. It's the office that vets bishop nominations from around the world. So he's definitely was somebody very well known. He also has experience. He has extensive pastoral experience in Peru. So we have a continuity perhaps with Pope Francis, with Latin American experience, but again, a historic first, the first US-born Pope. And we will be bringing you more updates. The crowd has just been erupting here in St. Peter's Square. Behind me, it's a sea of flags waving, a lot of US flags, as you can imagine, waving as well.
He is out.
And we will continue to bring you updates.
Unendoci tutti per essere un solo popolo, sempre in pace. Grazie a Papa Francesco.
14th. First elected Pope.
Voglio ringraziare.
5, but certainly was in top 10. 69 years old. I could see that within the age range. Not too young, not too old. Is he progressive? Is he trad? He's neither. He's kind of somewhere in the middle. Some people might interpret some things of him as progressive, but he's not like super progressive or something. of course, the critics of Pope Francis are not going to be happy with this. They're not going to feel that he's traditional enough. They are going to be critical of him. Some of them might question the legitimacy of this papacy. I do think that that is to be expected.
In what we do.
To one degree or another, as I've prepared y'all for already. We'll talk about that in the days to come. But yeah, kind of a quick rundown on him. I mean, look, from North America, that's huge. That is historical. There has never been a pope from North America. You had Pope Francis, South America, but this is the first North American pope. So America, this is Marca time. It's going to be interesting. Took the name Leo the 13th based on, obviously, Pope Leo the Great, the first of the name, important figure, doctor of the church, church father, head of the Fourth Ecumenical Council over Chalcedon, and massive when it comes to importance for Leo the First. That is a point of contention with the Oriental Orthodox. They do not like Leo the First. They do not like Leo the Great, because they did split off from the Catholic Church at that period, and they feel that he was an historian. They felt that Pope Leo the First and his tome, the Tome of Leo, was an historian. We'll talk about that in days to come. I have already videos on Chalcedon and have spoken about it there. Very important figure. Obviously, he took this name also from, most recently, Leo the 13th. Such an important figure in church history. Just massively important. Recent from, there's actual video footage of Pope Leo the 13th. I've shown y'all video footage of Leo the 13th. He was the first pope to be recorded on video. So in fact, I'll show you that. Pope Leo 13th. I've had him as my intro before. Let's see. Here we go. You can see Leo the 13th right here. Born in 1810, filmed in 1896. That is the first time you'll see a pope on camera. Leo the 13th. That is who he took his name from. He is Leo the 14th. This on your screen is Leo the 13th, who he took the name from. So yeah, Leo was such an important pope and figure. How many encyclicals did he write? Let's see. "85 encyclicals during 25 years. 85 encyclicals, and many of them were incredibly important encyclicals. Solid pope, solid figure, very well known for being solid theologically, Leo the 13th. To signal that he's taken the name from Leo the 13th as now Leo the 14th does tell us something about him. So he's projecting himself as in continuity with him. We'll see how that plays out, of course, in his own encyclicals and magisterial acts. We'll see how that actually works out in practice, but that's what he's signaling right now. He is Augustinian, so from the order of Augustine. Augustine did establish a monastic order, so he is from that order. It used to be much larger than it is now. Martin Luther was an Augustinian monk. Back in that time, it was incredibly popular, very important in the Middle Ages and the medieval period, a little less so now. But he's Augustinian. I think he was over the Augustinians. So definitely a rich and deep theological tradition there in the Augustinian order. But yeah, you will have some critics of Pope Francis who are not happy with this, because he is going to be, it appears, in continuity with Pope Francis's. So he's kind of more of an establishment guy. He is an establishment candidate. So you will see some continuity with Pope Francis. Whether or not he's going to be a little bit better in the media, whether he's going to cause a little less confusion with maybe certain ambiguities or a little less clarity, that remains to be seen. But as far as overall approach, legacy, overall vision, he's in line with Pope Francis. So again, some people are not going to be happy with that. Other people are going to be very happy, but I do think that he's kind of going to be, on the whole, somewhat of a unifier pope from what I can just tell so far. I think he will be somewhere in that middle. And that might be what's needed right now to kind of hold things together, because things are so polarized. This maybe is what was necessary. So good things that he did, just quickly pulling it up, as Bishop of in Peru. He was known for being approachable and present among the poor and rural communities. So he visited remote areas often, strengthening trust between the people and the church. As prefect of the dicastery for bishops, he's involved, or was involved at this point, in selecting bishops who emphasize dialogue, synodality, and pastoral outreach over strict doctrinal enforcement. That's going to be a little bit kind of where you might see some progressive leanings. He emphasized better seminary training, encouraging a more compassionate and culturally aware priesthood whenever he was a bishop in Peru. He promoted respectful dialogue with indigenous communities and was open to listening to their spiritual and social concerns. And he did take an anti-corruption stance, took steps to ensure transparency and accountability in diocesan finances in a region that was pretty fragile. So there's some of that. Now, when he became cardinal and especially prefect of the dicastery for bishops in 2023 to the present, well, until today, now obviously he's over the whole thing, not just not just that dicastery. He's now the Pope. So up until then, he did shape bishops' appointments. So he's kind of over the selection of popes. Played a major role in appointing pastoral and non-divisive bishops worldwide. Some might contest that. And many have seen him as a bridge builder rather than cultural warrior. Some people might feel like, well, you need more of somebody who's a cultural warrior. Other people feel like, well, maybe you need a bridge builder. So there's going to be people who are divided on that. He is a synod supporter. He actively supported Pope Francis's synod on synodality, advocated for listening to laity and marginalized voices. So your critics of synodality are not going to be happy with that. Those who have no problem with the synod on synodality are not going to see this as a big issue. He is a canon law expert, and he uses expertise to help resolve complex disciplinary and governance cases in a more restorative than punitive manner. Well, hey, there's something to be said about restoring rather than punishing, but there's also something to be said about punishing, right? And I think we've come to a point in church history where there needs to be more church discipline. Of course, you always want to restore people, but some people can't be restored because they don't want to be restored and they don't want to do the right thing. and those people might need a heavier hand. And so there might be some criticisms in how he has dealt with disciplinary cases. So as bishop, he has been seen as overly cautious. Critics in Peru said that he sometimes avoided confrontation with corrupt local officials, preferring diplomacy over public denunciation. Some have seen him as slow to act on abuse cases, at least in one instance. Allegedly, that's what some are saying. While there's no direct accusation, they say, of mishandling, some reports suggest he was deliberate, perhaps too slow, in dealing with allegations against certain clergy opting for behind-the-scenes processes over immediate transparency. Allegedly, we'll need to look more specifically into that. That's what some are saying. We'll need to look into see how much truth there is to that, but that might be one of the things that you're going to start hearing about. So this is just kind of first impression, some of the things that you'll likely hear. As cardinal, controversial bishop appointments, and in some cases, some of the bishops appointed under his watch have been criticized by critics of Pope Francis and conservatives for being too progressive or lacking doctrinal firmness, which is true, right? I mean, we have seen in the last few years under Provost some bad appointments, right? That is true. There have been some bad appointments, even in the United States. That's true. So he is viewed as an enforcer of Francis's vision. So traditionalists see him as part of a team that sidelines bishops who resist Pope Francis's reforms, especially those who emphasize liturgical tradition and more stricter moral stances. So again, your more ratrads, they're not going to be happy with this. I don't think. Maybe they'll give them a little bit of a fair shake, maybe. I don't know. They might already be critiquing him and upset. I don't know, because I don't know what they're saying right now. Maybe y'all can tell me. Y'all tell me, how are they reacting? Y'all put it in the chat. Let me know. They're probably not going to be too happy with this. So, low public engagement, though, right? That might be a good thing after the last pontificate with a lot of controversies in the media. So, as a Vatican official, he's kept a low radar, low media profile, which is why a lot of people just haven't even heard of him, right? Which can be perceived as distant. Some might say so. Some might see that as a good thing. Some might see that as a bad thing. I suspect that's actually a good thing after this previous pontificate, where there was so much media controversy surrounding Pope Francis. Fair criticisms or not, legitimate or not, there was just a lot of controversy about him in the media. Period. End of story. Whether it was accurate or not, there was a lot of it. This might be good. He might keep more of a low profile as Pope. I don't know. Then again, he might be very different as Pope. You never know. Some popes change when they're Pope. I think I have to catch up on super chats. I thought I grabbed everything up to date. I apologize. Have I? Matthew Schmidt says Leo the 14th. AJ says I'm happy. I don't care. Provost ain't bad. Truth Brigade says our God is full of surprises. I think I grabbed those so far, right? Having pizza. Wikipedia updated his information. How do you think the closest set of conscious critics of Pope Francis will react? I think they'll still say that he's the closet. I'm sorry, the closet. Do you think that they will calm down? I think that they're going to challenge his election, if not immediately, in due time, especially if there's some controversial statements that he makes. I do think that you'll have that. So if not immediately, you eventually will have that. And so, yeah. Hey, happy to be wrong though, right? Tell us what you know about him. Yeah, that's what we're going through. And by the way, thank you all for these super chats. We can go to the Pope, Leo, Merrick says. Yeah, an American Pope. We can go to an American Pope. This is going to be interesting. But okay, so yeah, kind of back to what we were going here with a quick rundown of him based on some of the information that I have here in front of me. So a summary: Provost is a thoughtful pastoral leader shaped by missionary experience in Latin America. As bishop, he was a steady hand who connected with the poor and strengthened clergy formation. As cardinal, he became a major player behind the scenes, helping Pope Francis reshape the global hierarchy. Some are going to say in a good way. Others are going to say, eh. Supporters praise his compassionate and balanced perspective, according to some. Others might say he's too progressive leaning. Critics are certainly going to say he's cautious and overly aligned with Vatican centralization and has yet to prove himself as a bold public leader. So, yeah, I don't know. Y'all let me know, what are they already saying? Y'all let me know in the chat. I haven't been able to look at what some of the usual critics are saying. I suspect they're not too happy with this. They might be cautious, they might be a little reserved, but I suspect they're not very happy. Then again, they might be just overtly dissatisfied and expressing their grievances right now. Okay, yeah, here you go. So Godbath is saying, I hopped over to Marshall's stream like 10 seconds, and he's already saying he's a hardcore leftist, and he's going to challenge Trump and yada yada due to his nature. Okay. Okay, well, that's kind of what I expected. Taylor Marshall is always already stressing out on his stream. Yeah, I think they're going to come to a breaking point, right? I think the closet set of contests are going to come to a point where they're going to want to be more vocal, and they're going to want to contest this election early on, because they didn't do that with Pope Francis. And I think they learned from their mistake. No, they think, let's go ahead and contest this early on and challenge it early on and claim that he isn't the Pope, maybe. You might see some of that, right? Marshall's crying. I don't know if that's hyperbolic or real, right? I don't know, but thank you for the input. Laugh out loud. He's really crying, or I think he might be hyperbolic, right? I don't think he's. Then again, I haven't pulled up a stream. I doubt very seriously he's actually crying. Marshall looks drained. Some are saying, yeah. What do I think? Sounds like he's going to be more of the same when it comes to Pope Francis on the whole, but probably a little less controversial in the media. That's what I think. I think he's going to kind of carry out what you've been seeing with Pope Francis in that previous pontificate, but probably not as bad in the media. That's my first impression. Okay, that's my impression of how he's going to be. How are people going to react to him? The liberals won't feel he's liberal enough. They will not feel he's progressive enough. The trads will not feel he's trad enough. And so the usual critics from both sides will continue to be usual critics. And it may become more extreme because I think that they're really fatigued from the previous pontificate, and we're hoping to get a Syrah, hoping to get a Mueller, hoping to get a Burke. They didn't get that. This might be a snapping point for them. This might be a breaking point, and they might become more overtly dissenters. They've already been pretty overtly dissenters, most of them, but maybe even overtly and explicitly a set of contest. Yeah, I think you can expect the usual critics, the critics of Pope Francis, to critique the mess out of him. I think you can expect a whole bunch of information that is critical of him, some of which will be misinformation, some of which might be true and accurate, right? And I think there might be some legitimate criticisms here, because as head for the prefect for bishops, can we really say that the choice of bishops, even in the last few years under him, have been just stellar? No, I don't think we can. We've seen some bad appointments, and so. But he might kind of be what was needed on the whole, because he sounds like he's kind of centrist in the middle. But how that's going to work with being North American Pope, that's a wild card right there. Cruz says he's not crying. Yeah, I didn't think he was, but he looks really sad. I suspect he is. I figured. What else we got here in the chat? A Chicagoan is now the Pope. Yeah, Chirac. That's interesting how that's gonna work with Chicago. I mean, I'm just blown away that wow, that's really happening. I heard Robert and I was like, American, huh? And then Provost, it's like, what? he was top 10, but he wasn't top 5, I think, for most people. Evidently he was for the Cardinals, though. But yeah, as prefect for a dicastery, he's already kind of high up there in the Vatican, and you could see them wanting somebody who's already have experience with the Curia and with the Vatican. So I mean, it makes sense. I can see this. He's going to try to balance out various factions and extremes in the church. He already has experience. He's not too young. He's not too old. He might be more of an effective communicator than the previous pontificate, and he speaks English, right? So that's going to be helpful. And he speaks Spanish, right? Bishop over there in Peru. And so got the experience, decent when it comes to the age, somewhere in the middle, so potentially can hold the church together in that way. Yeah. What else we got? Bunji, we need a vegetarian pope, someone to set an example to treat animals with compassion, for once animals matter too. God is God for all living beings. I appreciate your super chat. Thank you. I think there might be some more super chats. Let me see what all we got. Okay. Provost was against women deacons. Okay, interesting to know. Laughcast. I'm returning to the Catholic Church. What are some key steps to grow spiritually and get more knowledge into the Catholic faith? Also, how can I respond to those who reject papal authority? You need to study the question of the magisterium. I'll have to plug my material at that point. I mean, this is kind of what I'm known for. So obviously, I'm going to direct you to that. And a good way to do it is for the courses that starts literally Monday. So you actually asked at a really good time. Guys, if you look at my course with Catholic Polytechnic University on the Magisterium, the certificate program that I'm offering with them, you will learn everything that you really need to know about the church. And so you can go to catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium and sign up right now. Just Catholic Polytechnic University, click on certificates over here on the right, click on magisterium, and start with the introduction to the magisterium course, one of 3 courses for the magisterial study certificate program I'm offering with them. This is the second round. We just had some graduates last month, and so the program is starting over. You'll go to the catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium. You will click here to register towards the bottom. You'll need to go and register, and then hit the PayPal over here to pay the tuition and get started. If that's not an option for you, I have numerous videos on the magisterium and content on pretty much every question that you could conceive of already. And so might be some good resources to consider if you want to understand Catholicism better. So also, I do have coming up just now, in 2 days from now, go to rtcourses.com, where I sell some of my courses on ecumenical councils and dogmas, doctrines, and heresies, stuff like that. If you go to rtcourses.com, click on magisterial difficulties, I'm offering 2 lectures on tensions in the documents of the church that I think you'll find helpful to explore, and 2 lectures on May 10th at 12 p.m. Central. And if you're not able to attend live by purchasing access, you'll be able to get a recording of the course that you'll always have available to you. So maybe check that out too. And of course, I also got plenty of patron-only content right here on the channel. If you hit the join button right next to the sub button, or on Patreon, either way, you get access to exclusive material. You'll find plenty of catechetical material there. Of course, always, read the Bible, read the Catechism. Those would give you a good idea of Catholic theology. The Pope is a registered Republican who voted Trump. No way. Did he really? That's wild. The progressives are going to be very upset with that. I don't know if that's true, though. Happy for the new Pope, Ramsey says. I will miss Francis, to be honest. Good to see you, Francis. Or Ramsey's. Said Francis. I've been streaming for 8 hours and been up since 4:30, so I apologize. Good to see you, Ramses. It's always good to see you. Okay, so we're going to be talking more about him here in just a moment. Sean says, man, the trads are already hating. Yeah, I kind of expected that, right? I could see that. I could see that for sure. Didn't even last 30 minutes, you say? How many ballots? It was 4 or 5. We don't know for sure. They may have answers to that already. I don't know, because I haven't really had a chance to look at anything, what's going on, and just been live streaming with y'all, so I haven't really seen. Maybe let me take like a 10-minute break or so. Like I said, I've been going 8 hours, 15 minutes, and I'm going to continue to go, and we're going to need to talk more about him. But I need a few minutes. I need a quick break, stretch my legs, get some water, have a chance to quickly look and kind of see what some others are saying to get a feel for where they're at. No way. Are people calling him an anti-pope already? Please let me know. Is that accurate, or are you being hyperbolic? I did predict that there would be people doing that, but I was hoping I would be wrong. Am I wrong about that? Are you just being hyperbolic, or are people really doing that? T says, Michael, eat something. Yeah, I do. I need to get some lunch at some point. I really need to just stretch. Exhausted here, man. Yeah, going to be doing a deep dive here in just a moment, and of course in the days to come. But today on this stream, we're going to be doing some deep dives into him. But going to take just a second here to get up, stretch my legs, get some water, get some coffee, see what all is going on, and I'll be right back with y'all. By the way, thank you so much, CP, for the stream. Let's see. Should we eat a deep dish in honor of a new pope? That's funny. Okay. All right. So give me 1 second. I'll step away for just a moment, and I will be right back. America. All right. Let's get back to it, y'all. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got so far. Thank y'all for hanging in there. Allow me to take a quick break there. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Sola, I'm glad he's a member of a religious order. I like the Eastern tradition of appointing bishops from among their monks. It helps balance out the obvious temptation to be power hungry. It's a good point. Well, I've been seeing a lot of reactions already. You know, the critics of Pope Francis are not happy because this is a Pope who's going to carry out, it would seem, Pope Francis's vision to one degree or another. You have, I actually just saw Piers Morgan just said, congratulations to Chicago Cardinal Robert Prevost, who became Pope Leo XIV, the first American Pope in history, a close confidant of Pope Francis, and seem to be a compromise candidate who will pursue a similarly progressive agenda. So he anticipates him to be progressive Pope. Let's start pulling up some reactions, and we're going to talk about them and all that good stuff here. Let me get rid of that banner. Get back into the swing of things here. Okay. Let's go to this. Let's first of all start with this resource that might kind of give you a gauge of where people are at. Bishop Barron, who was born in Chicago, is definitely becoming a cardinal now. Oh, wow. I know he reacted to the new Pope. I'm going to see what he said here in a moment. Okay, let's see. Let's get to Prevost here. Hang tight. Here we go. All right. Prevost, Order of St. Augustine, former prefect of the dicastery for bishops until today. Born September 14th, 55. 69 years old. Pretty good as far as age. Not too young, not too old. That's good. Born in Chicago, Illinois, U.S. So that's going to be your first North American Pope. That's big. Was made a cardinal in 2023 by Pope Francis. So relatively new. September 30th, 2023, made a cardinal. Cardinal bishop. So high status in the Roman Curia. Of course, as prefect, you'd kind of anticipate that, right? Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, now Leo XIV. Former prefect of the influential dicastery for bishops, is a Chicago-born prelate with views close to Pope Francis, who spent many years as a missionary in Peru before being elected head of the Augustinians for 2 consecutive terms. And by the way, thank you for that super chat here. Miss Thang, that's a great name, says, I prayed my keister off, devastating God. We got the Pope we deserved and not the one we wanted. Jesus, I trust in you. God bless you all. Thank you so much for the comment there. I appreciate you. I think there was another super chat or super sticker. Thomas Theology and Philosophy Podcast. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Okay, so let's resume here. Born September 14th in Chicago in 1955, entered the novitiate of the Order of St. Augustine in 77, made his vows in 81. Educational background is a Bachelor of Science in Math, a Master of Divinity from Catholic Theological Union in Chicago, and a Licentiate and Doctorate in Canon Law from the Pontifical College of Aquinas in Rome, Angelicum. His doctoral thesis was on the role of the local prior in the Order of St. Augustine. That's interesting. Huh. I wonder why he chose that. Well, he became, over the order of St. Augustine. I get that, and he was Augustinian, but the role of the local prior, I wonder why. His career in the church has been marked by significant roles and achievements. After his ordination as priest in 82, Prevost joined the Angelical Mission in Peru in 85, served as chancellor there from 85 to 86, spent from 87 to 88 in the USA as pastor for vocations and director of missions for the Augustinian province of Chicago before returning to Peru, where he spent the next 10 years heading the Augustinian Seminary and teaching canon law in the diocesan seminary. He was also prefect of studies. He served in other capacities there, as well as parish pastor, diocesan official, director of formation, seminary teacher. 99, he returned to Chicago, elected provincial prior of the Mother of Good Counsel province in the Archdiocese. 2.5 years later, elected prior general of the Augustinian and served 2 years until 2013. In 2014, returned to Peru when Pope Francis appointed him apostolic administrator of the Diocese of Chiclayo. He was elevated to bishop in Chiclayo in 2015. So while there, he also served as vice president and member of the permanent council of the Peruvian Bishops' Conference, and from 2018 to 2023. So vice pres of an Episcopal conference, that definitely gives him some experience. So he's got experience as a pastor. He's got experience as a bishop. He's got experience as vice president of an Episcopal conference. That's pretty prominent. But of course, then prefect for a Roman dicastery, that's going to be the most important experience, most likely. During that time, Peru's bishops reportedly played an important role in ensuring institutional stability. In 2023-2021, Prevost served as apostolic administrator in Peru. Francis appointed him prefect of the dicastery for bishops in January 2023, which already Strickland and LifeSite News are not happy about because it is under Prevost and his dicastery that Strickland was removed from ministry. It's also under Prevost and Fernandez, both in unison, that Vigano was confirmed to be excommunicated. A powerful position responsible for selecting bishops, a position he held until Pope Francis died, April 21st, 2025. On September 30th, 2023, Pope Francis elevated Prevost to the rank of cardinal. So he's only been a cardinal for not even 2 years. I mean, gosh, yeah, not even a full 2 years. Pretty new to the College of Cardinals. Wow, that's pretty amazing. During his first months as prefect, he continued to remain characteristically discreet in the media, which might be a good thing. After the last pontificate, that was constantly in controversies in the media, whether it was his fault or not, or a combination of both, the previous pontificate was constantly in controversy in the media, in one way or another. This might be good to at least get away from that. There might be some other concerns, though, but was reportedly appreciated for his ability to listen and his mastery of issues. Alitia reported that a French bishop who met him 2 months after he took office praised his judicious questions and his ability to synthesize, stressing that his first contact had led him with a good impression. Key topics: Prevost says little, but some of his positions are known. He's reportedly very close to Francis's vision regarding the environment. So you might see an emphasis on ecology like Pope Francis had. Outreach for the poor and migrants. So you might again see some opposition to Trump and the United States immigrations policy. And meeting people where they are. So you might see kind of outreach and stuff like that to people who are, the church has described as marginalized, right? He said last year, the bishop is not supposed to be a little prince sitting in his kingdom. He supported Pope Francis's change in pastoral practice to allow divorced and civilly remarried Catholics to receive Holy Communion. So evidently he was in favor of Mors Laetitia. Prevost appears somewhat less favorable to currying favor with the LGBTQ lobby than Francis, but he showed mild support for Fiducia Supplicans. Let's actually take a look at that because I don't recall. Let's see. And let's see what their source is on that. He emphasized the need for National Bishops' Conference to have a doctrinal authority to interpret and apply such directives in their local context, given cultural differences. I mean, yeah, that's pretty standard run-of-the-mill position on fiducia, right? We'll need to look a little bit more into that. Prevost has faced some controversy regarding clergy sexual abuse, although he has been defended in both cases. So there's been some controversy in how he's handled some cases, but he's been defended. So we'll need to look into that in more detail as well. The Cardinal supporter stresses innocence and say that the cases have been inaccurately and unfairly reported in the media. So we'll need to give them benefit of the doubt, and reserve judgment until we find out more. First case involves his handling of a sexual abuse case during his time as provincial, when a priest convicted of sexual abuse of minors was allowed to stay at an Augustinian priory near an elementary school and continued functions as a priest until later removed and then laicized in 2012. However, Prevost is said to have never authorized that particular situation. The priest was not an Augustinian, and it took place before the Dallas Charter. More recently, questions were raised about Provost's knowledge and handling of abuse allegations in his former diocese of Chiclayo. The priests were accused of molesting 3 young girls, with the allegation surfacing in 2012 during Provost's tenure as bishop. The case has been a source of frustration for local Catholics due to its slow progress and unclear resolution. Some accusers have claimed Prevost failed to properly investigate the allegations and covered up for the accused priest, but the diocese has firmly denied this, stating that Prevost followed proper procedures. They stated that Prevost personally received and attended to the victims, and he reportedly opened an initial canonical investigation. He also encouraged the victims to take the case to the civil authorities. In July 2022, Prevost sent the results of the investigation to the DDF for review. His supporters stressed that he has documents from the DDF and papal nunciature in Peru, which also indicate that he was not only attentive to the presumed victims, but he did all that was required in church law and following procedures set out for the case. However, in May 2025, allegations emerged that the diocese paid $150,000 to the 3 girls to silence them. Described as longtime public critics of Prevost, the girls reportedly blame Prevost for covering up their sexual abuse by the priest. I suspect this is going to be a huge thing that's brought up in the media and is going to be discussed ad nauseum, right? So you can expect a whole lot of conversations about this. So we'll find out more. The allegations reported in Info Vaticana describe the Peruvian scandal, which was the subject of a national television report, including an interview with the girls last fall as the stone in the shoe for the Cardinal Prevost. Ahead of the 2025 conclave, Prevost was being promoted as a possible compromise candidate if leading candidates were unable to attain enough votes, which appears to be the case, right? His lengthy missionary service in Peru allowed him to be seen as more of a universal candidate than American, which mitigated problems associated with choosing a pope from a superpower in his case. However, there was speculation that he might be considered too young and too recently made a cardinal to be seriously considered papabile with any significant chance of being elected. Well, that proved to be false. Continued questions over his handling of sexual abuse have also cast a cloud over his prospects. Prevost is a member of the 7 Vatican dicasteries, as well as the Commission of Governance of Vatican City State, indicating how much Pope Francis trusted the cardinal and valued his administrative ability. So highly trusted by Pope Francis. I think we do have some more stuff here before I continue. Thank you so much for this super chat. I wonder how many trads would cringe at Pope Leo XIII's social doctrine if he were alive today. Been seeing a lot of negative reactions to Leo XIV. Yeah, I mean, I can point out stuff like that till the cows come home, right? And not just in most recent history, but in the first millennium. Duchess of Dub, thank you for that super sticker. We feel blessed, as the Pope said, the blessing, holding our crucifixes as we took that blessing to be in our home. God is great. Thank you. Melarama says, beyond unexpected. Wow. I appreciate the super sticker. Teresa, anyone else find it kind of weird when a Pope thanks his brother cardinals for electing him as if he's a politician? Just a side note. We'll need to go back and look at what he said there again. It's kind of hard to follow everything while all of the stuff is going on. Some of the rad trads are freaking out. Yeah, I've been seeing that, right? So, we're going to look at that here in a moment. We're going to look at progressive reactions, rad trad reactions, everything in between. We're going to look at reactions here in a moment. Hang tight. Okay, ordaining female deacons. It appears he is opposed to that. During the Synod on Synodality in October 2023, Provost stated that clericalizing women, that is, ordaining them to clerical roles, would not solve the church's problem and might even create new ones. Blessing same-sex couples, so fiducia supplicans kind of seems neutral on it. Although he expressed reservations about sympathy for beliefs and practices that contradict the gospel, Provost showed less clarity about fiducia supplicans, stressing the need for national bishops' conferences to have doctrinal authority to interpret and apply such directives in their local context, which means he would be pro more of a synodal model for the church, right? Making priestly celibacy optional in the Latin rite is unclear. Restricting the Latin Mass is unclear for him. Vatican-China deal, unclear. Promoting a synodal church, he's in favor of synodality. Provost is a strong supporter of synodality, so you can see some continuity there with Pope Francis. He's been described as a vocal proponent of Pope Francis's emphasis on making vocal proponent of Pope Francis's emphasis on making the church's structures more inclusive and participatory. Seeing synodality as a way to address polarization with the church, he connects synodality with the need for consultation and lay involvement. And that will continue in 2028 when the Synod on Synodality is evaluated. Pope Francis had plans for it to be evaluated in 2028. He's going to be the one heading that up now. And he's in favor of it. So focusing on climate change in favor, so you can expect kind of an ecology-oriented pontificate, it would seem, much like Pope Francis. Reassessing Humanae Vitae. Don't know where he's at on that one. Communion for divorced and remarried. They say we don't know where he's at there, but I suspect he's in favor of Mors Laetitia. German Synodal Way. We don't know where he's at on that so far based on this. At least I'll do some more research on that, but that's just him at a quick glance. Okay, let's find out what is going on with people. What are they saying? What are some reactions? Let me see if I pull up some. Some Eastern Orthodox orthobros are saying that they're calling for a special conclave session. There's ample evidence that the new pope is invalid, some of the orthobros are saying. Probably tongue-in-cheek. Okay, let's see. Bishop Barron, see what he has to say. Friends, our Holy New Father is Pope Leo XIV. Born and raised in Chicago, Robert Francis Cardinal Provost entered the novitiate of the Order of St. Augustine in 1977 and ordained to the priesthood in 1981. The first ever American Pope Provost served most recently as the head of the Church's dicastery for bishops and president of the Pontifical Commission for Latin America. Please join me in praying for Pope Leo. That doesn't give me a good read on where he's at on this one. That almost sounds not that good, because if he liked him, I think he would be a little bit more vocal about that. That tells me he might have some reservations about him. That's that's telling, right? Okay. What else we got here? Okay, yeah, let's see. We got John Henry Weston. See what he is up to in this thing. Let me pull him up. John Henry Weston from LifeSite News. So he says a new era begins. Let's watch this real quick together. We enable audio to make sure that you can hear it along with me.
Unbelievable news here in Rome. The Pope who has been selected is Robert Prevost. Unbelievable news here in Rome. The Pope who has been selected is Robert Prevost, the former head of the Congregation for Bishops. This is the same guy that got rid of Strickland and that elevated McElroy to Washington, D.C. It sounds like a real nightmare. We're going to be giving you more details at lifesitenews.com. Stay tuned.
Okay, so as I kind of anticipated there, as the first thing I thought to myself was, oh well, this is the guy that removed. When I thought of LifeSite News, I did think this is the guy that removed in part Strickland. So I knew like they're not going to be in favor of him, right? That kind of was to be expected. Let's see what else we got. Let's pull up Taylor Marshall, see if he's tweeting anything. Hang in there, y'all. Pulling something up. Bishop Strickland says, with the election of His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, the Church enters a new chapter in her pilgrimage throughout history. We entrust the Holy Father to the guidance of the Holy Ghost and the protection of the Blessed Virgin Mary, praying that he may faithfully uphold the deposit of faith and confirm his brethren in the Church. In these difficult times, may all of us clergy and laity alike remain steadfast in our love for Christ, his Church, and sacred traditions handed down through the ages. So far, it appears that he's accepting him as Pope, right? We'll see how long that lasts. What else we got here? Why isn't Marshall pulling up? Hold on. So he did a live stream, but okay. He said Bergoglio was elected on the 5th ballot, but this Pope was elected on 4th ballot. I know he was not happy. He tweeted, "White smoke, we have a Pope," prior to that. So I haven't seen anything else on Twitter other than his live stream, but I haven't watched the live stream. So I don't know what else he's saying. Maybe y'all can tell me in the comment section specifically where he's at on that. I would definitely like to get a read for them, although I kind of, again, suspect they're not happy at all, right? Anderson says, I'm disappointed. They selected him. His history of clerical abuse is concerning. We just looked at that. D-Bear says, Phaser disappoints me. Did Phaser say something about him? I haven't seen his comments. Maybe tell me what he says. What did Father James Martin say? Father James Martin loves him. Does he? Let's see. Yeah. He says, I know. All right, let me share it. I know Leo XIV to be a kind, open, humble, modest, decisive, hardworking, straightforward, trustworthy, and down-to-earth man. A brilliant choice. May God bless him. So, yeah, it appears he's very happy with them. So, we do need to proceed with caution, right? Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what his relationship with Provost will be moving forward. If Provost will have him in the Vatican and write him personal notes like Pope Francis did. One wonders now, is that going to continue now? And will Father James Martin continue to be protected? I suspect yes, because if he was prefect for the dicastery for bishops, he already has a lot of influence on clergy. So I suspect he could do something about his superior if there was a real demand for it. So I anticipate nothing's going to happen to Father James Martin because of this pontificate. Like nothing's going to change. He'll still continue to kind of do what he does. So sorry for those of y'all who are kind of hoping for a more disciplinary approach on part of the new Pope in matters like that. I don't think you're going to get that. I think you're going to get more standard, what we've seen so far, which is a lack of disciplining progressives. Looks like that's going to continue to be the order of the day. Happy to be wrong, though, right? Happy to be wrong. Some people are happy that drip is back on the menu. Wonder how long that will last for them. But yes, that's more of a Pope Benedict style. That's how Pope Benedict came out as opposed to Pope Francis. But again, let's see how long people last and making comments like that. I suspect they're going to start changing those comments very soon. Pope Leo the 14th meeting John Paul II. Wow, that's a throwback picture right there. That's pretty cool. What are the Pope's next steps? We'll find out in the coming days. How do you think he'll address the Germans? I don't think he will. Not in any kind of strict and severe way. He might have some conversations with them and ask them to maybe tone it down a little bit and maybe send Fernandez back over there, but that ain't really do anything. I don't think he's going to rock the boat when it comes to disciplining the progressives. I think he's going to kind of toe the line, for better or worse. He wrote Probability and Theistic Explanation. Any thoughts on this, Michael? What is this? He wrote Probability and Theistic Explanation. I don't know what that is, but thank you for the super chat. I'll have to look into that. I guess that's one of his articles or books, maybe. How will you address the Muslim issue? Great question. I don't know if we know. This is saying that he has spoken in favor of religious plurality, stating let Protestants be Protestants and Muslims be Muslims in a 2020 interview. I don't know if that's true, though. Let's see if we can track that down real quick. Let's verify that. Make sure that's not misinformation. BBC is reporting that 2 days ago, before he was elected. Okay. In a 2020 interview prior to being Pope, as this would be 2020 as Bishop then, but in a 2020 interview, he spoke in favor of religious plurality, saying, let Protestants be Protestants and Muslims be Muslims. We're going to work with them, but everyone has to keep their own identity. That's an interesting take. I suspect that's going to be a source of massive controversy in the years to come. Oh, no, wait. Did they put that on somebody else? Hold on. They may have put that under somebody else, and Google lied to me. Yeah, okay. Did Google lie? I think Google lied. That was a different guy. Let's see. I'm glad I've verified. Provost. Okay. Yes, Google lied to me. So they don't even have much on him when they posted this. Wow. Yeah, they don't have anything on him. Okay. So we are able to fact check Google and determine that Google lied. So don't let Google lie to you. Google did just attempt to lie to me. It said Cardinal Prevost 2020 interview said let Protestants be Protestants, Muslims be Muslims. We are going to work with them. That is not a quote of Prevost. That was actually a different guy. That was a quote of this one right here, Besungu. So this is why you always got to verify everything, right? This is why you always got to double check. That's why I just did that with y'all, because you can never take anyone's word for something or Google's word for something. You can't do that. Let me see, however, what he has said about Islam and Muslims, since you're asking about it. I don't know if he has. He may not have really said anything. I'm looking. Prevost, the most Latin American of the U.S. Cardinals. Interesting. Okay, I don't see anything offhand right now, so we're going to have to table that for a moment. I'm looking to see what all is coming up here. Coming from NCR Online for whatever they're worth. In the face of widespread and acute poverty, they refine the gospel's implications for a just society. They abandon some of the coarser theories once grouped under the heading liberation theology. By the time Prevost became a bishop, the fights over liberation theology had receded, but the question persisted. What does it mean to exercise a preferential option for the poor? Pre-conclave chatter, he lacked the charisma of Francis. They don't have any useful information, so that was a dead end. Let me check this out. Hold on. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. He's kept a low profile. Could be a good thing. Could be a bad thing. With him kind of keeping a low profile like this, it might be kind of hard to find some information about him to kind of know what's in store, right? Let's see what they've updated Wikipedia to say. Somebody said check my email. Okay. Let me check it real quick. Okay, thank you for that. I'll take a look at this in just a second with y'all. See how reliable this is. All right. Getting back to it. See what Wikipedia is saying about him for whatever that is worth. At least they fixed it. As soon as I clicked on him right when he was elected, they had an extra I there. And they had the picture of Parolin, by the way. I was like, yeah, y'all at Wikipedia are trash. Okay, let's see. Okay, standard stuff that we've seen already. Father was United States Navy veteran of World War II. Served as an altar boy. Speaks English, Spanish, Italian, French, Portuguese, and can read Latin and German. Okay. All right. He has opposed the ordination of women to the diaconate, as Bishop Prevost opposed the inclusion of curriculum regarding teaching on genders in schools in Peru, stating that the promotion of gender ideology is confusing because it seeks to create genders that don't exist. So what you'll have from that is, like I said, the liberals won't consider him liberal enough. The trads won't consider him trad enough. Acquaintance of Pope Leo XIV noted that he cares for Venezuelan refugees in Peru. Homosexuality in 2012, Prevost lamented that popular culture fostered sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel, citing the homosexual lifestyle and alternative family comprised of same-sex partners and their adopted children. After Francis's 2020 Fiducia Supplicans allowed priests to bless couples who are not married to each other, he criticized the practicality of the declaration in parts of Africa So not in the rest of the world, but he says just practically in parts of Africa where homosexuality is still illegal, saying our cultural situation is such that the application of this document is just not going to work. So he's saying in Africa, he was sympathetic to the idea. It may not be applied, in the same way there because of some situations with the law, but he doesn't say that for elsewhere. So he seems on board with fiducia in places outside of Africa, if that kind of gives you a feel for where he's at. So more along the lines of Pope Francis, Fernandez, and, standard run-of-the-mill stuff, really, is what this looks like. They don't have anything else right now. His motto, in the one. Interesting. I don't know what that's from. In the one. I don't know if that's a quote directly from someone. Venera, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Michael, for live streaming on this momentous day. Yeah, man, going at 9 hours record here. He became a cardinal recently, 30 of September 2023. Right. Sure did. So pretty new and maybe even inexperienced in the Vatican, relatively, right? He obviously has some, not that much. But as you're seeing from some of the critics, he appointed McElroy. He was in part, the one who was in part responsible for removing Strickland. So, of course, the critics of Pope Francis not going to be happy at all about that. And I've spoken about how that's probably going to play out, right? More of the same. They'll do to him what they did to Pope Francis. They'll have the same criticisms. They'll have the same approach. They'll have the same hermeneutic that they have for Pope Francis. They'll interpret him as a pope of rupture. They'll interpret everything that he says in a style of rupture, whereas they won't do that with their friends and their favorite cardinal, but they will do that with him. They might become more open in promoting some form of sedevacantism and questioning his election. I think that's what's in store here. 9-hour record. Yeah, man, this is rough. It's been up since 4:40, 4:30. I started streaming like 4:40. I can hang in there a little bit more though. We're still gonna look and see what we got. Let's take a look at some more reactions. I want to see what people are saying here. Do I believe that he was involved in child abuse? We looked briefly at the case just moments ago. I'm not in a position to make any judgments on him. I don't have all the facts and all the information, so I have to reserve judgment on. Whenever you don't have all the facts and all the information, you need to reserve judgment. I don't know. Because what we saw, people saying this and that, and some defending him, some accusing him. I'm not in a position to judge him because I don't have all the facts, and it would be unwise to judge a person when you don't have all the facts. Never do that to anyone, whether you like them or don't like them. Always reserve judgment until you have all the facts, or at least a sufficient amount of the facts, right? This is the first I've heard of the situation, so I haven't looked into this sufficiently to weigh in one way or another. All I can do is present to you what we've seen so far. Viola, I'm afraid to bring up fiducia supplicans because I'm not going to say because I don't want to get into it with Michael. That's funny. You're welcome to criticize it as I have, but criticize it fairly and accurately. That's all I ask. Gordon is flipping out. Yeah, I suspect. Has Zin said anything? I don't know. I haven't seen. Y'all let me know. Probably not going to be happy. I suspect if you see what Zin says, he's probably not going to be happy with this. Let me see what all people are saying. Let's get into it here. Let me see here. Well, What? People are still pushing for Sarah to be the Pope? Okay, they didn't choose Sarah. Somebody posted our hope. 300,000 views. Member of the European Parliament of Poland says that Cardinal Sarah is their hope. And they posted that after Pope Leo XIV was elected. Well, thank you. The critics would find something wrong with anyone if they want to. If this was somebody like Sarah, they wouldn't find the problems with Sarah. They wouldn't look there. So if they want to, right? If this is somebody the critics are already disposed not to like, yes, they'll find problems. If this is somebody they're disposed to like, they will ignore the problems. Okay. What else we got? What is this? I haven't seen this. I've not watched this. We're watching it together, though. Let me make sure you can hear it. This is him when he was presumably a cardinal, for sure, at least a bishop with the pectoral cross. Vatican News. Let's see what he says. All right, so yeah, just kind of getting a quick impression on him or read on him. Obviously, very simple pectoral cross, right? But he wasn't overly simple when he came out. He kind of looked a little bit more Benedict style, a little bit more elaborate than Pope Francis was. And so just kind of getting a quick reading on him here, he seems kind of like, somewhere in the middle, not like really high church liturgy, not really low liturgy, somewhere in the middle. Somebody said that y'all couldn't hear it. I don't know why, because I enabled the audio. Let's go through it again. I want y'all to hear this.
One of the things that I certainly have learned more about in the process of the synod is.
Are y'all hearing it this second time around? Are you starting to hear it now?
One of the things that I certainly have learned more about in the process of the synod is the, if you will, wide varieties of understanding the ministry of the bishop, sometimes determined by cultural factors, sometimes determined, of course, by personal issues, the personality, the character of the bishop. But above all, and around or underneath all of that, has to be a foundation of who a bishop is called to be. And as Pope Francis has reminded us many times, a bishop is called to serve. His authority is service. And so to look for different ways in which a bishop can serve in any given society, in any given church, I think is very important. The bishop is not supposed to be a little prince sitting in his kingdom, but rather called authentically to be humble, to be close to the people he serves, to walk with them, to suffer with them, and to look for ways that he can better live the gospel message in the midst of his people.
All right, sorry. Can y'all hear me now? So getting just a quick read on the cardinal, well, now Pope. At the time, it looks like he was either a cardinal or a bishop. Simple pectoral cross, but he also came out in a little bit more, a little bit higher attire than Pope Francis, and a little less simple than Pope Francis. So, in my impression, just quick first blush, seems somewhere in the middle, right? He doesn't seem overly traditional, doesn't seem overly progressive, doesn't seem really high liturgy, doesn't seem really low liturgy, seems like somewhere in the middle, which might be a step up above where Pope Francis was liturgically. I think kind of Pope Francis was on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to high and low liturgy. So you might see something a little bit more elaborate, but not too elaborate. He might be someone who tolerates the Latin Mass, but isn't a huge fan of it himself. He might be somebody who restricts it further in some cases and relaxes the restrictions in other cases. I think that's probably what you're going to get here. Just a quick read on him. I'm getting an impression of somewhere in the middle. That's the impression I'm getting. Might be a good thing. For some people, that won't be good enough. But some are saying we need someone in the middle. So some are saying we need a return to tradition. So I see y'all there. The fact that you're still north of 1,000 live viewers is a testament to your fidelity. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So some are saying they love him. Others are saying they hate him. Some people are happy with something in the middle, and they're neither. Some are hoping that he'll remove some of the rainbow lunacy. I don't get the impression that he's gonna that he's gonna push to remove some of that. I also don't get the impression he's gonna promote it either. It seems like he's opposed to it, but might not be big into disciplining them, which some might again read as a negative, right? From Chicago to Chiclayo. Thank you for the super sticker there. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, happy with his name. Susan says it's a pretty cool name. You got to admit, whatever you think of him already, you got to admit that's an awesome name. Okay, so looking through here, various reactions, trying to see what people are saying about him. Looking through social media. Some are saying he spoke in Italian and Spanish, but not his native English. I did notice that. Yeah, I noticed that. Still looking here through social media. Some people have sent me some stuff. Let me see if there's anything good here worth exploring. Okay, so this looks like, and by the way, thank you for the super sticker, Pope for the new evangelization. Thank you, I appreciate that. Cardinal Prevost consistently upheld the traditional Catholic definition of the family. As bishop, he warned that society must not be misled by accepting other arrangements as if it were a right to do something that it is not. Okay. He's critiqued the homosexual lifestyle and alternative families made up of same-sex partners and their adopted children. Pope Francis had previous statements like that when he was cardinal as well, but then a lot of people came out and felt Pope Francis was too liberal leaning in that area. So you might find people who say initially he's opposed to this, and then they'll later on come back and say, oh no, he's in favor and he's liberal and all that. Reflecting on difference a decade has made since 2012 remarks, he said, doctrine hasn't changed, but we are looking to be more welcoming and more open to say all people are welcome in the church. That's very Pope Francis. Thank you, Fadi. Did he take the name Leo after Leo the First or Leo the 13th? After all of the Leos. Opposed to women in the diaconate. He reiterated that apostolic tradition is something that has been spelled out very clearly with respect to the priesthood. And he says, especially if you want to talk about the question of women's ordination to the priesthood, he's opposed to clericalizing women, but he doesn't necessarily have a problem with women having ministerial roles, but not like clerical ministerial roles. He suggested the church needs a new and different understanding of leadership, power, authority, and service, above all service in the church from different perspectives. Sounds kind of like a synodal model. Prevost noted that there will be a continuing recognition of the fact that women can add a great deal to the life of the church on many different levels. And he said this in response to Sister Simona Brambilla, who was appointed by Pope Francis as over the secretary of, or as secretary of a Vatican dicastery. So he might be in favor of women in like dicastery roles in some cases. When asked about the impact of having women in the dicasteries of liberations, he responded that there has been a very noticeable difference, a very fine addition to the work of that dicastery. So he seems to be happy with that. Speaks about the spirit of dialogue. Yeah, pretty standard run-of-the-mill Pope Francis style pontificate is what we're kind of looking at here. Women can add a great deal to the life of the church. Very different, very standard stuff. All right, we've seen most of this already. On cultural changes, he's about welcoming people without doctrinal change. Well, that's also what Pope Francis said. So, okay, so that was pretty standard stuff. What else do we have here? I want to see more reactions from various people. I'm looking. Do y'all have any reactions that y'all have been able to glean? If so, put them in the comment section. What's the papal posse saying? I don't know, but good question. Thank you. Your integrity is why we trust you. I appreciate that. From Villanova to Vicar. That's hilarious. Okay. Fun fact, Hermano Leon was the best friend of San Francisco de Assis. Thank you for the super sticker there. Chicago is holding a news conference right now reacting to the election. I bet they are. Let's see what Let's see what Raymond Arroyo was saying. Doesn't look like he said anything so far. He said, we have a new pope, but who is he? And that's it. Well, that might not be a good sign. He might not be taking it well. Sounds like he's not taking it well. If you're blank and don't really say a whole lot, it sounds like you might be taking it bad. The trads are crashing out. Yeah, I bet they are. Thank you so much for that super sticker, little Marcy. Appreciate you. What are his views on Humani Vitae? I don't know if we know yet. He's kept a low profile. Let's see. Let's see what Edward Penton has said about him prior to his election. Cardinal Prevost, former prefect of the influential dicastery for bishops since April 2023, is a Chicago-born prelate, Augustinian, age 69, aligned with Francis's vision regarding the late Pope's pastoral priorities, especially regarding environmentalism, outreach to the poor and migrants, and a pastoral approach that emphasizes meeting people where they are. He's publicly stated that bishops should not act as little princes. We saw that in the video. Cardinal Prevost's views on allowing divorced and civilly remarried Catholics to receive Holy Communion in certain cases are unknown. I suspect he's in favor in some cases. I suspect he's on board with Amor Laetitia. He showed mild support for Fiducia Supplicans. The Chicago-born cardinal has faced controversy related to handling of clergy, sexual abuse cases. We saw that. That's it. That's all he has on him. Nobody has anything on him. There's not a whole lot on him. He has really kept a low profile, it looks like. There's just not a lot to go based off of here. I don't see anything on Humani Vitae. I'm sorry. If it's out there, it's not coming up quickly for me to find it conveniently at this time. Thank you for the super sticker. In the news conference, they said they were hoping for someone who would follow Pope Francis and that they were happy when Cardinal Prevost was elected. Who's over Chicago? Supich, right? So I guess Supich is happy with Prevost. What has he said? He hasn't said anything. What about Dolan? No, he hasn't said anything. Let's see if Barron has said anything additional than what we saw earlier. No, nothing really additional here. Wow. So people aren't commenting that much, huh? I guess people on the whole don't have a whole lot to say. That's interesting. Matt Walsh says, if you aren't Catholic, then you don't believe this Pope was elected through the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Do Catholics believe that? Do Catholics believe that the Pope is elected through the guidance of the Holy Spirit? I know the Holy Spirit and the Holy Spirit's guidance is invoked, but it seems like Benedict XVI says that's not the case, right? I'm looking for notable figures commenting on them. Wow. Does Trump have anything to say? What about J.D. Vance? Trump. Really? I guess statements will come later, huh? JD says, congrats to Leo XIV, first American Pope on his election. I'm sure millions of American Catholics and other Christians will pray for his successful work leading the church. May God bless him. I don't know if he's going to be happy with him because it seems to me he's not going to be on board with the current administration's policies on immigration. So I think there will be some tension there. Y'all put in the chat, what are some people saying? I'm looking for what y'all are able to find. Did I catch Ed Fazer? He liked him wearing traditional garb. I wonder how long that will last. I wonder how long that will last. Yeah. All right, we already did Strickland. Calvin Robinson. What's old Calvin up to? Did he ever get his parish back? Okay. He says this could mean more of a synodal approach, more pastoral over doctrinal, more inclusion of women in the church hierarchy, although not ordination, more mishandling of clerical abuse, more progress than tradition. What will mean for what? I guess he means what will this mean for the traditional Latin Mass? Predictable. He says, I'm not even in full communion with Rome and I'm nervous. I can't imagine how our Roman Catholic brethren feel right now. Okay. What else we got? Candace Owens? I don't know if Candace Owens has said anything. We're doing this on real time here. She just says we have a pope. That's it. Dyer is saying that Francis II, laugh out loud, no surprise there. So he's saying that he's a Francis II. Okay. Who else we got? Y'all seen any other comments from people? Yeah, we did Matt Walsh already. I saw him. Kilo says, I don't think he's Pope Francis II. He's Pope Leo XIV. Yeah, but I think they mean like in style. And that's probably true. Like I was saying, you would have somebody who is in continuity with Pope Francis to one degree or another. Looks like he's going to be fairly consistent. Thank you for the super sticker. We need all pray for the Holy Father that the Holy Ghost will guide his holiness. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Marshall's already criticizing our new pope and accusing him of mishandling sex scandal when he was bishop. I mean, I told y'all. Y'all already know. I've told y'all this. I've already prepared y'all for that. Already prepared that they would do to him what they did to Pope Francis. You know, some of the criticism will be accurate. Some of it won't. It'll be more the same. But I think they may come to a breaking point. Can we expect a reform of the reform? I don't know if that's going to be big. Might be slightly closer to a reform of the reform than Pope Francis, maybe an inch closer, but I don't know. It just doesn't appear that he's going to be that much closer to that. So, Capturing Christianity lamented the reaction of conservative-leaning Catholics. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat. He says, let's see if Trent Horn and Jimmy have to say anything about it. Am I aware of his criticisms of Leo, of J.D. Vance? No. Yo, I'm almost at 10 hours live streaming. Oh, man, I'm exhausted. All right. This says, for whatever it's worth, Leo the 14th called out J.D. Vance on social media just 2 weeks ago, bluntly calling him wrong, and bashed Trump in a retweet less than a month ago. Posting on his X profile, Provost criticized Vance for an interview he gave to Christianity Fox News. J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. Okay, so that whole deal with J.D. Vance on, yeah, okay, so he was critical of him on that. Here it is. Robert Provost, J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love. And so criticized him on the Ordo Amoris thing. So, like I said, you know, opposed to probably the current administration's immigration policies, and is more in line with Pope Francis on immigration. What's his Twitter like? I guess I need to follow him, huh? Hasn't had anything in a while. That doesn't make sense. Did they take down some of his tweets? No. Francis letter, J.D. Vance, Ordo Amoris, and what the gospel asks of us. Okay, so there he talks about that. J.D. Vance is wrong. So he hasn't said a whole lot since February. He does keep a very low profile. Wow. April 14th, as Trump used the oval to feds elicit deportation of a U.S. president once an undocumented Salvadorian himself. What? How can you stay quiet? I don't know. He reposted that April 14th from Rocco Palmo. He does keep a very low profile on social media. Okay. I think there's some more super chats here. Let me grab those. Ramses, thank you so much. He says, thanks for being a trooper, Michael. I joined early, but fell asleep right away and woke up to you announcing the white smoke. Oh, wow. When the stream is done, take a nap, please. You put in more than a day's work. Yeah, this one's been rough, man. This has been rough, but I'm hanging in there. James, my only concern is his alleged mishandling of abuse cases. I think secular media is going to pounce on that. Yeah, I think you're right. They're going to pounce on that. Period. Whether he handled it right or wrong, they're going to pounce on that. you can expect that. All right, let me take a quick break, y'all. Let me get up, stretch my legs, and walk around. I'm exhausted after 10 hours. Give me just a few minutes, y'all. So I'll be right back. Let me pull up Vatican News though, while I'm taking a quick break. Pull up something else. Gosh, nothing is live. Wow. All right, so I do see Biden has congratulated the new pope. Also did find a video of the pope when he was, it's probably recent. So it looks like he's a cardinal in the video, first blush. Let me find it.
But we as
appears he's a cardinal here. Okay. Let me share screen, enable audio, make sure y'all can hear this. See what he says here.
But we as Catholics have always believed, and I firmly believe what Jesus himself said, the Holy Spirit will never abandon the church. Don't doubt that. The Holy Spirit was part, in some way, shape, or form. I wasn't there, but I truly believe that Pope Francis was elected by that College of Cardinals in 2013 because the church at this time needs Francis. At a different time, we needed Pope Benedict, and at a different time, we needed St. John Paul II, et cetera, et cetera. But the Holy Spirit will never abandon the church, and if we can live placing our trust in that, yeah, we might be shaken up a bit. We might need to ask questions, and there's a lot of people we can ask questions to. But we continue to walk, placing our trust and our confidence in the Lord, whose Spirit is indeed with us.
Okay, so that kind of gives you a feel for him. Were y'all able to hear that? Everybody good on the audio there? Let me make sure I also didn't miss any more super chats. I don't think I did. Okay. So y'all should have been able to hear that. I don't see any feedback stating otherwise. Somebody says this is a Marxist pope. Well, you know, I anticipate that people will say that if you've been a bishop in Latin America, right? So I suspect some people will say that. Okay. So everybody said audio's good. Okay, good deal. Well, yeah, we're coming up at 10 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and call it here at 10 hours. This is certainly a record. Wow, this has been a wild ride. I'm gonna call it here, and then I'll be back either later on tonight or tomorrow morning. We'll see how things go. Maybe I'll just make some highlight videos at this point. I'm exhausted. I need to get some food and rest a bit and all that good stuff. But we're hanging in for 5 more minutes to make it a clean cut 10 hours. This is double the last record. I don't know about double, but probably somewhere around there. God Bath, you're the man. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all need to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let me also remind y'all about Catholic Polytechnic University. My course there is right around the corner. So if you go to Catholic Polytechnic University, click on Magisterium certificates over here, or just catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium. You can sign up for the Magisterial Studies certificate program that I've created, starting out with the first course, Introduction to the Magisterium, where we explain what it is, the divine biblical origins of the magisterium, levels to Catholic doctrine, how to evaluate magisterial documents. It starts, however, this Monday, so it's right around the corner. So if you want to join, catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium, and you'll need to go to over here at the bottom to register, and then you'll also need to also make sure to pay the tuition fee, because that starts Monday. If you cannot attend the classes live, that's fine. They are recorded, so you will be able to watch the videos once you purchase the course and are registered. So if you want to do the class as standalone, you can do it. If you want to do it as part of the 3-course program for the Magisterial Study Certificate program. You can do that as well. Again, catholicpolytechnic.org/magisterium. So if you want to deepen your understanding of how teaching authority works in the Catholic Church, the papacy, the ecumenical councils, everything, go and check this out. You can also visit rtcourses.com, where I sell some of my courses on the 7 ecumenical councils or the theological notes, dogmas, doctrines, heresies. But right now, in 2 days, I'm going to be delivering 2 lectures on magisterial difficulties. So rtcourses.com, magisterial difficulties, exploring the tensions in the documents of the church. We're going to talk about some of those points of contention and tension, like outside the church there is no salvation, or slavery and stuff like that, how that works in death penalty, how that works in the magisterium, and we're going to explore some of those tensions and possible solutions. And so that's in just a few days. Go and purchase that. If you can't attend it live, that's fine. Once you purchase it, you'll be able to still access it at any time. So maybe go and check that out as well. And of course, consider supporting me at Patreon. That'd be really, really helpful. Become a patron. Patreon.com/Reason of Theology. You get plenty of extra content, exclusive patron-only content, and you enabled me to continue to do stuff like this. So if you appreciate the work that I've done, you want to get more content, you need to check me out at Patreon, or hit the join button right next to the subscribe button right here on YouTube, and support me there if you don't mind. Or you could check out the PayPal link or the GoFundMe link that I have in the show notes. If you don't prefer Patreon or YouTube, there are those options as well. But I really would appreciate the support. Thank y'all so much for everybody who watched. Thank y'all to all of y'all who gave super chats. Thank you to all of y'all who participated in the comment section. Y'all made this possible. Y'all made this fun. Y'all are the only reason why I was able to go this long for 10 hours here. I've been up since 4:30 in the morning, started 4:44-ish in the morning on the stream. We saw black smoke, been streaming ever since. Made it all the way through because of you guys and you guys only. Y'all were my energy. So thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of y'all tuning in. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, share this with your friends on your social media. I'm obviously going to make some highlight clips out of this. I'm going to do more videos talking more about him in more detail. And so much more to come. I'll also be going over various reactions that people have offered beyond what we've covered today. So be looking for that as well. We are at 10 hours and 3, 2, 1, 10 hours, boom, record. I'll probably never beat that 10-hour record right there. This is probably it. I don't think we'll ever go longer than this. I think that's it. That's done. All right. Thank y'all so much. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. I appreciate all of you. God bless. And I'll see y'all either later on tonight or more likely tomorrow. All right. God bless. Bye-bye.